Meine Damen und Herren, liebe Freunde des ZKM, herzlich willkommen zurück zum Streamingfestival, zu unserer Eröffnung der Ausstellung Critical Zones, neue, Horizonte der Erdpolitik. Für alle diejenigen, die gestern noch nicht dabei sein konnten, auch die begrüßen wir sehr herzlich.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our live streaming festival and digital opening of Critical Zones, Observatories for Earthly Politics. My name is Barbara and I will be emceeing together with my dear colleague Ika.
Ja, die gestrige Eröffnung war für uns, so kann man sagen, ein voller Erfolg. Das Wochenende ist auch für uns ein Experiment und wir hoffen, dass die 10.000 Zugriffe, die wir gestern auf der Webseite, auf Google und auf Facebook hatten, sich weiterhin auch so halten werden. Wir danken euch dafür auch ganz herzlich.
Yes, we really want to thank everybody who is here with us right now and also tuned in yesterday evening. This is such a big experiment to us, and our communications team yesterday evening told us that we had 10,000 clicks into our program yesterday. So this is a record, and we are absolutely overwhelmed and really want to thank everybody.
Für alle diejenigen, die gestern noch nicht dabei waren, das Wichtigste in Kürze, wie ihr schon hier hören konntet, wir sind zweisprachig unterwegs. Der Nachmittag heute, die ersten 2 Punkte, werden vorwiegend in deutscher Sprache sein. Sie werden nicht ins Englische übersetzt. Wir sind weiterhin Deutsch-Englisch unterwegs, aber alles englischsprachige Nachmittags- und vor allem Abendprogramm, das wird von unseren wunderbaren Dolmetscherinnen Inga und Sonja für euch aus der englischen Sprache ins Deutsche übersetzt. Und hier ganz wichtig, wir haben 2 Livestreams, bitte denkt daran, auf der Webseite wie auch auf YouTube könnt ihr wählen zwischen einem deutschen und einem englischen Livestream.
Right, so for those of you who are joining for the first time, here are some technical details. We'll be navigating between German and English tonight, offering a German translation for the English parts, but unfortunately no English translation for the German parts. Don't be confused on our YouTube live stream because we have 2 live streams going on, one with the live normal tone and one with the wonderful live translation by our 2 interpreters, Sonja and Inga. They will translate the main part of the evening into German as we will be back with a completely English program after 6:45.
Ja, und wir haben gesehen, dass die Ausstellung neue Perspektiven für uns eröffnen kann auf unsere Umwelt, auf unsere Dasein. Und das ist natürlich einigen Menschen hier zu verdanken, nicht nur in wissenschaftlicher, sondern auch in finanzieller Hinsicht. Wir danken all unseren Sponsoren, die es uns ermöglicht haben, diese Ausstellung nicht nur zu realisieren, die sich jetzt im Wachstum befindet, sondern auch tatsächlich digital zu denken. Ein sehr großer Dank gilt natürlich aber auch Bruno Latour und Peter Weibel, den Kuratoren der Ausstellung, den Co-Kuratoren Bettina Korinthenberg und Martin Guinard, dem Ausstellungsteam des ZKM, aber auch dem Team, das hier dieses Wochenende überhaupt erst möglich machen konnte, die ihr hier leider nicht sehen könnt, weil sie sich hinter den Kameras und hinter den Masken verstecken. Wir beide tragen keine Masken, weil wir einen Sicherheitsabstand vor uns beiden sozusagen wahren.
Before we begin and jump into our program, we want to again congratulate and thank everybody involved. First off, the curators of this exhibition, Bruno Latour and Peter Weibel, as well as the co-curators, Bettina Korinthenberg and Martin Guinard, and the Curatorial Advisory Board. Second, we would like to thank our sponsors, who were incredibly flexible in supporting our spontaneous digital reshaping of the project, so we really thank them dearly. To our terrific team, whom you at home can't see right now because they are hidden behind cameras and face masks, I still can't believe we managed to turn these exhibition halls into a functioning broadcasting studio. You guys are insane. And of course, you have to wear face masks, but Ika and I, as hosts, have to speak to you, so we'll just keep the safety distance. And lastly, and again, we want to thank you, the audience. Yesterday already you started an incredible conversation on Telegram, exchanging thoughts, quotes, questions, and a whole list of reading tips. So today as well, our communications team and our curators will be there on Telegram to chat with you, pass on selected questions to us, so that Ika and I can forward them into the live discussions.
Ja, ein großer Dank geht an unsere Zuschauer, die gestern schon bereits sich tatkräftig über Telegram ausgetauscht haben. Wir sind nahe dran, die Marke von 1000 Teilnehmern in unserer ZKM Critical Zones Gruppe zu sprengen. Gestern wurden Buchtipps getauscht, es wurden Informationen ausgetauscht, Fragen gestellt und von unserem Redaktionsteam beantwortet. In diesem Sinne gilt auch heute, bitte meldet euch an, stellt eure Fragen auf Telegram. Das Team oben im ersten Stock wird sein Bestes tun, um sie zu beantworten, möglichst schnell. Ausgewählte Fragen werden hier runter zu den Moderatoren, zu uns weitergeleitet und wir haben dann hoffentlich die Gelegenheit, sie auch an die Referenten weiterzuleiten. Also auf Telegram anmelden. Wir sind heute Abend in der Open Bar in Zoom unterwegs. Auch hier gibt es Möglichkeiten, Fragen zu stellen. Außerdem bitte einen Blick auf die Webseite immer wieder werfen. Sollten sich Änderungen im Programm ergeben, werden diese als erste auf der Webseite festgehalten.
Exactly. So you'll find the entire program on our website, together with the information about which language is up. So check it regularly, also in case we make some last changes.
Ja, und vielleicht jetzt einige Worte noch zum Ablauf des heutigen Nachmittags. Wir starten jetzt gleich mit einer Führung durch die virtuelle Plattform in deutscher Sprache mit Daria Mille. Sie ist Kuratorin hier am ZKM und kuratorisches Mitglied oder Beirat im kuratorischen Team des ZKM bzw. der Ausstellung Critical Zones, und sie wird uns ihre Perspektive auf die Ausstellung, auf einige Arbeiten lenken. Ich werde hier mit ihr ins Gespräch gehen und danach geht es raus auf die Streuobstwiese. Das ZKM hat eine Streuobstwiese gepachtet und dort werden wir uns zu Themen unter anderem der Biodiversität unterhalten können bzw. etwas erfahren können. Denn Barbara Kjolbasser war mit Nele Kemper da unterwegs und seid nicht überrascht, Barbara steht im wunderschönen Sonnenschein, was damit zu tun hat, dass wir diese Führung im Vorfeld aufgezeichnet haben. So, im Anschluss daran hören wir einen Vortrag von Leo Koerner in englischer Sprache, der dann auch ins Deutsche übersetzt wird. Und wir schließen ab mit einer Intervention von Ali Garib.
All right, so let's have a look at what's on the menu for tonight. We'll begin this afternoon in German. First with a guided tour on the virtual exhibition platform together with Ika and member of the curatorial advisory board Daria Mille. After that, we'll go on a lovely stroll through a local orchard. The ZKM has actually taken responsibility for an orchard for a period of 5 years based on the work of artist Stéphane Verlet-Bottero. And I had the pleasure of exploring this wonderful terrestrial place together with Nele Kemper last week in the sunshine. So that's why the weather is not the same. We're really lucky that we planned ahead. After that, we will have the opportunity to attend a lecture by art historian Leo Koerner here as well. Remember that you can send us your questions on Telegram and our curators will try to answer everything. And after this field trip into the romantic and scientific past of art history, we will move toward the evening program with an intervention by Ali Garib and some other program events that we will take you into later on.
So, und wie das so ist bei einer solchen Veranstaltung, die eben kein professioneller Fernsehsender ist, hat mir jetzt auch meine Aufnahmeleitung hinter der Kamera zugewunken, dass ich gerade Unsinn gesprochen habe. Leo Koerner, der Vortrag wird leider nicht übersetzt, er findet in englischer Sprache statt. Das nur, um es richtig zu stellen.
Right, so that was just a last-minute checkup for especially the German listeners with us because we kind of made a little mistake about the live translation. Anyway, that's my cue to tell you again that the live stream, we have 2 live streams. We have one with the normal sound and one with the German live translation, so don't get confused with that. Right, so I think we can get to it. Ika and Daria, you're about to take us on to a German guided tour of the virtual platform. Now, even if you're an English speaker, we do hope that you can stay with us because I promise the images and insights, they are worth it and you might learn some German words, I don't know. And afterwards, we will be back in English at 6:45. So Ika, Daria, take it away.
Thank you very much, Barbara. So, also ich nehme euch jetzt mit auf eine virtuelle Führung oder auf eine Führung über die virtuelle Plattform und begrüße ganz herzlich Daria Mille, Mitglied des kuratorischen Beirats der Critical Zones Ausstellung. Ist das so richtig? So ist es
Stimmt.
richtig. Danke, genau. Daria, bevor du uns vielleicht in die Critical Zones Webseite einführst, wir hatten ja schon gestern einige Worte dazu gehört. Die Webseite ist besonders. Vielleicht noch mal in aller Kürze für diejenigen, die gestern nicht dabei sein konnten. Was macht die Plattform, diese virtuelle Plattform in dem Fall besonders?
Die Plattform wird auch im Laufe der nächsten Zeit wachsen. Es werden neue Kunstwerke hinzugefügt, neue Ereignisse, neue Events. Wir nennen sie Entitäten. Und die Webseite reagiert auch auf die Besucher und auf die Userinnen. Also das heißt, dass zum Beispiel sie ist nicht dieselbe hier wie in Mexiko zum Beispiel oder in China zurzeit, weil sie eben auf auch die Zeitverschiebung reagiert mit unterschiedlichen Farben, unterschiedlichen Hintergründen. Und man kann auch mit der Webseite in Interaktion treten. Das heißt, man kann selbst auch zum Beispiel den Hintergrund verändern. Hier haben wir auch natürlich diese wichtigste Eigenschaft der Critical Zone mit aufgenommen, dass die Lebewesen aufeinander reagieren, auf die Umgebung und auf die materielle Umwelt.
Was wir gestern auch gehört haben, diese Webseite war ja ein ziemlicher Schnellschuss, diese Plattform. Vor 8 Wochen haben wir das ZKM aufgrund der Corona-Situation schließen müssen. Kurz danach haben wir erfahren, dass wir die Ausstellung nicht werden so schnell aufbauen können aufgrund der Gesamtsituation. Und wir haben uns sehr kurzfristig entschlossen, sie eben auf eine virtuelle Plattform zu stellen, weil es Themen sind oder weil es ein großes Thema ist, das gerade jetzt diskutiert werden muss. Von daher war uns dieser Umstand sehr, sehr wichtig. Wir haben dann auch tatsächlich eine Agentur gefunden, die wirklich innerhalb von 5 Wochen mit uns diese virtuelle Plattform aufgesetzt hat. Und die Künstler mussten umdenken. Das heißt, Künstler haben eigentlich für den realen Raum geplant und waren nun vor eine neue Situation gestellt.
Genau, das war eine sehr überraschende Situation für uns alle. Und wir haben dann mit einigen Künstlern schon auch in Dialog getreten und mit ihnen auch diskutiert, wie ihr Arbeiten für die virtuelle Plattform umkonzipiert werden können, sodass man auch eben diese Potenziale, die das Internet, die das Web bietet, auch optimal nutzen kann. Zum Beispiel haben wir bei einigen Arbeiten neue Schichten hinzugefügt oder die Künstler haben auch Möglichkeiten zur Interaktion auch geschaffen.
Genau. Das heißt, die Webseite ist kein Abbild der realen Ausstellung, sondern sie geht darüber hinaus und bringt eigentlich nochmal neue Perspektiven auf die einzelnen Teilbereiche. Und unter dem Aspekt ist sie eben auch wachsend, weil die Künstler jetzt natürlich nach und nach ihre Arbeiten einbinden werden. So, dann würde ich dich jetzt einfach mal bitten, uns auf die Tour mitzunehmen und uns vielleicht ein bisschen hindurchzuführen.
Okay, dann tauchen wir direkt ein. Die Webseite beginnt mit kleinen Denkanstößen, die wieder immer neu generiert werden. Das sind Zitate, die zum Thema Critical Zones und zu den anderen Themen der Ausstellung passen, aber auch kleine Impulse, wie zum Beispiel hier. In den Erdschichten unter den Wäldern der Vogesen lassen sich die Meereswellen der Atlantikküste wahrnehmen. Das Einzige, was man verstehen sollte, um diese Webseite navigieren zu können, ist, dass man auch immer weiter nach unten scrollen kann. Also das nennen wir Infinite Scroll. Und genau, hier sind zum Beispiel auch solche Erinnerungen, dass die Besucherinnen und Besucher sich nicht alleine auf der Webseite befinden. Das ist eben auch noch weitere Entitäten, weitere Besucher, menschliche und nicht menschliche Akteure miteinander sich auf dieser Webseite treffen.
Das ist schon fast so eine lebendige oder eine lebende Webseite, könnte man fast sagen, oder?
Das war unsere Idee, dass wir eben auch analog zu Critical Zone auch diese Webseite so gestalten, dass sie auch höchst reaktiv agiert. Wir sind auch manchmal selbst natürlich überrascht was wir dort treffen und wir müssen auch noch selbst lernen, mit der Webseite zu interagieren. Genau, also hier sehen wir zum Beispiel unterschiedliche Tags und die ermöglichen auch einen thematischen Einstieg, wenn man sich für ein Thema interessiert. Zum Beispiel gehe ich jetzt auf die Datenvisualisierung. Und genau, ich scrolle jetzt weiter nach unten und möchte euch ganz gerne dann auch ein paar Kunstwerke vorstellen.
Das ist eigentlich auch ganz schön. Wir haben hier permanent eigentlich diese Dreidimensionalität auch so ein bisschen, ne?
Ja, also
die Tiefe im Raum.
Nennen die Entwickler Parallax in diesem Kontext und das zeigt ja auch, dass die Ebene eben dreidimensional ist und man kann dann auch eintauchen da rein.
In die verschiedenen Schichten.
Genau, das
sozusagen.
sind eben auch diese Schichten, Sedimente oder Horizonte, wie man das sagen würde. Genau, hier haben wir die Arbeit von Rasa Smithe und Rachel Smits. Die heißt Atmospheric Forest. Und ich würde diese Arbeit euch ganz gerne vorstellen. Wir haben für jede Seite, für jedes Kunstwerk auch eine sogenannte Detail Page angelegt. Das heißt, dass die Userinnen und User auch Texte zu den Kunstwerken lesen können, die Kunstwerke kontextualisieren und so ein bisschen erklären, worum es geht, weil es bei vielen Kunstwerken einfach um höchst komplexe Verbindungen es geht. Ja, genau. Zum Beispiel an diesem Kunstwerk haben die Künstler 3 Jahre gearbeitet. Das war ein Forschungsprojekt und sie haben im Pfinnwald, das ist in der Schweiz, mit wissenschaftlichen Gerätschaften in Zusammenarbeit mit der Forschungsanstalt WSL, das ist Forschungsanstalt für Wald, Schnee und Landschaft, haben sie ein Stück Wald mit LIDAR-Scannern eingescannt. Und das, was ihr hier seht, das ist eine Art Datenwald, ein Datascape, eine Visualisierung. Das sind Punktwolken, die dort gescannt wurden. Und die Künstler nehmen hier diese Beziehung zwischen dem Wald, der Atmosphäre und dem Klimawandel in Fokus. Also die Bäume im Wald, die atmen. Sozusagen, man tendiert oft dazu, die Bäume als reine Sauerstoffproduzenten zu sehen, aber die atmen ein und atmen aus. Und die Künstler wollten hier eben auch diese komplexe Vorgänge im Wald auf diese sinnliche Ebene zu visualisieren. Die Bäume stößen aus solche flüchtige Substanzen und diese Substanzen können auch zum Beispiel teilweise die Wolkenbildung beeinflussen und die sind auch in der Form von diesem Waldgeruch, von diesem typischen Geruch, was man im Nadelbaumwald wahrnehmen kann, zu spüren.
Wenn ich da unterbrechen darf. Das ist aber jetzt sehr interessant, denn der große Teil der Ausstellung beschäftigt sich ja auch mit der Beobachtung unserer Umwelt, mit der Beobachtung der kritischen Zonen. Also direkt hinter uns ist ja ein Observatory, ein Observatorium in Anführungszeichen nachgebaut. Und eigentlich ist diese Arbeit nichts anderes als die Beobachtung des Waldes und das, was die Künstler gemacht haben, eigentlich eine künstlerische Interpretation der Daten, eine künstlerische Visualisierung der Daten, oder?
Ja, die Wissenschaftler dieser Forschungsanstalt, die haben dieses Stück Wald zu einem lebenden Observatorium umgewandelt und die Künstler selbst, die sagen auch, dass manchmal wissenschaftliche Gerätschaften sogar ästhetischere Bilder uns bieten, als Künstler selbst schaffen können. Und was hier auch interessant ist, das ist ein 360-Grad-Video, also das heißt, dass Sie auch diese immersive Erfahrung haben und sich in diesem Stück Wald auch quasi bewegen können. Okay, jetzt kommen wir hier raus und werden uns noch ein weiteres Kunstwerk anschauen.
Wenn du es wiederfindest.
Ja.
Das ist nämlich tatsächlich interessant. Also es wurde ja bereits erwähnt, die Seite verändert sich immer wieder. Das heißt, wenn ich zum 2. oder 3. Mal diese Webseite besuche, sieht sie auch wieder ein bisschen anders aus. Und das macht die Planung natürlich ungemein schwer, wenn man so eine Präsentation sozusagen einspielen will. Da auch zur richtigen Zeit genau das Richtige herauszusuchen, da haben wir es.
Aber zurzeit haben wir noch nie so viele Kunstwerke, nur 11. Weitere werden noch hinzugefügt und jetzt habe ich das Werk, das ich gesucht habe, gefunden. Was ich euch heute noch zeigen wollte, das ist ein Kunstwerk, ein Film des neuseeländischen Künstlers Len Lai und der Film heißt Tusalava. Also wir zeigen nicht nur zeitgenössische Werke auf der Webseite, sondern auch historische Werke. Und in der Ausstellung werden wir auch zum Beispiel Kunstwerke aus der Kunsthalle haben in Karlsruhe, aus der Periode der Romantik oder halt Bücher. Also das sind ganz unterschiedliche auch Zeitepochen, in denen wir uns hier bewegen. Diesen Film hat Lin Lai aus unglaublichen 4500 Einzelzeichnungen zusammengeschnitten. Und der Film stellte den ersten Teil von seiner Trilogie zum Beginn des organischen Lebens dar. Leider wurden die 2 anderen Teile nie umgesetzt, aber wir haben auch diesen erstaunlichen Film aus der Ende der 20er Jahre, der bei uns in der Ausstellung in der Sektion Wir leben in Gaia gezeigt wird.
Kannst du vielleicht noch mal ganz kurz sagen, was Gaia ist, einfach in einigen wenigen Sätzen?
Ja, ich versuche es, das so knapp wie möglich zu halten. Gaia ist ein Konzept, was vor Jahren von James Lovelock und Lynn Margulis entwickelt wurde. Und das besagt, dass die materielle Umwelt auch selbst von den Lebensformen teilweise geschaffen wurde. Und was zum Beispiel Sauerstoff betrifft, die Luft, die wir einatmen, das ist jetzt nicht nur in der materiellen Welt einfach so gegeben, sondern das ist ein Ergebnis der Aktivitäten von Bakterien und von Pilzen. Und das heißt, dass wir alle miteinander verbunden sind und die Aktivitäten von einen Lebensformen, die bewirken sich auf die anderen Lebensformen. Das heißt, wenn man zum Beispiel etwas zerstört, dann kann man sich auch schlussendlich schaden.
Wir reagieren und interagieren und das alles im Wechselspiel.
Also so wie Humboldt das formuliert hat, alles ist Wechselwirkung.
Okay.
Wenn man mit historischen Worten nochmal spricht. Genau, und hier sehen wir auch diese 2 sich windenden Formen, die in eine Art Interaktion treten und am Ende eine Form vereinnahmt die andere Form, am Ende aber paradoxerweise zerstört sich selbst. Und das ist eben auch was uns auch interessiert, also diese Wechselwirkung und die Interaktion zwischen den Lebensformen. Lin Lai selbst hat diesen Film als Leben unter den Mikroben bezeichnet. Zu dieser Zeit, Ende der 20er Jahren, Beginn der 30er Jahren, hat man auch das elektronische Mikroskop geschaffen und hat auch das als Leben unter dem Mikroskop zum Beispiel bezeichnet. Gut, dann haben wir noch ein bisschen Zeit, um uns vielleicht noch ein anderes Werk anzugucken. Ich zeige noch ganz kurz am Ende, wie sich die Formen weiterentwickeln und sie wachsen und zerstören sich. Gut, dann komme ich hier raus und scrolle nach unten, um ein weiteres Kunstwerk zu finden.
Wie heißt das Kunstwerk, das wir jetzt noch sehen werden?
Ich möchte euch die Arbeit der Gruppe Territorial Agency vorstellen und die heißt Oceans in Transformation, also es geht um Ozeane.
Also die suchen wir jetzt mal.
Die sehe ich jetzt gerade im Hintergrund. Ich versuche drauf zu klicken. Nee, das ist nur ein Bild. Also wie gesagt, die Seite bietet uns auch selbst einige Überraschungen und wie mit einem Lebewesen muss man auch erstmal lernen, wie man mit der Seite umgeht.
Kann man sie füttern?
Man kann sie mit neuen Ideen und mit neuen Events füttern.
Oh, haben wir eine Frage aus dem Publikum?
Nee, ich hätte eine Frage noch.
Ja.
Aber vielleicht kannst du auch darauf eingehen, wenn du uns gleich das Kunstwerk gezeigt hast, weil es schwimmen ja in dieser Interface-Suppe, wie wir es intern immer genannt haben, schwimmen ja auch ganz viele Einladungen mit drin. Also so Einladungen und Zitate, die so diesen Modus des wir entdecken Kunstwerke noch so ein bisschen wie soll ich sagen, interaktiver oder partizipativer gestalten. Also vielleicht kannst du dazu nachher auch noch was sagen.
Ja. Also wenn wir eine Einladung vielleicht sehen,
wenn wir über eine stolpern.
Genau. Vorbeischwimmt in der Suppe. Genau, also die Arbeit habe ich gefunden und Mit Territorial Agency haben wir schon auch in der Vergangenheit Projekte im ZKM gemacht, zum Beispiel Museum of Oil, was einige von euch vielleicht in der Ausstellung Reset Modernity 2016 gesehen haben. Und damals ging es um die Extraktion von Öl. In dieser Arbeit geht es um Ozeane. Genau, hier beginnt es gleich. Also Ozeane sind ein höchst komplexes Ökosystem, aber auch sehr unerforschtes Ökosystem. Und die Arbeit fokussiert sich hier auf einen Bereich, was am Rande der Kontinente liegt und von Meer bedeckt ist. Das ist der sogenannte Continental Shelf oder Festmeerssockel. Genau, und in diesem ziemlich schmalen Streifen passieren ganz viele menschliche Aktivitäten. Zum Beispiel werden auch fossile Rohstoffe abgebaut. Es passiert auch exzessive Überfischung oder genau andere einfach Handlungen, die auch dieses Ökosystem teilweise zerstören. Und wir können hier zum Beispiel beobachten die erste Trajectory, die Künstler John Palmesina und Anne-Sophie Ronskog für die digitale Ausstellung umgesetzt haben, vom Nordmeer ins Rote Meer. Hier sind dann auch diese Aktivitäten im Ozean getaggt auf dem Video, und wenn wir auf die Datasets klicken, dann können wir hier auch noch wissenschaftliche Daten erkunden. Das sind alles Open-Source-Daten, das die Künstler verwendet haben, und auf unterschiedliche wissenschaftliche Anstalten klicken und dann auch diese Daten uns genau anschauen. Genau.
Aber das ist jetzt eigentlich schon fast eine sehr schöne Überleitung zu unserem nächsten Punkt. Wir sind ja auch schon fast am Ende angekommen und ich werde deine Frage nicht überspringen. Ich gehe gleich nochmal darauf ein. Aber tatsächlich, wir gehen ja gleich auf die Streuobstwiese mit Barbara und Nele Kemper. Und die Streuobstwiese thematisiert unter anderem den Aspekt des Fußabdrucks, den wir hinterlassen. Da haben wir es zu tun mit dem Künstler Stéphane Verlet-Bottero, der sich sehr darauf spezialisiert hat, eben diesen energetischen Fußabdruck zu berechnen, den wir hinterlassen, was natürlich mit der Zerstörung der Meere bzw. der Zerstörung der Ozeane oder der Schädigung der Ozeane natürlich in einem sehr engen Zusammenhang steht. So, was du jetzt gerade angesprochen hast, nämlich die, wie hast du gesagt, die Einladungen, die sich unterwegs anbieten. Da spielt Barbara ab auf das sogenannte, wie wir es nennen, Aktivierungsprogramm, das wir im Rahmen der Critical Zones Ausstellung initiiert haben. Wir werden natürlich neben der Ausstellung, neben den Kunstwerken, die zu sehen sind, ein umfangreiches Programm anbieten, um sich mit diesem Thema auseinanderzusetzen. Das können Führungen und Workshops sein, aber darüber hinaus einfach Veranstaltungen, die immer wieder darauf aus sind, partizipativ die Öffentlichkeit einzubinden.
Genau. Und weil wir damit ja erst ein bisschen später starten können, war es uns ganz wichtig, auch schon die digitale Ausstellung partizipativ zu gestalten oder möglichst mit vielen Gedankenanstößen und poetischen Momenten zu versehen, damit man eben auch in diesen Aktivierungsmodus reinkommt, dass man eben nicht nur die Kunstwerke erforschen kann, sondern eben selber vielleicht auch noch so einen kleinen Hinweis bekommt, der einem plötzlich eine neue Tür im Kopf, in den Gedanken öffnet. Und ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob wir vielleicht noch über eine solche stolpern können. Ich glaube, wir haben noch so ein Minütchen Zeit. Wir können ja mal gucken, ob wir so einen partizipativen Moment finden. Ach, sehr gut. Die Daria ist ready.
Das Bild aufs Laptop.
Ich habe weitergescrollt und dann bin über eine Einladung gestolpert, die ich gerne vorlesen möchte. Für einen Moment stell dir all die Prozesse und Ressourcen, die dein Hiersein, deine Gesundheit, Kleidung und Ausstattung ermöglichen, als Gestalten vor, die hinter dir hergehen. Wie viel Raum nimmst du ein?
Herausfordernde Fragen, also nicht nur die Einladung zur Führung Workshops, sondern tatsächlich auch Momente, die wir schaffen möchten, um einfach mal die eigene Situation zu reflektieren, um sich mit der eigenen Situation auseinanderzusetzen. Mit der eigenen Situation setzen sich auch Barbara und Nele auseinander auf der Streuobstwiese und ich will die Spannung jetzt gar nicht mehr noch höher halten, denn es ist wirklich ein sehr schöner Film geworden und ja, ich würde einfach sagen, wir leiten direkt über auf die Streuobstwiese. Regie, bitte Film ab.
Herzlich willkommen auf der Katzenwedelwiese. Im Rahmen der Ausstellung Critical Zones und der Arbeit des Künstlers Stéphane Verlet-Botero hat das ZKM diese Streuobstwiese auf 5 Jahre gepachtet. Dabei geht es zum einen um die Frage, inwiefern eine Ausstellung klimaneutral umgesetzt werden kann. Zum anderen stellen wir dabei aber auch die Frage, inwiefern wir als Museum mit der Critical Zone verbunden sind. Welche Verantwortung tragen denn Museen und Kulturinstitutionen in Zeiten des neuen Klimaregimes? Diese Frage wollen wir hier auf der Katzenwedelwiese gemeinsam mit all ihren Bewohnern und Bewohnerinnen ausloten, aber auch in bester Gesellschaft, nämlich mit Nele Kemper vom Liegenschaftsamt. Nele, genau, wir spazieren gleich über diesen wunderschönen Ort und lernen ihn genauer kennen. Aber ich dachte, ich frage dich davor nochmal, also du bist ja verantwortlich für die ganzen städtischen Karlsruher Streuobstwiesen.
Genau,
Ja.
für fast alle. Wir mit unseren 60 Hektar stellen wirklich den größten Bio-Streuobstbetrieb in Baden-Württemberg tatsächlich dar.
Und also was ist genau da deine Aufgabe?
Also ich mache ja die Fachberatung für Obst- und Gartenbau. Das heißt, zum einen berate ich natürlich den Gemeinderat in allen fachbezogenen Stellungnahmen und zum anderen bin ich beratend für alle, die Fragen in dem Bereich haben, alle Karlsruher Bürgerinnen und Bürger da. Und was auch noch meine Aufgabe ist, sind so die strategischen Entscheidungen für diesen Streuobstbetrieb, zu gucken, wo ist da vielleicht noch Optimierungsbedarf, solche Sachen. Und ein ganz wichtiger Punkt ist natürlich auch die Öffentlichkeitsarbeit, also dass zum Beispiel so tolle Kooperationen wie jetzt mit dem ZKM, dass sowas zustande kommt. Oder die Streuobstpädagogik. Das liegt mir auch besonders am Herzen,
Ja.
also dass wir wirklich da mit Karlsruher Kindergärten, mit Karlsruher Schulen, Schülerhorten auf die Streuobstwiesen gehen und wirklich schon den ab 5-Jährigen dann zeigen, was wachsen hier für Pflanzen, was sind überhaupt heimische Obstarten, ne? Ist eine Mango heimisch? Natürlich nicht, diese Geschichten.
Ja, und natürlich auch die Frage, also warum sind Streuobstwiesen denn so besonders oder so wichtig? Also,
Ja, genau.
Wie definiert man denn eine Streuobstwiese? Oder?
Ja, ist eine gute Frage. Also das ist gar nicht so einfach zu beantworten. Ein wichtiger Aspekt ist, dass die Obstbäume, also dass erstmal natürlich Obstbäume auf einer Wiese stehen. Ne? Streuobstwiesen sind ja die traditionelle und extensive Form des Obstanbaus. Also wie man bis in die 50er, 60er Jahre hinein eben Erwerbsobstbau angebaut hat, Marktobst. Und relevant ist, wie man es bei euch hier auf der gepachteten Katzenwedelwiese ja auch gut sieht, dass die Bäume so einzeln stehen, ne, dass sie einzeln abgrenzbar sind und dass es eben Hochstammobstbäume sind oder zumindest großkronige Obstbäume. Das ist das Relevante. Und was auch noch wichtig ist, die Wiese im Untergrund. Also dass ich so eine sogenannte Doppelnutzung habe. Ne? Einerseits das Obst obendran und dann in der Unternutzung die Wiese, wo ich ja Heu machen kann fürs Vieh, ne?
Ja.
Was natürlich früher noch viel relevanter war
Ja.
als heute.
Wie ist es denn, also wenn du eben Streuobstwiesen pädagogisch unterwegs bist, dann erzählst du ja auch, warum Streuobstwiesen so wichtig sind. Weil du hast es gerade auch schon angedeutet, Streuobstwiesen hatten früher eine ganz andere Bedeutung. Und heute hat diese Bedeutung sich ja gewandelt.
Ja, das Problematische ist, dass Streuobstwiesen einfach nicht mehr wirtschaftlich sind. Ne? Was ich ja auch vorhin schon angerissen habe, bis in die 50er, 60er Jahre war der Streuobstbau wirklich noch die Form des Marktobstanbaus. Ne? Und dann hat man auf die Niederstammobstanlagen umgestellt, was auch gut und richtig ist. Sie sind viel effizienter und auch aus arbeitssicherheitstechnischen Gründen ist es natürlich viel überschaubarer für den Betriebsleiter. Ne? Aber Was dabei ein bisschen verloren gegangen ist oder extrem verloren gegangen ist, ist die ökologische Bedeutung. Das ist eben das Ausschlaggebende bei den Streuobstwiesen. Also Streuobstwiesen gehören zu den sogenannten Hotspots der Biodiversität in Mitteleuropa und weisen bis zu 5000 Tier- und Pflanzenarten auf.
Kann man das also für diese Wiese auch sagen?
Ich fürchte nicht. Also ich bin jetzt schon ganz begeistert. Man sieht jetzt, wir haben jetzt Mitte Mai, ne? Man sieht, der Wiesensalbei blüht, Ehrenpreis, Gundermann, Ranunculusarten, also Hahnenfußgewächse sind mit drin. Also es ist schon ein bisschen was am Blühen, aber wir sind hier mitten in der Stadt. Ne? Das ist ja das Tolle. Wir haben ja wirklich fürs ZKM tatsächlich, wir konnten es ja eigentlich alle nicht glauben.
Das ist die nächstgelegene Streuobstwiese am ZKM auf der Welt.
Eine wirklich innerstädtische Streuobstwiese gefunden und von daher beobachtet es mal. Ich bin gespannt, vielleicht fällt euch ja auch, wenn ihr mal wieder hier seid, vielleicht fallen euch einzelne Tiere auf oder so, die hier wohnen, leben. Vielleicht noch mal ganz kurz zur Bedeutung. Also das eine ist eben diese ökologische Bedeutung mit den Hotspots der Biodiversität. Das andere ist natürlich die landwirtschaftliche Nutzung, die Obsternte, ne, wo wir einfach Nahrungsmittel für uns gewinnen und auch für alle möglichen Tiere dann wieder Nahrungsmittel an den Bäumen hängen. Die Heugewinnung spielt natürlich auch eine Rolle. Dann haben sie einen unglaublich landschaftsästhetischen Wert, der nicht zu verachten ist. Also einfach dieser Freizeit- und Naherholungswert. Wenn man aus Karlsruhe rausfährt, schon im Außenbereich von Karlsruhe ist man wirklich in traumhaften Streuobstwiesen unterwegs und kann da spazieren gehen und hat gleich wirklich, das hat doch gleich einen ganz anderen Charakter, als wenn ich jetzt rein über Felder fahre oder rein durch Wälder.
Ja, ich finde, das Besondere ist ja eigentlich auch, dass man sich so in einer Gemeinschaft um eine Streuobstwiese kümmern sollte, im besten Falle. Also weil es reicht ja nicht, dass man das irgendwie alleine macht, das ist unglaublich viel Arbeit und ich glaube, das Schöne ist, dass es so eine gemeinschaftliche Verantwortung sein kann, wo man eben auch zusammen sich um Bäume kümmert und zusammen um diesen Lebensraum kümmert.
Unbedingt, genau, dieser soziale Aspekt.
Sollen wir mal ein bisschen auf einen Spaziergang gehen und sehen, wer hier alles lebt und wem wir hier alles begegnen können?
Auf jeden Fall. Schau mal, Barbara, Spitzwegerich kennst du, oder?
Nee.
Diese Pflanze hier mit den langen Blättern.
Ah, cool.
Die kannst du zum Beispiel, wenn du einen Insektenstich hast und der juckt furchtbar, dann kannst du einfach ein Blatt nehmen und das dann raufschmieren.
Ach,
das
cool.
hilft ein bisschen. Genau. Kannst du auch essen, kannst den Salat reinmachen, in Smoothies, alles Mögliche. Und hier ist zum Beispiel noch der Ehrenpreis, Gamander-Ehrenpreis. Siehst du da?
Mit den blauen Blüten?
Genau, mit den kleinen Blütchen hier. Das ist ja ein Hahnenfuß.
Ja, den kennt man.
Und daneben dran dieses, was hier jetzt mit diesen rötlichen Blüten, ne? Das ist ja der Sauerampfer. Und da kannst du mal probieren, wenn du willst. Gerade so die jüngeren Blätter, probier mal, schmeckt richtig lecker.
Okay.
So sauer. Ist ganz viel Oxalsäure drin. Also wie in Rhabarber auch ist. Ne?
Schon
ich
kann es gerade mit nichts vergleichen. Das ist super lecker. Ist wie Rucola mit ganz viel Olivenöl und einem Schuss Zitronensaft, wenn ich das irgendwie beschreiben sollte. Ach, und guck mal, das ist ja dieser Wiesensalbei, ne? Also da kannst du auch wirklich, den kannst du auch essen. Der ist zwar nicht wie der Gartensalbei, so intensiv, aber du kannst da genauso Tee draus machen. Ne? Ist ja super Tee für zum Beispiel, wenn du Halsschmerzen hast. Und da ist auch das Witzige, das muss ich dir unbedingt zeigen, dieser Klappmechanismus, das hast du bestimmt schon mal gehört. Wenn du mit so einem Grashalm, mit so einem dickeren, in so eine Blüte reingehst, also wirklich so richtig reinfährst, also richtig so in das Innere rein, dann kommt nämlich der Stempel runter. Das heißt, wenn da eine Biene in die Blüte reingeht, dann kriegt die den Pollen wirklich auf den Rücken gestempelt. Ah ja, cool.
Genau, also das sind die Staubblätter. Die Staubblätter kommen dann runter, drücken der Biene den Pollen auf den Rücken und wenn die Blüte schon so ein bisschen verwelkt ist,
Ja.
dann
Abgefahren.
und eine Biene nochmal dran geht, dann kommt der Stempel runter. Das ist der obere. Ne?
Ja.
Und wenn die verwelkt ist, dann ist der auch weit genug unten und dann ist der Pollen vom Rücken von der Biene kommt dann an den Stempel und so
Hammer.
wird die dann bestäubt.
Wissen wir, warum der Baum gestorben ist?
Oh, das weiß ich nicht. Nee. Aber wir lassen die immer stehen, weil das sind ja die besten Insektennisthilfen. Ne? Also das sind ja wirklich die natürlichen Insektennisthilfen. Und so die selbstgebauten, das ist auch gar nicht so einfach, die gut und richtig zu bauen, sodass sie wirklich angenommen werden. Aber selbst wenn man die richtig professionell und gut baut, an das Original kommen sie halt nicht wirklich dran.
An sich ist das doch auch was Besonderes, was die Streuobstwiesen ausmacht, oder? Weil bei normalem Obstanbau, dann würde man wahrscheinlich tote Bäume entfernen und direkt mit irgendwie ertragfähigen Bäumen ersetzen. Und hier kann man Bäume stehen lassen, die dann wieder was zurückgeben, oder?
Genau. Also optimal wäre natürlich auch, und das wollen wir ja auch noch machen, wenn man hier dann auch wieder nachpflanzt. Ne? Das ist natürlich ganz wichtig. Am besten auch schon bevor er so weit kommt. Aber ja, du hast recht, also auch in den großen Altbäumen lassen wir Totholz, was überarmdick ist, lassen wir immer drin stehen. Und das würde man natürlich im Erwerbsausbau jetzt eher rausschneiden. Ja. Ach, guck mal, Barbara, hier sind auch so Pilze, ne? Die werden ganz oft vergessen. Die spielen natürlich auch eine wichtige Rolle auf der Streuobstwiese und auch in Bezug auf deine Frage. Ne? Das wäre natürlich auch was jetzt im Erwerbsobstbau natürlich nicht toleriert werden könnte. Das sind jetzt wirklich so holzzersetzende Pilze.
Also was meinst du genau, was spielen die für eine Rolle auf der Streuobstwiese, Pilze?
Also ich meinte jetzt nur, dass sie zur Artenvielfalt mit dazugehören. Ne? Und in dem Fall holzzersetzend ist wirklich, dass sie aufräumen. Ne? Also die räumen dann die abgestorbenen Bäume weg sozusagen, dass sie komplett zerfallen.
Ich fand eine Sache noch spannend beim Baumschnittkurs, den wir zusammen gemacht haben. Da haben wir alle Äste quasi da hinten gestapelt.
Ja, genau.
Und das war dann irgendwie auch ganz wichtig. Also ihr habt gesagt, dass es wichtig ist, dass diese Äste auf der Wiese selbst bleiben.
Ja, wir haben die da hinten am Rand von der Wiese gestapelt, ne? So ein Schnittguthaufen angelegt. Und das ist natürlich total spannend für Igel, für Blindschleichen.
Ja.
Und so. Ich kann mir zum Beispiel ich könnte mir gut vorstellen, wenn man den jetzt wegräumen würde, was wir natürlich nicht machen, das wäre ja unfair, dass wir da schon Blindschleichen auch drunter finden würden. Weil hinten dran ist ja direkt diese Mulde, die auch so ein bisschen feucht ist. Also kann ich mir gut vorstellen, dass ihr hier Blindschleichen habt.
Also dass da quasi wieder so ein neues Zuhause entstanden ist. Ja.
Genau, also da habt ihr schon mal einen tollen ökologischen Aspekt geschaffen.
Ja. Vielleicht finden wir noch ein paar Bewohnende. Die Nele spaziert hier über die Wiese und knabbert die ganze Zeit.
Ist aber auch alles so lecker. Ja, guck, genau, da sind nämlich richtig viele Bienen.
Oh wow, es duftet auch richtig schön.
Es riecht richtig gut.
Es ist wie so eine Wand von Geruch irgendwie, das ist echt der Hammer.
Sie scheint auf jeden Fall den Insekten gut zu gefallen. Ich sehe eine Hummel, dann Honigbienen, ziemlich viele. Also die Wildrosen oder überhaupt Rosen kannst du ja auch Tee draus machen und so.
Ah ja?
Ne?
Cool. Aber ich will den Bienen natürlich auch nicht die Bienen-Snacks wegnehmen.
Genau, das ist sehr ehrenvoll von dir. Also man sollte es natürlich nicht übertreiben, so wie immer. Das ist ja genau unser Thema, ne? Dass man die Natur, wir haben es eben oder wir übertreiben es eben regelmäßig. Ne?
Ja. Und das ist ja auch was, wogegen die Streuobstwiese eigentlich auch steht, als jetzt vielleicht auch Wirtschaftsort, wo es nicht unbedingt um den Ertrag geht, sondern...
Ja, das ist eigentlich total spannend bei der Streuobstwiese, weil es geht ja schon um den Ertrag. Also es sind landwirtschaftliche Kulturformen, aber eben nicht diese, die so auf absolute Gewinnmaximierung aus sind.
Ja.
Ne?
weil du das gerade auch nochmal gesagt hast, also es sind Kulturlandschaften. Vielleicht sollten wir uns auf jeden Fall noch einen Baum näher anschauen als Kulturpflanze, um die wir uns ja auch kümmern müssen. Also,
das ist ja genau der Punkt. Da hatten wir es ja bei dem Schnittkurs auch schon von, dass Obstbäume als Kulturpflanzen eben von uns geprägt wurden und also deswegen auch geschnitten werden müssen. Deswegen müssen sie regelmäßig geschnitten werden, weil sie eben so große Früchte ausbilden, die dann zu schwer sind. Also sie sind einfach schwerer als diese kleinen Wildäpfel oder was auch immer. Ja. Und wenn man sie nicht regelmäßig schneidet, würden sie wirklich unter der Fruchtlast in Massenträgerjahren zusammenbrechen.
Ja,
komm, wir können mal gucken, wie weit die Kirschen schon sind zum Beispiel. Ja, guck mal. Ihr kriegt eine reiche Ernte, Barbara. Da hängt ja schon alles voll. Ja, guck doch mal. Hier die Kirschen. Wow. Die werden teilweise ja schon richtig rot. Ja. Schön.
Super schön. Also wenn wir jetzt für 5 Jahre lang hier die Verantwortung für den Erhalt und die Pflege der Wiese angenommen haben, da sind wir jetzt natürlich auch für diese Bäume verantwortlich und dafür verantwortlich, sie so zu schneiden und sie so zu pflegen, dass sie gut wachsen können und dass sich das Gewicht richtig verteilt, dass auch das Sonnenlicht an die richtigen Äste kommt.
Das ist richtig wertvoll, dass wir einerseits damit gemeinsam schaffen, eine ganz neue Zielgruppe anzusprechen für den Streuobstbereich, für die Streuobstwiesenpflege. Und zum anderen habt ihr ja jetzt wirklich geschafft, ein ziemlich großes Streuobstwiesenpflegeteam auch zusammenzustellen. Und genau das braucht, solche innovativen Ideen, genau sowas braucht es.
Und ihr hattet ja auch gesagt, eben, was eigentlich fehlt, sind die ganzen Leute, die kommen können und hier richtig auch mähen zum Beispiel. Weil du meintest, ihr mulcht normalerweise.
Ja, genau. Also wir haben einige Flächen und es sind auch immer mehr, wo wir Heu machen.
Ja.
Aber wir können natürlich nicht auf allen Flächen. Hier ist auch von den Bodengegebenheiten, das ist auch ein bisschen schwierig auf dem Stück. Und das war ja auch ein Aspekt, ne? Ihr hattet ja diesen ökologischen Ausgleich gefordert. Und das war ja eine Idee auch damit, dass ihr eben eine Wiese bekommt, wo ihr dann auch mit dem Balkenmäher das Heu machen könnt, richtig?
Das wird super spannend, wenn das ZKM hier ausrückt, um die Wiese zu mähen mit dem Balkenmäher.
Natürlich fachlich von uns unterstützt, das ist ja klar, ihr kriegt die Technik gezeigt. Aber das ist natürlich auch nochmal eine ökologische Aufwertung, was wir ja gerade erzielen wollen hier mit dem Projekt.
Also ich glaube, das ist genau das Spannende, womit sich eben auch der Künstler Stéphane Verlet-Bottero beschäftigt. Also er stellt ja die Frage, kann eine Ausstellung ihre eigenen Spuren, ihren eigenen Fußabdruck kritisch hinterfragen? Und mit dem neuen Klimaregime meint ja der Philosoph Bruno Latour, dass alle unsere Entscheidungen mit klimatischen Auswirkungen verknüpft sind. Also dass die Klimafrage nicht mehr nur ein Aspekt unter vielen ist, sondern alle gesellschaftlichen Bereiche und Handlungsfelder definiert. Das betrifft also auch den Bereich der Kultur und der Kunstmuseen. Und Stéphane steht jetzt mit seiner Arbeit dafür ein, dass Museen sich kritisch mit ihren Praktiken und Gewohnheiten auseinandersetzen. Dass auch wir verstehen, dass wir mit der Critical Zone verbunden sind und in all diesen Prozessen und mit all diesen Lebewesen, denen wir zum Beispiel auch hier auf der Streuobstwiese begegnen können, verbunden sind. Aber am besten erklärt es selber. Er hat uns nämlich eine wunderbare Videobotschaft geschickt.
So the field where we are now virtually standing is one side of a broader exercise in terrestrial cartography, which started as an attempt to map the ecological causality of the Critical Zones exhibition. The question is how to work out the exhibition's existence inside of the material phenomena that it conceptualizes. So how to evaluate, for instance, the atmospheric reality of producing new work or summoning seminars in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, among others. And what does it mean to create an exhibition that reflects on its own trace in the new climatic regime? Using various methodological tools and sets of data, I have been precisely investigating the environmental balance of a network of multiple activities, from energy spending at the ZKM Museum to light the exhibition spaces, for example, to the carbon emissions of materials used in commissioned artworks, or the travel of artists and researchers in the framework of the show, even leaks of high global warming potential cooling fluids used in the museum air conditioning machines, and so on and so on. And the outcome of that work is a broad map of an invisible territory, that of the destructive reality of exhibition making, a reality that liberal economics would normally swiftly dismiss under the term negative externalities. And that reflexivity opens a space for action and for healing. The exercise unfolds in a, of course, collective understanding of the museum's necessary transformation towards multi-species conviviality and radical sustainability. So we've set up an assembly to work on the institution's environmental commitments, as landing on the world of pluriversal becomings implies to rethink all means of production, including cultural networks. And so that means travel slower, exhibit differently, etc. Reclaiming and restoring an abandoned orchard meadow is not only about regenerating a biodiversity hotspot and an urban food forest, so painting a certain landscape in a sense. It's also about sketching a terrestrial future in which, I propose, museums expand their maintenance practices from solely human artifacts to non-human compositions, one might say. Beyond institutional discourse on the politics of Gaia, what are the politics that can be enacted within and thanks to institutions to address the combustions of the world? In other terms, what kind of procedures should be set up to make the networks of artistic production and circulation fossil-free, permacircular, non-speciest? This is a challenge that lies at the heart of cultural institutions today, from education to aesthetics. Instead of just a halt in the race for audience figures, mega exhibitions, hypermobility, I would like to see in the current pause that we are in, where and when that is possible, of course, an encouragement to finally come down to earth.
Nele, du meintest, es gibt ja hier auch noch ganz besondere Bewohnerinnen der Wiese.
Also das war auch eine ganz witzige Geschichte, weil plötzlich der Andreas und die Beate bei mich angeschrieben haben, also die Beate Mattes und der Andreas Bolz.
Hallo Beate!
Und, sie haben mir geschrieben, sie haben gerade einen Imkerkurs fertig gemacht und haben da einen Ableger mitnehmen dürfen und jetzt wissen sie gar nicht, wohin damit. Und bei ihnen um die Ecke ist aber eine Streuobstwiese und das war eben auch sagenumwobene Katzenwedelwiese. Die beiden wohnen hier direkt um die Ecke. Der Andreas konnte jetzt heute leider nicht mit dabei sein, aber die Beate, die wird uns jetzt noch mal einen Einblick in die Bienenvölker gewähren.
Cool.
Hallo Beate, super, so schön, dass du hier bist. Ja. Genau, ihr seid jetzt, glaube ich,
seit 2 Jahren sind wir, ziemlich genau, ja.
Okay. Und wie ist
Zweijähriges. Sehr, sehr cool. Also wir sind total begeistert, weil es einfach total die perfekte Position ist auch, ne? Also nicht nur für die Bienen, sondern eben auch für uns, ne? So rein von der praktischen Seite. Aber für die Bienen besonders cool, weil die Alp hier in der Nähe ist. Das heißt, die haben eben Wasser auch, was sie zum Beispiel in den heißen Sommern sehr stark brauchen auch, ne? Um quasi Flüssigkeit reinzubringen und auch eine gewisse Temperatur. Und Streuobstwiese ist natürlich auch klasse, ne? Das heißt Obstblüte, das heißt, die haben sehr, sehr früh auch schon ordentlich was zu schnabulieren.
Das wollte ich dir jetzt gerade noch fragen. Was ist das denn für Honig nachher, den ihr erntet?
Genau, der ist sehr, sehr hell, also ist vor allem Blütenhonig und der schmeckt auch einfach sehr blütenhaft und, also, wenn man das so sagen kann, und auch sehr fruchtig. Also ist echt toll. Okay. Also alle sind immer sehr begeistert, wenn sie unseren Honig geschenkt bekommen.
Ja, und sollen wir einmal
Ja, klar, gucken wir doch einmal mal rein. Also wir haben jetzt hier schon 2 Honigräume. Da sieht man, dass sie auch ordentlich eintragen. Ne? Das ist der erste Honigraum, der ist noch nicht so voll, aber ich zeige euch mal den.
Oh, schön, wie die da alle drin sitzen.
Ja.
Herrlich.
Jetzt sind sie auf dem Honig. So, kleine Beruhigungsmoment. Ja, die sind noch relativ voll. Zeige ich euch mal eine.
Und das ist jetzt der Honigraum, hast du gesagt.
Genau.
Ne? Also da sind jetzt die Honigwaben wirklich
Richtig,
drin.
genau. Ist auch keine Brut drin. Wir haben Brut hier unten
Ah ja.
in diesen zwei.
Ja.
Wir machen das mit Absperrgitter, damit die Königin nicht oben in den Honigraum kommt. Gibt verschiedene Philosophien, aber wir machen es eben so einfach, weil das Handling um einiges einfacher ist und man keine Brutwaben dann schleudern muss.
Boah, die ist richtig schwer,
Ja,
oder? Wie
genau.
Oh, okay,
Ja.
also die ist richtig voll mit Honig.
Also,
wow.
Genau, ich zeige das
Aha.
mal so ein bisschen in die Kamera. Also man hat oben hier diese weißen, ob du das auch sehen kannst.
Ja, genau.
Das ist, der ist verdeckelt schon. Das heißt, der ist quasi reif zum Schleudern. Und unten, also das heißt, der Wassergehalt ist relativ niedrig. Das heißt, ja, er ist quasi reif, so nennt man das dann. Und unten ist eben noch geschlossen, aber da sieht man auch, dass er so langsam verdeckelt wird von den Bienen. Genau, und die anderen sehen auch so gut aus. Und wenn ihr mögt, könnt ihr auch gerne später mal probieren.
Darf ich mal mit dem
Ja, klar,
Finger?
sehr gerne. Ich setze hier mal so hin. Also man sieht, es ist ein sehr heller Honig. So, genau. Die
lecker,
Biene, man
richtig
sieht sie
süß.
vorne, geht auch schon gleich dran, zieht den Rüssel raus und schleckt ein bisschen. Genau. Also wir haben eine gute Honigernte dieses Jahr. Also wir schätzen, dass wir jetzt schon so ungefähr bei 30 Kilo vielleicht sind.
Boah, Wahnsinn.
Also nur bei dem einen Volk. Sind wir sehr zufrieden. Liegt halt auch am Standort.
Ja, vielen Dank, dass du uns da den Einblick gewährt hast.
War sehr gern.
Und viel Spaß hier weiterhin auf der Streuobstwiese, auf der Katzenwedelwiese
Ja.
mit euren Bienen. Ich bin mal gespannt,
Dank.
wie sich das noch weiterentwickelt.
Ja,
und was
kann
dabei
schon sein, dass da noch so ein
rauskommt.
paar mehr Völker dazukommen, wenn wir dann dürfen.
Ich glaube, wir freuen uns über jeglichen Zuzug. Hey, vielen Dank, liebe Beate.
Ja, sehr gern.
Tschüss. Ciao. Ja, liebe Nele, jetzt sind wir schon fast am Ende von unserem großartigen online, virtuell, digitalen Streuobstwiesen-Spaziergang.
Schade. Schön
Ja,
war's.
total.
Hat
Also-
mir richtig Spaß gemacht mit dir.
Ich glaube, so das, was ich am schönsten an Critical Zones finde, ist so die Aussage, dass wir eben viel verstrickter und verwickelter sind mit den ganzen Lebensprozessen und Lebewesen um uns herum, als wir es eigentlich denken. Und da ist so eine Streuobstwiese natürlich ein ganz großartiger Ort, um das wieder nachzuvollziehen oder zu verstehen, in welchen Verflechtungen und gegenseitigen Abhängigkeiten sich alles befindet.
Ja.
Und da gibt es auch eine großartige Übung, also Bruno Latour würde das vielleicht wieder terrestrisch werden nennen oder das würde eben auch Stefan sagen oder auch die Ausstellung Critical Zones. Genau, also anscheinend kann man Bäume hören.
Ah, ich weiß auch, was du hinaus willst. Du willst aufs Stethoskop hinaus.
Yes! Ja.
Ja, gut, dann lass mal terrestrisch werden, würde ich sagen. Also probierst du doch einfach mal aus, weil ich kenne es ja schon. Das ist ja
Okay.
wirklich was wir in der Streuobstpädagogik auch oft machen.
Ja, okay.
Ich könnte mir vorstellen, dass du hier eine ganz gute Chance hast. Also wichtig ist, dass das Stethoskop wirklich ganz nah, ganz eng anliegt und dass du es zuhältst. Und dann müssen wir ganz leise sein.
Ich glaube, ich höre was.
So ein Gurgeln müsstest du, ein Gurgeln, wie so eine kleine Wasserquelle.
Das ist der Hammer. Also man hört tatsächlich wie so ein Gurgeln, wie so ein Wasserfluss im Prinzip, aber ganz leise.
Genau.
Ja. Also wir konnten das ja jetzt irgendwie nicht mit der Kamera teilen, weil das so leise ist. Aber gibt es eine Möglichkeit, wie das vielleicht jeder und jede von uns so das zu Hause mal selber ausprobieren
Ja,
kann?
ich habe jetzt im Vorfeld mir Gedanken gemacht und habe tatsächlich auch noch mal verschiedene Sachen ausprobiert.
Ja.
Und was erstaunlich gut klappt, sind so ganz normale Pappbecher.
Ja.
Also ich hätte es nicht geglaubt, aber wirklich so ganz normale Pappbecher hier, die habe ich bei der Tankstelle bekommen. wenn ich den auch an diese Stelle halte und dann hier, dann höre ich das eben auch. Also es ist ein bisschen leiser, aber ich finde es gar nicht so viel schlechter. Also das ist tatsächlich was ja jeder zu Hause hat.
Ja. Also ich finde, das ist eine super schöne Art und Weise, ein nicht menschliches Lebewesen plötzlich auf eine ganz andere Art und Weise, als man früher dachte, wahrzunehmen. Und ja, mit diesen Worten, liebe Nele, tausend Dank, dass wir hier mit dir über diese Wiese spazieren konnten, die Katzel-Wedel-Wiese, und sie dadurch auch genauer kennenlernen konnten. Und ich meine, hier werden keine großen Veranstaltungen stattfinden, weil wir sind ja auch bedacht um den Schutz dieses Ortes. Das heißt, hier werden keine irgendwie 150 Menschen gleichzeitig hinkommen können, aber trotzdem werden wir im Rahmen der Ausstellung Critical Zones viel mit diesem Ort arbeiten und eben uns mit diesem Ort so gut es geht verbinden und verknüpft fühlen. Und diese Übung kann ja jeder mal selber ausprobieren beim nächsten Spaziergang, beim nächsten Gang in den Wald oder auf eine Streuobstwiese. Man muss wirklich ganz leise sein und sich möglichst zurücknehmen. Aber wie gesagt, eine schöne Übung, um wieder terrestrisch zu werden. Und ja, damit zurück ans ZKM.
Our next presentation is contributed to us gratefully by the eminent art historian Joseph Leo Koerner. He is professor of the history of art and architecture at the prestigious Harvard University. His books include The Reformation of the Image and the next book, Caspar David Friedrich as a Subject of Landscape, and his other book, Bosch and Bruegel, From Enemy Painting to Everyday Life. And he was already part of a ZKM exhibition, which was called Iconoclash, Beyond the Image Wars in Science, Religion and Art. This was an exhibition from 2002. And he curated the section, The Icon as Iconoclasm. In 2018, he made a feature film documentary, The Burning Child. In the center of the presentation of Leo Koerner stands a sentence by Novalis, the central poet of the Romantic movement. Novalis asks, where are we going? Home all the time. That means wherever we go, our aim is home. That means the Romantics started with the land, with the territory, with the soil, what we classify generally as home. So Romantic painting is in fact the knowledge about the territory we stand. We call it landscape. But Koerner shows us that this landscape painting is already a model avant la lettre of what we call today critical zones. Because Romantic painters already showed the stratosphere of atmosphere, the clouds, the weather, dramatic changes in the clouds and the weather. Then came the biosphere, the land, but included in the biosphere is already the subterranean world, the zone underneath the surface of the earth. They've been interested in caves and animals, etc., etc. Then comes even the hydrosphere. So we have the atmosphere, the biosphere, the hydrosphere, sea paintings, sea and water. The famous Romantic paintings about the sea by Caspar David Friedrich. And then they show how these three spheres are connected. For example, you see the clouds, then you see the water, then you see the mist of the water, back to the clouds, and the rain and water drops again, etc. So we see precisely what Alexander von Humboldt said. Nature is a dynamic process of interaction where everything is connected to everything. It's an interaction between everything and everything. So they had a circular homeostatic image of nature, which was not known until today. And Koerner shows precisely that landscape painting from Romantics predated our model of the skin of the earth. He also shows that landscape painting is influenced by sea painting. So the interest how you structure and shape the dynamic movements of the sea is also later formally visible in landscape painting. Alexander von Humboldt shows his symbiotic idea of nature, which was also one or later a kind of idea of a symbiotic planet, like the book title of Lynn Margulis. He showed precisely a network where everything was connected to everything. His famous book is called The Cosmos, but originally he wanted to call it the Book of Nature, after the title of Albertus Magnus. So, Koerner shows us the stratification in landscape painting, in the history of romantic landscape painting. And that shows precisely that we can see the landscape painters of romantic movement as brothers in mind and heart towards an earthly politics. Therefore the title, Earth Tidings.
The advent of the Anthropocene has forced us radically to rethink the relation between nature and the human. We had only recently gotten used to deep time, the eons of geological and cosmic time. In the Bible, human history starts literally just days after the world's creation. And that puts us always already on Earth with natural history and our history, keeping time with one another. But then the geological record, combined of course with new ways of reading that record, showed a completely different time frame, one that was out of balance, measured not in generations, centuries, or millennia, but in thousands of millions of years. This is a painting by the French artist Gustave Courbet, and it shows this old stumbling stone for human thought, what it really looks like, this new idea of time, deep time, painted in the 1860s. It tries to capture what one might call the ancestral perspective, time before there was human time. Courbet creates these big rocks where you can read in them in the sedimental layers the time that went into their creation. That these rocks, in some sense, measure time, but Courbet paints these rocks not so that you are comfortable reading them like a scientist might a graph. He paints them in such a way that they seem alien, they seem like some brute other force. And it's because of the way that Courbet has chosen to paint. He's not carefully detailing the sediments in a descriptive way, but rather he's laying on browns and grays and whites with a palette knife so that the canvas and the paint on the canvas becomes rock-like and therefore becomes unamenable to an easy reading as made by and for the human. Of course, there are stories in the picture. The sporting male and female deer there give a sense of a narrative about generation and regeneration, kind of biological beginnings in the form of the male and female. And in the background, that dark cavern is part of a symbolism in Courbet of the maternal, of the biological origins from which we come. And that in itself anthropomorphizes the landscape because it projects Courbet's symbolism onto the scene. But what Courbet really wants is to introduce us into a world that doesn't really contain us, that's different from us. In short, this was the time we just got used to, the time of deep time. And then all of a sudden, we have to picture and actively respond to the fact that the human has changed that flow of deep time. And that the human has changed the flow of deep time, not just with the speed of eons or even at the pace of biblical history or in the space of centuries, but in the space of decades. This rapidity, geological time running suddenly in sync, not with just with human history, but with lifetime. This rapidity, of course, spells disaster for human life. It's a change in time frames that's harder to picture, perhaps, than the earlier one of deep time, because it's more dreadful. It's a little like that old reversal that the existentialists love, writers like Sartre, that say you're in a park and you're looking at everything in the park unobserved, and you feel yourself to be the sovereign subject of the view. And then suddenly you see in the distance, or perhaps actually close by you, in nearby, or perhaps behind you, behind your back, when you turn, you see that someone is looking at you. Indeed, someone has been looking at you the whole time. It turns everything inside out, like a glove too hastily removed. Painters are great at dramatizing and instantiating that kind of perspectival reversal. After all, they can cause the things that they make, the inert bits of wood and canvas covered by pigments, makes them look alive, makes them even to the point of looking out at us before we can look out at them, so that we're not the beholder, we're being beheld. One problem with our ability to think the Anthropocene is that to have thought deep time, to have thought the eons of geological time, we had to disentangle ourselves from the natural world. Or to put this another way, we had to imagine, to create, as it were, an image or a picture of a rift or a bifurcation in nature between things out there as they are in themselves, outside of us, and how we perceive them, our perception of things, between primary qualities, one might say, of the thing, and secondary qualities of the thing that have to do with how the thing is mediated to us by light and by sound and by the mechanics of perception. That kind of split was important to the scientific understanding of the world, and was important for us to come to grips with deep time. But now earth science tells us that we are deeply enmeshed with what's out there, or worse still, there isn't an out there at all. The natural world invades us microbially. This is a painting by a rather obscure but remarkable Flemish painter working in the early 17th century, conveniently at the beginning of the scientific revolution. It shows Saint Anthony, the patron saint of the monastic order in Christianity, surrounded by demons as he goes about his devotion. And of all the demons, perhaps the most monstrous and terrifying is that gigantic face that looks over at him, partly over at us, out of the picture, out into the picture. And we know that that face is actually a self-portrait of the artist, who shows himself invaded by the very monstrosities he is conjuring. The sense which makes the picture for me a great avatar of critical zones, the sense of being invaded by the world, and the world also being out of sync. It's partly out of sync because of that bad atmosphere in the distance, that murky world of sea and sky in which the demons are coming to invade this earth. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm letting these things, these paintings, these bits of paint-covered wood or canvas speak as a sort of avatar, a visual avatar for critical zones. Why paintings, you might say? Why this painting? For me, the central one in my own contribution to the exhibition, my own way of thinking through critical zones, a landscape by the quintessential romantic painter, Caspar David Friedrich. Like the Frenchman Gustave Courbet, and like the Flemish painting of St. Anthony, this picture hangs in the Kunsthalle in Karlsruhe. And like those paintings, it is poised to come to the ZKM on loan, if the pandemic permits the real rather than virtual opening of critical zones. Now, one of the central concerns of the Romantics, I would say it's their overriding concern, was the sense of a gulf, of a separation, or of a bifurcation between the self and nature, between the self and the world. And Friedrich paints this gulf in his picture. We come to the end of the world, as it were. We come to the edge of the inhabited space, this shore scene, and we are given this view of the world of the ocean opening up before us. In fact, looking more closely at it, we can see we haven't even come to the end. It's a representation of coming to the end of the earth, which is itself a never arriving at that end. You'll notice how small that little tree is in the distance. It's very hard for us to understand how long it will take us to get to that tree. Beyond the tree, there's a cliff. And we begin to measure that cliff, and we see the cliffs in the gulf there around that bay. We see that the cliffs might be hundreds, maybe many hundreds of feet high before we reach the water. So there's already a gulf before we get to the gulf, and then comes the gulf, and then comes the water, and then comes this rising reef of rock, which is the dramatic subject of the picture. It's a remarkable image because it's an erratic, almost unpicturesque, hard to picture representation of the natural world as other, because you can't get to it, you can't land on such a reef, you can't cross over to such a reef, and other because it doesn't fit into something that might be a picture, because it's so unamenable to the beauty ideals of what painting can do. And so it's formally other, it's narrative, it's other in terms of a narrative, and it gives a story about the rift between the self and the world, the viewer and the object, in this dramatic way. One of the features of it, though, that is important for thinking through how Romanticism both pictures the gulf between the world and the self, but also imagines a way of recuperating some kind of unity, if only as a kind of nostalgic goal, is the fact that the entire scene is bathed in a moonlight. It's the quintessential romantic setting, what Eichendorff and others called the mondbeglänzte Zaubernacht, the moonlit magic landscape. And this was romantic in one sense because it was everything that the Romantics liked, kind of mystery and a kind of sense of the Gothic and the irrational. It was also a philosophical condition because the moonlit landscape at night was a landscape in which everything one saw because of reflected light. Not the light of the sun, but the light shining on the moon and reflected to the world. And therefore it evoked a world that was self-reflexive, a world that was enclosed to itself, thinking about itself. And therefore it was a world that mirrored the self-reflexive nature of the human subject looking out at the world. So one had a sense of two subjectivities, one enclosed in itself, tragically, nostalgically trying to get out, and then the world itself being like that. And the two worlds meld, and therefore it's a dream of the coming together, what one might call a return to Earth. The Romantics gave a name to this return to Earth. They called it, the dream they called Erdkunde. According to this dream, Earth gives tidings of where we are. It gives these locally. Each place expresses itself in the strata of its development in time. Romantic science and art worked to perceive those tidings. Knowing where we are, you might say, we discover who we are. So our place, our home, isn't an accident anymore, it's an origin. Romantic painting is Erdkunde, Earth Tidings. Though these paintings come to us from the historical past, the paintings, this one, from 200 years ago, they help us envision future forms of earthly belonging and homemaking on Earth in the new stratum, the new developing stratum, the Anthropocene. Personally, I find it meaningful that the works we want to bring to critical zones have their home in Karlsruhe. All the works are from the Kunsthalle, a neighboring institution, and it's a local collaboration, a wonderful way of moving works from one place to the other, but in the same locality. We'll see the works differently when they're no longer in the Kunsthalle, and they're now placed in the critical zones. And perhaps when they return to the Kunsthalle, they will return changed. But I like this idea, this fact that the works that we're seeing are based in Karlsruhe. They're part of Karlsruhe's patrimony and therefore related to the place. And it's a good way to be at home with these works, by these works being at home where they're shown. Now, in making my selection of the paintings, of which ones to show in Critical Zone, I was guided by a particular painting or picture. Actually, it calls itself a painting, this one here, Alexander von Humboldt's famous Naturgemälde. It is actually the portrayal of the critical zone, that little pellicule of inhabitable terrain between the world down here of the underwater world and also the subterranean world, still filled with life, as Humboldt knows, in terms of a biome that contains life even below the surface, and then the surface of the earth, and then rising up to the top where it's where the atmosphere is thin and then becomes unbreathable. And so it's a cross-section of the critical zone, showing the way in which vegetation as the primary form of life is distributed in the critical zone, from under the soil all the way up to the snowy, oxygen-deprived highlands. But it shows this as a landscape. It shows this as a kind of aesthetic construct, the critical zone. The aesthetic was crucial to Alexander Humboldt. On the one hand, he's known as the father of ecology, of a sense of how everything is interconnected. And the picture shows that interconnectivity between vegetation and place, and between different forms of vegetation as they all form a kind of systemic whole. But it was very important to him that this interconnected character of the natural world be expressed through an aesthetic creation, which is here landscape, an art form, a painting, what he called a Naturgemälde, a nature painting. Elsewhere, Humboldt speaks about his experiences and his researches of nature always in terms of the aesthetic act of beholding and comprehending the world through words like views of the natural world, views of the Andes, Ansichten der Natur. The idea that the scientific subject who researches and finds all the facts has to be melded to an experiencing subject, and therefore through the expression, through an aesthetic expression like landscape. And indeed, in his masterpiece, Cosmos, Alexander von Humboldt goes in a detour from the experience he has of the whole of nature, which came to him when he climbed up that volcano that we see here in South America and saw the interconnectedness of the whole world himself as one of his experiences. He links that aha experience to how he's going to represent it in the book Cosmos, and that requires him to make a detour through the history of landscape painting. And so Alexander Humboldt was not just a model for the critical zone, was also a model for the way in which to understand the critical zone. One needed perhaps to look at the history of the representation of that zone in the form of landscape painting. And it was a wonderful discovery that in the Kunsthalle there was such a rich archive of representations of the critical zone, including this remarkable painting by a lesser-known Swiss artist by the name of Caspar Wolff. Caspar Wolff was an artist who started off as a decorative artist doing kind of Rococo designs, but he eventually specialized in representing alpine views. The Alps had never been really the center of artistic representation before Caspar Wolff. There had been Bruegel, who crossed the Alps and painted amazing alpine views, but these would be integrated into worldscapes. Here, Caspar Wolff was going into the Alps. He actually did studies of these different parts, the different places on the Alps. Here, the Simmental with the Siebenbrunnen, these seven little springs pouring forth into the world. And he made these pictures for illustrations of the Alps as well as for tourists who came to the Alps now for a new kind of sublime. People used to travel to Rome and Florence to see the human sublime, the sublime of ancient history and of the Renaissance art. But now people were looking at the natural world of the Alps as a new form of sublimity, and Caspar Wolff's pictures could be brought home as souvenirs. But it's not just a picture of the Alps. It has a kind of, let's say, heuristic dimension. It explains something about the natural world. in the way that the sky with its clouds might be said to be giving rise to precipitation, which forms in a primordial way, secreted in the form of the glacier forms that are up on the high hill. And then the glacier we read and we understand by looking at the picture, and its logic by working through the picture must be melting and melting through subterranean tunnels, then to pour forth as fructifying water, which gives birth to the beginnings of vegetation, a kind of premonition of the Humboldtian Naturgemälde. But already in 1770, when Humboldt was just born, the Romantics, working then generation or two after Humboldt, after Caspar Wolff, will give a name to this kind of painting. There's no name in Wolff's vocabulary, but the Romantics in the orbit of Caspar David Friedrich would call such a work a Erdlebensbild, an earth life painting, or Erdlebensbild, Erdlebengemälde, a portrait of the life of the earth, because it not only shows the earth, it shows how the earth functions as a system, and it shows that the earth is a living thing, and that means that we are included in it. And it gave me a kind of signal of how one might organize the pictures that we are going to look at and borrow, hopefully, from the Kunsthalle, starting with atmosphere, with landing on Earth by coming from the atmosphere, and beginning with this remarkable painting by the Danish artist, but closely associated with Caspar David Friedrich. He visited Friedrich in his studio in Dresden. Friedrich himself had been a student in Copenhagen, and therefore had a kinship with Dahl, who was born actually in Norway but trained in Denmark. And here is Johann Christian Clausen Dahl doing one of these remarkable studies of clouds. At the same time as he's doing these cloud studies done from life, looking at the clouds at the moment in which they are this formation. In England, John Constable is also doing cloud studies. So it was a period fascination with clouds, with trying to get them right, with getting right the atmosphere, and getting right the atmosphere quasi in scientific terms. Clouds are remarkable things to try and represent. You can't draw them very easily because they are an outline. They're more a form that's most amenable, in fact, to be painted, to be depicted in the medium of painting, which isn't about outline, which is about big surfaces. So being a cloud painter is learning how to paint, and learning how to paint means learning how to paint clouds. So there's this reciprocity. And there's a beautiful version with this very, very thin arena of earth below, and then the rest of the little picture given over to this remarkable representation of atmosphere. Atmosphere. Actually, the word atmosphere, which comes from the Greek, is a coinage of the Dutch experts on atmosphere. It was a translation from the Latin of how to describe this new immensity that scientists were grappling with, and the Dutch scientists of the 17th century coined the term atmosphere as a translation actually from a Dutch word which meant a kind of clot of vapor, the dampkloot. So atmosphere as a word and atmosphere as the object of study was a very Dutch formation, and it's not surprising that the Dutch were the first real explorers pictorially of atmosphere. It's quite a remarkable transformation that Dutch painting made when it lowered the horizon of the traditional landscapes before them, lowered the horizon. It turned what was a world of intricate representations of the natural world, of trees and vistas, into something that was almost unremarkable. The landscapes of these early periods in Dutch landscape painting are raised just little bits of soil and swamp and dune up above the eye level here, and then it leaves the entire picture to be filled by sky and by clouds. And here, in this picture in the Karlsruhe Kunsthalle, by something quite remarkable, the burning smoke of a lime kiln, a kind of premonition of the interaction between the human and the natural in the world of atmosphere as being already toxic, as being already worrying about what it is that constitutes the atmosphere. The Romantics and post-Romantic painting specialized in the representation of sky and the transformations of atmosphere. Here, another beautiful picture in the Karlsruhe Kunsthalle of some kind of approaching storm. Then in the 19th century, in the art of John Ruskin, there was an observation that the clouds, first of all, had to be understood. You couldn't just imagine clouds, you have to look at clouds, but when understanding the clouds became a science and an art, people like John Ruskin discovered that the clouds were changing, that there was a storm cloud, as he put it, of the 19th century, which was the storm cloud of pollution. So there's this interesting relationship between landscape painting, the representation of atmosphere, beginning already with the Dutch, developing in the Romantic period, and then the realization that atmosphere was changing. Atmosphere is something that brings out pictorial energies, like in this wonderful painting by Franz Marc, in which the mists, as they fill up the trees on this mountain slope, are given a kind of experimental and yet finally convincing, compelling expression in the relationship between grays and greens, in the relationship between what has been painted first and what has been painted afterwards. The ability to work quickly and to work in a consciousness of process of painting in order to capture the process character of atmosphere, the way atmosphere here invades the trees in the same way as the grays have to invade the painted trees, and yet the painted trees have to give way to the atmosphere. Here, another much larger picture of that pellicule of the breathable world, the world we live in, the endangered one, but in a painting by a later Romantic artist, Carl Friedrich Lessing. And I show this picture because it also allows us to enter another dimension in the paintings we're going to look at, which is, as you can see, we're poised above a ravine, a deep ravine here. Here's a wanderer in the typical Romantic moment. He's looking out with us into the natural world. There's a symbolism here of redemption, all those ways of trying to imagine, well, what does it all mean? What does landscape mean? Is it about redemption? Is it about, is that yearning that we have for the world out there somehow related to some final reckoning? All these questions are baked into the picture. But what I'm most interested in here is that the picture shows the world of the great horizon, the world of the atmosphere above, but it also plunges down into something invisible, but something very important to the Romantics. And here you see Caspar David Friedrich in a very early drawing, a sketch, which he dates there. We know exactly when it was drawn, or in July of 1800. It shows a wanderer, probably the person he was with, looking into a deep hole, what's called the Schinderloch, probably a place where people threw the carcasses of dead animals, maybe during times in which animals were stricken by plague. So it has something, in fact, to do with hygiene, but nonetheless deeper than that, both in terms of meaning and in terms of actual size, is the depth that is augured, is suggested by looking into one of these cavernous openings in the earth. The Romantics and Friedrich quintessentially had a sense that the earth had under its surface immensities that were the perfect symmetry to the immensities of heaven above. And interestingly, they also imagined that the immensity of the interior of the earth shone through in caves and caverns and chasms and crevices like this, only in a tiny way, that internal world was a little bit like the world inside of us. In fact, some of the Romantic scientists tried to draw a relationship between the cavities, the inner cavities of the skull and the inner cavities of the earth. So there was this sense of the subterranean, which was crucial to the Romantics. And it has to do with how do we understand Earth? How do we understand the Earth as being a kind of living force? Here, a large and dramatic picture of a volcano by this artist Schmidt, also in the Kunsthalle, with these figures dwarfed by the explosion of the subterranean. But there are calmer representations of the same sense of the verticality of the earth. This beautiful painting by an artist who's very represented in Karlsruhe Kunsthalle, Johann Wilhelm Schirmer, which shows rocks on a coastal location, which show with a kind of forensic detail the sediments and therefore the time scale of this earth that we inhabit. At the same time as Schirmer shows the process of formation and of dissolution by the ways the water is lapping against the shore. So we can enter with this picture from the atmosphere through the lithosphere of the world of the earth and the subterranean in the Romantic imagination to the hydrosphere, the world of the ocean, here represented in another picture by Schirmer. But I want to just conclude in terms of what these paintings show with something that, of course, ties them all together. And we saw already in the Courbet that all of these spheres are really one interconnected system, a biosphere, one might say, which is what I think Courbet long ago was getting at with those deer and with the kind of maternal cave that the picture focuses in on, but refuses again to anthropomorphize. It's anthropomorphic only in the sense that it's part of what we belong to. And this biosphere is what I'll leave you with pictures that the Kunsthalle has. One of them, this remarkable picture by a little known Netherlandish master of still life, Otto Marcius von Schreck. He's an artist who specialized, in fact, he invented a form of still life which buries into the underside of forests, and there discovers a teeming world of life and of conflict over life, of snakes attacking lizards, of butterflies attacking snakes, all this world which is also to do with the mysteries of life. It turns out that this same artist was fascinated by how wasps could emerge from the cocoons of butterflies, and he in fact looked very carefully at cocoons and discovered that the little flies that emerged from dead cocoons weren't in fact spontaneously generated as had been thought. They weren't an example of counter nature, but they were born from eggs and then larvae laid by parasitic wasps. So This guy naturalized what had seemed to be outside of nature and realized how the cocoon works, how the caterpillar becomes the butterfly, and how mysterious, seemingly spontaneously generated forms, fungus, frogs, and so forth, are actually all part of nature. So the idea then of really seeing the interconnected nature of things, and all of a sudden also seeing that everything is natural, that there is no contrary to nature, but it's just that nature is the self-generating system. And I want to conclude then with this sort of avatar again, another avatar of the critical zone, a world in which the self of the artist, Kreisbeck, is invaded by these microbial forms, which are also the forms of his imagination. The inside and the outside are shown to meld here. And one of the many remarkable features of this painting is that he anatomizes the inner self in the most weird way. You can see that his forehead has been peeled open. His Kreisbeck portrait has been peeled open. And what we see inside his brain is a little painter painting a scene. Actually, it's a kind of low-life genre scene of people smoking and drinking inside. It's actually painted from, it's what happens when you paint from life. These were painters who painted low-life genre scenes, and they like to say that they're in tune with the world, they're in tune with human life because they paint it from life. And here in the brain, which is the seat of the imagination, you see the artist painting from life, painting the real. And so the picture wants to meld the relationship between the imagination and the reality, between things out there and things in the self. And it shows also wonderfully the human being drowned in a rising ocean as the waters rise. And it's a premonition, perhaps, at least one way of thinking about it is a premonition of climate change, rising oceans, but much more deeply thinking about what are the resources that the history of painting gives us to imagine the critical zone, to imagine the Anthropocene. And that's what I hope the pictures do. And I invite people to look at them and study them as expressions of a relationship between the human and the natural, which is outside of science, though it's tied up with scientific investigation, and offers, I think, clues, not necessarily to how to escape from our predicament, but how perhaps to picture where we are, and therefore to find ourselves somehow landing again on Earth.
The lecture by Joseph Koerner, which hopefully could introduce you new ideas and impressions about the romantic ideal, the romantic conception of nature, was indirectly responsible for the next contribution. Because when Joseph Leo Koerner presented his highly professional, visually wonderful, autobiographic documentary, The Burning Child, in Vienna, in the Burg Kino, 2018, Bruno, Latour and me have been present. It's a premiere. Next day, Bruno and me met in the Kunsthistorische Museum, in the Museum of Art History, and we wandered through the galleries and discussed naturally our common project, Critical Zone. At that time, we didn't have precisely the title, so we discussed the title and ideas what we could do. I, for example, proposed the title Earth Odyssey. And at that moment, Bruno liked it, but later we changed it, as you know, to Critical Zone. And then we have been walking around and we have been seeing that all the paintings and all the figures, precisely all the figures in the painting, religious paintings, have been directed above. So all the people erected their hands showing above the popes and the angels. So it was very clear. Mankind was dressed to think salvation comes from above, from the sky. And strange enough, the hell, the damned, has been down to earth. So we realized that there's something wrong, because not salvation comes not nur from the sky, so we cannot escape to the sky. What will save us, and on the own place where we are home, is precisely only the earth. So we said we should have paintings, not the fingers erected from angels, from popes, etc., to the sky. No, we want to have a painting which should turn the fingers down to earth. This is precisely the title of a lecture by Bruno Latour, Down to Earth. So we said we need now a new Christian iconography, not the martyrs who suffer and victimize themselves in the direction from above. No, the martyrs victimize themselves looking down and being grounded downward. Then we cast this idea, and then we discussed the possibility who could make the painting. And then I proposed, I said, the one who has this kind of iconoclastic and iconic montage abilities is the German painter Leo. We could ask Leo if he would make a painting like this, if he could commission, if he would accept our commission to make a painting in this direction. I was convinced that I could convince Leo to do this painting. So I wrote him a long letter offering the chance to have an important change in the history of the Christian iconology. So they could really make something very extraordinary, revolutionary, to make a painting in the tradition of martyrdom, in the tradition of Christian ideology and iconology. But he did not see the chance. He refused my offer. He refused it even 2 times. But Bruno stuck to his idea, Bruno. So when he gave his course here in Karlsruhe, he found one student, the artist Ali Garib, who would do the painting. Ali Garib is a German Lebanese artist. His artworks use a pop aesthetic mode of expression in multimedia appearances. Influenced by his studies of pedagogy in Cologne and media arts in Karlsruhe, he always treats his artistic subjects critically, but also exaggerates the borders of irony and sarcasm. He had solo exhibitions. He worked for some fashion labels and also participated in the exhibition Performing the Image by Isaac Julian and the disco Aujourd'hui, 2016 in Karlsruhe. Bruno Latour even wrote an article about this idea in our catalog. It has a fantastic title, Neurauchs, Unknown Masterpiece. What a pity that this painting is still unknown to the public. But in 1 second, you will see this painting, not painted by Rauch, by another fellow artist, will become known to the public.
Hallo, herzlich willkommen. Mein Name ist Ali Garib und ich freue mich sehr, euch meine Arbeit vorstellen zu können, The Terrestrial, die im Laufe des Research-Seminar von Bruno Latour entstanden ist. In der Malerei sehen wir 4 Bilder, die quasi unabhängig voneinander Szenarien beschreiben. Man sieht natürlich sofort, wer das ist. Das ist Bruno Latour, dem ich ein ganzes Feld gewidmet habe, der hier quasi in seiner Rolle als Philosoph zu sehen ist und auch einen strengen Blick in das Publikum wirft, einen mahnenden Blick letztendlich. Der Blick fordert eben, dass wir uns neu positionieren sollen. Ganz oben drüber sehen wir dann vielleicht die Muse, vielleicht Gaia, eine Figur, die abwägt zwischen der Natur und zwischen dem gelben Etwas, was sie in der Hand hat. Demgegenüber sehen wir ein relativ chaotisches Szenario, wo relativ viel passiert auf kleinem Raum. Man sieht oben eine Landschaft, ein rot-bräunlicher Fluss, der irgendwie parallel zu einer Straße nach unten mündet. Unten sehen wir dann natürlich sehr demonstrativ den Papst, wie er seine Pose haltet. Ich habe dem Papst auch eine Gasmaske oder einen Mundschutz angezogen. Ich muss dazu sagen, das war vor der Corona-Zeit, denn was wir hinter dem Papst sehen, ist auch ein apokalyptisches Bild, ein Szenario, eine Vorstellung, die wir haben, wenn wir quasi über Global Warming etc. sprechen. Die Idee dieses Feldes kam von der Idee der Orientierungslosigkeit her, denn wir bewegen uns sehr orientierungslos. Wir verstehen die Welt mit anderen mentalen Modellen. Globalisierung ist zum Beispiel ein sehr schönes Wort. Der eine versteht X darunter und der andere versteht Y. Das haben wir auch mit fundamentalen Wörtern wie zum Beispiel Natur. Was ist Natur für mich und was ist Natur für dich? Und das habe ich versucht natürlich komplett hier hinein zu pressen. Wenn wir konfrontiert sind mit Erderwärmung und auch diesen ganzen Themen, die gerade relativ präsent ist, haben wir natürlich auch immer Ängste, die einhergehen damit. Also wie wird die Welt aussehen in ein paar Generationen? Werden wir noch Luft atmen können? Leben wir in dem apokalyptischen Szenario, wo keine Pflanzen gedeihen, wo die Atmosphäre vergiftet ist? Das sind natürlich Fragen, die aufkommen, die aber dann versucht werden, durch unser eigenes Handeln zu kompensieren oder zu übergangen. Das sind Fragen, die auch ohnmächtig machen. Deswegen habe ich hier diesen Betrunkenen, der sich quasi an den Türpfosten lehnt, hingemacht. Oder diese Tanzenden, die um das Prinzip der Wissenschaft, der Technosphäre herumspringen. Und habe das Ganze auch natürlich in einer Art chaotischen Zustand gemacht und auch mit diesen ganzen ja, utopischen Konzepten, wie zum Beispiel hier, was in dem Schild zu sehen ist, das Zeichen für den 4. Attraktor des Außererdigen, also dass wir unsere ganze Spezie quasi irgendwo auf einem bewohnbaren Planeten wiederfinden. Also all diese Vorstellungen, die Möglichkeiten, die wir ja auch unter dem Schlagwort der Globalisierung verorten, findet sich hier wieder. Wer sich in der Malerei, in der zeitgenössischen Malerei auskennt, erkennt ihn sofort wieder, Leo Rauch. Ich habe natürlich die Komposition in Anlehnung von ihm entwickelt. Wenn man sich Leo Rauchs Gemälde anschaut, ist ja auch genau diesen Spiel mit Raum, dass der eine Raum wieder einen anderen Raum eröffnet und auch die Figuren teilweise in diesen Räumen einhergehen. Also dieses bekommt etwas Surreales ich bin sogar noch einen Schritt weiter gegangen und habe wirkliche Protagonisten aus Leo Rauchs Gemälden genommen, wie zum Beispiel hier oben oder hier unten aus The Gravity von 2004 und habe sie quasi in mein Bild hineingesetzt. Was wir da oben sehen, ist dann eben eine Figur, die mit allerletzter Kraft versucht, die einstürzende Wand zu verhindern. Was auch sehr markant in dem Bild ist das, was gelb gefasst ist. Einmal hier diese Ader mit diesem Magenta drumherum, alles etwas beschmutzt aus der Erde heraus oder vielleicht auch nicht irgendwie. Und dieses Gelb finden wir dann auch in den einzelnen Felder. Das Gelb ist für mich eine Hilfslinie gewesen. Es ist das, was Bruno Latour das Terrestrische nennt. Und als ich das Bild komponiert habe, war für mich die Idee, okay, wie komme ich von da oben, von der einstürzenden Gefahr eben bis nach da unten? Wie komme ich hier hin in diesem Bild? Wie komme ich durch die Tür und stürze dann quasi in das Terrestrische hinein? Wenn ich hier angekommen bin, habe ich eben die Möglichkeit, dass ich selber hineinfliege, freiwillig. Oder wir haben hier diesen coolen Typen, der uns reinschubst. Also es gibt eigentlich gar keinen anderen Weg. Was kann ich machen, um der globalen Erwärmung entgegenzutreten? Klar, ich kann weniger fliegen, ich kann kein Fleisch essen, aber ich glaube, darum geht es nicht. Ich kann mich zwar verantwortungsbewusst in der kritischen Zone bewegen und auch natürlich darüber hinausschauen und mich positionieren, aber es ist auch ein politisches Problem letztendlich. Und warum soll ich auf die Vorzüge des schnelleren Reisens verzichten? Man kann die Erfindung nicht wegerfinden, sondern jetzt liegt es an der Politik quasi, dass da bestimmte Regulatoren machbar gemacht werden, damit ich eben weiterhin in der modernen Gesellschaft leben kann mit all den Vorzügen, die durch Technologie und Wissenschaft natürlich auch etwas Schönes ist. Oftmals wird dann kritisiert, dass Staatssysteme oder Gesellschaftssysteme zu unflexibel sind, denn was die ganze Zeit gefordert wird, ist eine schnelle, drastische Maßnahme. Drastisch würde ich vielleicht streichen, aber eine schnelle Maßnahme. Was eigentlich sehr spannend ist an der jetzigen Situation der Corona-Pandemie, ist, dass sichtbar geworden ist, wie schnell so unflexible Systeme sich eigentlich anpassen können. Ich meine, wir haben ein Ausgangsverbot, was letztendlich, wieder allen demokratischen Vorzügen oder Prinzipien spricht, aber trotzdem getrieben von Angst fügen wir uns dem, weil hier sehen wir die Katastrophe mit den ganzen Zahlen, die angsterflößend sind. Die Katastrophe bei Gaia, die sehen wir erst, wenn es zu spät ist. Deswegen würde ich plädieren letztendlich, dass man auch im Hinblick Global Warming und all diesen ganzen Katastrophen nicht immer wieder diese Lösungsvorschläge wiederkäut, sondern auch einfach schnell und flexibel sich anpasst, damit unsere kritische Zone erhalten bleibt, damit unser Leben weiterhin lebenswert bleibt und nicht nur das für uns, sondern auch das für die nächsten und übernächsten Generationen.
The next presentation is by Bruno Latour. His lecture, Down to Earth, in the Haus der Kulturen der Welt in Berlin. As you all know, Bruno Latour is one of the most influential thinkers in the world at the moment and the most cited living French philosopher in the world. He is Professor Emeritus at the program Political Arts in Sciences Po in Paris. He was also for 2 years preparing this exhibition as a fellow at the ZKM Karlsruhe and the University of Arts and Design in Karlsruhe. We already have made 3 exhibitions together, which are called Iconoclash 2002, Making Things Public 2005, Reset Modernity 2006, and now Critical Zones is another exhibition which we call Gedankenexperiment. In this exhibition, Critical Zones, and especially in this lecture, Down to Earth, Bruno Latour will summarize his ideas. What Bruno Latour achieved was the planetary ideas of Gaia by James Lovelock, and the next step, the ideas of the planet, symbiotic planet Earth, by Lil Marguerite, to reformulate in a kind of political context. And therefore his book, Down to Earth, which was called in French Où atterrir, comment s'orienter en politique from 2017. How can we orient us in politics? He gives this a title, Politics in the New Climatic Regime. So he turned the biological ideas of Gaia and a symbiotic planet into kind of political rhetoric. We need a new climatic regime because these three phenomena, what we have today, exploding inequalities, massive deregulation and globalization, and global migration are united in one and the same moment in the negation of climate crisis. So therefore, we have to find a new politics towards the Earth, not towards the global, not towards the national. What we have to find is indeed common ground. This will be the lecture of Bruno Latour, how to find common ground.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, liebe Freunde des ZKM, nach dieser wundervollen Lecture herzlich willkommen zurück zum Streamingfestival, zur Eröffnung der Ausstellung Critical Zones, Horizonte, einer neuen Erdpolitik. Einige von euch sind ja schon seit gestern mit dabei oder auch bereits seit heute Nachmittag. Alle anderen begrüßen wir nun ganz herzlich.
After this truly wonderful lecture by Bruno, good evening everybody and welcome back to our live streaming festival / symposium / Zoom conference / experimental opening of Critical Zones. And as you can see, we here in the team, we're already a little bit tired, but we are still so happy to be with you and to welcome you to the second part of the second day of our festival. Some of you have been following us since this afternoon or even since yesterday evening, but for those of you who are new here, my name is Barbara and this is Dominika.
Und wie ihr hören könnt, sind wir zweisprachig unterwegs. Barbara und ich moderieren in Englisch und in Deutsch für euch. Unsere fantastischen Dolmetscherinnen Sonja und Inga werden die Expertenvorträge für euch aus dem Englischen in die deutsche Sprache übersetzen. Bitte beachtet, wir sind auf 2 Livestreams unterwegs, ZKM-Website und YouTube, sowohl in Deutsch und in Englisch. Das heißt, hier könnt ihr wählen.
So as you can see, we are navigating between German and English tonight. So don't be confused on our YouTube channel because we have 2 live streams. We have the one with just the live sound from here and another one with the live German translation by our 2 wonderful interpreters, Sonja and Inga.
Ja, und die gestrige Eröffnung war ein voller Erfolg für uns. Wir hatten an die 10.000 Zugriffe aus aller Welt mit Gästen, die das gestrige Programm verfolgt haben. Und angesichts dieser Tatsache, dass das gesamte Wochenende für das ZKM ein Experiment ist, freut uns das umso mehr. Wir versuchen hier einen neuen Zugang zur Kultur zu finden, beziehungsweise den Zugang zu erweitern mit allen digitalen Mitteln, die uns hierfür zur Verfügung stehen. Und wir danken euch sehr für eure Unterstützung und eure Begeisterung, mit der ihr dabei seid, unter anderem auf Telegram.
So as we said before, this is one amazing experiment to us. As a cultural institution, our main challenge is to keep testing and reinventing access and participation, especially in these unusual times where it's not possible for us to host guided tours or workshops or do a real live opening with all of you here. And yesterday was the first day of our experiment, and to be honest, we were overwhelmed. Apparently over 10,000 clicks into our program. We really don't know what to say to this, except thank you so much for your support and for all your love, actually, on Telegram.
Ja, und wir freuen uns auch sehr, gleich unseren Chef hier begrüßen zu dürfen, den künstlerisch-wissenschaftlichen Vorstand des ZKM, Peter Weibel. Ebenso wie den Kurator und Initiator der Ausstellung Critical Zones, Bruno Latour, in seinem wunderbaren Landhaus in Frankreich. Außerdem mit dabei auch Annette Holzheit, unsere Kollegin, die uns durch die Fachvorträge begleiten wird.
So we just did our introductory round with our 3 star guests. We have Bruno Latour, live on Zoom from France, and we have Peter Weibel, CEO of ZKM, and our wonderful colleague Annette Holzheit, who will be moderating the live panel discussions.
Ja, und an dieser Stelle vielleicht ein kleiner Überblick über das Programm, was jetzt gleich folgen wird. Nach dieser großartigen Lecture von Bruno Latour gleich die erste Session der Podiumsdiskussion. Wir haben danach ein kleines, aber feines Intermezzo. Vor der zweiten Session geht es nämlich nochmal zu einer Führung durch die virtuelle Plattform, durch die virtuelle Ausstellung Critical Zones mit Martin Guinard. Und bitte denkt auch hier daran, auf Telegram weiterhin Fragen zu stellen. Gestern lief das schon fantastisch. Nach dem zweiten Teil der Podiumsdiskussion geht es dann in die Open Bar, die heute deutschsprachig ist. Wir kommen aus dem Globalen ins Lokale und wollen aus dem Lokalen Ausblicke auf das Globale geben. Das heißt, hier gehen wir ins Gespräch mit Initiativen, vor allem aus der Region Karlsruhe. Und zum Abschluss des heutigen Tages zeigen wir euch Moving Earths, ein Theaterstück von Bruno Latour, das sehr eingängig einen Bogen spannt von Galileo Galilei zu James Lovelock und zeigt globale Wenden auf, die unser Dasein bis heute bestimmen. Also bleibt dabei und lasst euch inspirieren.
So let's have a look at what is up tonight. We are hosting another round of panel discussions where Bruno Latour and Peter Weibel will lead us further into the critical zones. As a quick intermezzo, co-curator Martin Guinard will take us on one more tour through the digital exhibition platform, this time in English, and as we already discovered, the digital exhibition is constantly changing and recomposing, so that no tour will ever be the same. Remember at this point that you are always very welcome to join our conversation on Telegram, as Ika and I can pass on your questions into the live discussions. After the panel discussions, we'll open a Zoom conference to meet some local initiatives from Karlsruhe, locating the global in the local and the local in the global. This conversation will be in German entirely, but do stay with us for the grand finale of today. Bruno Latour's marvelous theatre piece, Moving Earths. Don't miss this under any circumstance, as it is a wonderful performance spanning from Galileo Galilei to James Lovelock, retracing major shifts in the history of our thought towards landing on Earth. This being said, for you at home, now is the moment to all sit back, relax, have a snack and a drink. And dear Annette, I'm really looking forward to this third panel discussion tonight. Take it away.
Thank you, dear Barbara. With great delight, I am taking the floor to introduce you, dear online audience, to our third panel discussion on the critical zones topics. And please do passionately get involved in the conversation we will be having during the next 60 minutes with Bruno Latour, Peter Weibel, and 2 distinguished guests, which I will be introducing to you in a second. This remarkable field of multidisciplinary inquiry on which the Critical Zones exhibition is mounted, thanks to Bruno Latour and Peter Weibel's fascinating collaboration, brings together in a most unique fashion scholarly devotion, a powerful drive to tackle complexity, tough questions, and a lot of data across the natural sciences and the humanities. This scientific scholarly networks in which the exhibition is enmeshed shows a great and impressive stamina to stand perplexity and an audacious resistance against buying into easy solutions. It is sheer impossible to not get passionate about the Critical Zones exhibition. Now, with an eye on the Zoom camera, I must say it is absolutely wonderful to seeing that our great guests are ready to start. Let me introduce to you our first speaker tonight, Karen Holmberg. Karen, it's wonderful that you are with us. You are with us from New York. Karen is an archaeologist, volcanologist, and currently teaches environmental science at New York University. Karen entwines her fields of study to look at the long-term experience of human life with radical environmental changes of the past to query how the past can inform the present and the future. She currently leads a transdisciplinary team to examine a prehistoric rock art site in Chile, where resettlement is ongoing following an unexpected volcanic eruption. She is also co-director of the New York Virtual Volcanoes Observatory. She contributed her knowledge to the Critical Zones exhibition, both in the catalog and in the virtual exhibition platform. Karen, we are most excited about your impulse talk about landing on the terrestrial volcano. Warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone. Should I just start?
Now we will go on for a second to introduce our second panelist. Right.
Well then, hello from New York City.
Thank you. Our second guest speaker will be from Paris, Jérôme Gaillardet. Welcome, Jérôme. Jérôme is...
Welcome, thank you.
Let me introduce you to our online audience for a second. Jérôme is critical zone scientist and a very well-known geochemist and potamologist who contributes highly to the critical zone studies becoming a new scientific paradigm. Jérôme is professor of earth science at the Institut de Physique du Globe at the Université de Paris. With his research team, he studies the geochemistry of the Earth's surface. He takes up many initiative roles within the Critical Zones Observatory Network, and he is a principal investigator for developing intelligent sensors of the critical zone. Jérôme, you will be talking about the critical zone as buffer and human habitat tonight. Hi, and very welcome to the show. So
Hello.
Before we start with Karen's impulse talk, maybe Bruno, you would like to have a first thought on the volcanic terrestrial?
Well, I have to welcome my friends, and I have to mention that the only person among all of those during these 3 days who speak about critical zone, the only one who is actually at the origin of this exhibition and the origin of this generalized use of the word is Jérôme, because that's when I met Jérôme that I got completely taken in by this expression of critical zone, but he was already for many years advanced into this field. So it's a great pleasure to meet again virtually Jérôme, although I see that the lock-in meant that there is no access to haircutters. And it's of course a great pleasure to meet Karen, whom I met later when we were preparing the catalog. And it's very significant of the exhibition we try to do to connect scientists of different domains and some people who are connected with art, like the work that you saw yesterday from Alexandra and Soel is of course completely influenced and monitored by Jérôme. So I'm very glad to meet both of them.
Wonderful. So we are ready to listen to Karen's talk now.
Thank you. And thank you for the gracious welcome and introduction. Hello from New York City, epicenter of many things. Right now, that's not necessarily a good thing in the case of the pandemic. I'm going to be talking about my views of the volcano and how I view it as an observatory. It's a way of looking into the deep interior of the Earth and its materials, as well as at changing landscapes on the surface, at upper atmospheric currents, and then out at other planets to understand what makes Earth unique, and it is unique. In my research as an archaeologist and volcanologist, I examine the volcano not only as a geophysical force, but also as a metaphor for an Earth or nature that has changed radically and unexpectedly in the past, and try to determine what, if anything, that has to say to us in the 21st century. Now, a volcano in eruption is the epitome of a dynamic, living Earth. It's a form of planetary transformation and earthly agency that we've experienced literally for millions of years as a species, if you go back to Laetoli 3.7 million years ago. As with our far longer term experience of volcanic eruption, though, something that came up yesterday in the talks, there's this uncanny discomfort that we're discovering via the Anthropocene. It's the ability to perceive large-scale geological transformation on the human timescale. Usually those don't intersect. Climate change provides an existential sense of the Earth being in revolt. And how we image and imagine this in the 21st century and beyond is important. So ice, something that also came up yesterday, is at the forefront of the Anthropocene imagination of earthly revolution. We closely monitor ice shelves and the iceberg calving that is reducing them. We're holding funerals for melting glaciers. We fetishize polar bears on shrinking ice. Is there a volcano that can help update the Vesuvian metaphor of how nature and the human engage? That metaphor being the classic Western one of sort of nature looming over the imperiled culture represented by Pompeii. How do we transform that for the 21st century when culture now imperils nature? Well, personally, I would say that imagery of the lava lake at Erebus volcano in Antarctica offers a stunning as well as pointed possible option as a new volcano metaphor. And the image that you see right now was taken by the wonderful Clive Oppenheimer, volcanologist at Cambridge and recently collaborator with Werner Herzog. The molten lava in the picture, seen from above with only a smattering of ice near it, feels ominous, at least for me. I've started to feel protective of ice. Melting polar caps will rewrite world maps as we know them. Erebus, with its ice caves juxtaposed with lava, is, at least for me, a graphic visual metaphor of endangered ice. Other volcanoes also capably embody contemporary issues, anxieties, and tensions, and also bring in more of the cultural component. Some of my favorites as nominations would be Mount Taranaki in New Zealand. It's a very Anthropocene volcano. It was granted personhood in a move to acknowledge its sacredness to the Maori. The volcano now has legal protections in a court of law that humans can invoke on its behalf. Mauna Kea is another. Scientific desires to construct the 30-meter telescope and indigenous cosmologies of the volcano's sacredness clash acerbically on the Hawaiian volcano. It's Mauna Loa, though, that for me is a strong candidate. The volcano in Hawaii from which the carbon dioxide measurements that comprise the Keeling curve are taken. Mauna Loa is most certainly one of our most iconic contemporary volcano metaphors in its relationship to technology, climate, and ice. Through Mauna Loa, we know that emissions from fossil fuel use are driving our atmospheric carbon dioxide ever higher, driving up surface temperatures, and then threatening the cryosphere, the icy portion of the planet. And then there is Alba Mons. It's on Mars, and yet it's a volcano that has everything to do with our current earthly relationship. Now, what you see in this picture is the Mars Ice House, designed by Melody Yashar with Space Exploration Architecture Search Plus and Clouds AO. The Mars Ice House was the winning design of a NASA competition for a 3D printed habitat made of ice by robots. Ice, at risk from us on Earth, serves in the design as protection to us from radiation on Mars. The design places it on the flanks of Alba Mons, where speculatively the caves and lava tubes of the volcano may offer further shield from radiation. Now, a more recent design, the Mars X House, relocates the habitat away from the volcano to the equinoctial region of Mars, to use early volcanologist Alexander von Humboldt's preferred word for the equator, and constructs it from volcanic basalt. The premise of Mars colonization is the concept that the Earth will eventually become a locus of uninhabitable nature. This Martian volcano has everything to do with our odd thoughts about the Earth in that sense. That which often endangers us here, the volcano, and that which we endanger, ice, will somehow save us. Bruno Latour asks us to decide where to land when we come down to Earth. I might choose to land on Mars, though. This is not because I think that we should live there. I see Mars colonization as traitorous to the Earth that created us. Could I land there in protest, though, to highlight all that is currently alarming with our relationship to the Earth? If the thought game does not permit such a thing, I can find a place on our own planet. To better envision our earthly relationship between volcanoes, ice, and human life, there are few better natural laboratories than Iceland, for example. If one wants to get down to earth and thinking through environmental change via experiences of stones that speak and glaciers that weep, in the context of the eruption that covered the island of Heimeia in lava, Iceland amply permits this. And in saying that, that's actually an intentional play on words. Icelandic anthropologist Gisli Paulsen has a newly translated memoir by that exact name, Down to Earth, about his childhood home of Heimeia and its fissure eruption. Philosophically, Iceland also allows for poignantly beautiful reflection via meditation at the edge of Askja. by the remarkable philosopher Paul Skalason, in which the volcano incorporates the external reality of geological power as well as its very individual phenomenological elements. We could all learn from standing at the edge of Askja. In the end, though, I will choose to crawl inside the critical zone just a little. I would like to slip under its skin in a way that allows a sense of contact with all that has been in the past, and yet does not negate the role of technology and a desire for an inhabitable future nature. So the imagery that you are seeing is photogrammetry data collected and processed by an exceptional new media artist and researcher and cherished collaborator, Andres Burbano, along with Pierre Puentes. Andres took the photogrammetry imagery, let me just let you know that you can drag it around. It is 360. And also in your settings, if you go to 4K at least, you will get the best experience. Andres took the photogrammetry imagery along with 360 video from drones at a prehistoric archaeological site in Chile, where I serve as principal investigator or lead scientist for a transdisciplinary research team. It became part of an immersive piece that was supposed to be physically installed at ZKM earlier this month. Because COVID-19 prompted the virtual opening for Critical Zones show, you are now able to see this imagery, and I hope you will do so, on the ZKM website, along with a voiceover and music by a super talented young artist and sound designer, Jack Helfrich. Now, we named the 4 clips that are on there. It's divided into 4 pieces in relation to the critical zone. You have outside, which is eruption. It's satellite modeling of the topography and the ash plume of the Chaitén volcano in Chile. Above Patagonia, it's 360 video taken by drones, and then leading up the beach to the natural monument where the caves are located. Inside cave, it's the point cloud of photogrammetry data. It's what you're looking at now, that then melts into visual imagery of the rock art and the graffiti that either defaces or joins the prehistoric art, depending on your vantage, and then beyond, which is Mars. So back to slipping under the skin of the critical zone. For me, this comes in the marriage of the prehistoric creativity embodied by rock art within a cave located in the water-worn plug of an ancient extinct volcano with the continually evolving forms of immersive imaging technology that we are now able to access. The cave is located on a coastline in Patagonia where glaciers retreated, sea levels rose, and a nearby volcano, Chaitén, erupted repeatedly and regularly. It erupted again in 2008, unexpectedly. It was a site of disaster. The town of Chaitén, though, is now the center of a creative explosion through a literary festival held on the eruption anniversary, a new geological awareness and interest amongst residents, and the creation of a museum to display, amongst other items, the products of art therapy aimed at helping with the trauma of an Earth that revolted. It is the site of millennia of ongoing creative involvement with a dynamic nature. It is surviving. The cave is sometimes used as metaphor for something we should escape, or that from which we have outgrown via technology. I personally would prefer to creep inside one, particularly if it's volcanic, and learn what it might have to say, rather than hurtle towards a multi-planet future for our species. It will take creativity to live in a future Earth. It always has, though. This is the constant of our past, our present, and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for your insightful talk. Wonderful. Bruno, would you like to add something?
Well, it's very interesting to have the work of Karen in the show. If you have seen, I hope you have, the beautiful lecture by Joseph Koerner an hour ago, where he talked about the romantic artwork, especially Gaspar Friedrich and the interest into the underground. It has a very interesting connection with Karen, because, and we will have to discuss that with Jerome, and we discussed that yesterday with Tim Lenton, there is a slight tension between the word critical zone with Gaia, and of course the volcano that Karen studies and that Jerome knows very well, have in a way to escape the Gaiesque or the Gaian evolution of life, so to speak. So they are a sort of counter argument. But Karen's work, what is so interesting is that she managed to, on the contrary, fuse the volcano, which obviously are coming from some forces which have nothing to do with life and nothing to do with human, into precisely not only works of art, but also a deep understanding, I mean, deep in the literal sense, of where we are and where we land. So I'm interested to know from her in which way it has a connection with the Anthropocene argument, because the volcanoes themselves are not touched by any force which is equivalent to them from the human, that Jan Zalazevich yesterday mentioned. So she mentioned at the beginning of her lectures the link with the Anthropocene. I see the cultural link, but I'd like to know, I'm sure she has an idea about physical link.
Well, the volcano has everything to do with the Anthropocene and the idea of geoengineering in particular. There's one particular eruption, 1991 in Pinatubo in the Philippines, where those emissions are used to model how much aerosol went up, how much cooling occurred, and is the premise for a lot of these ideas. And this came up yesterday too, in terms of is the Earth a machine that we can tinker with? Can we change it? You know, can we try to adjust things ourselves, or is it so much more complex that we can't? You know, without serious feedback loops or unexpected consequences. The idea that, and again, I'm coming from a very particular vantage because I'm fully in favor of Mars exploration in terms of scientific data, but the idea of colonizing it sets my teeth on edge. Geoengineering does the same thing to my teeth. It doesn't feel good. So the idea that the volcano is completely what we're modeling on after that, without kind of thinking of these larger consequences that could stem off of it, is something that really interests me, particularly to the critical zone. And this was something that was interesting yesterday in the Telegram chats that were going on during the talks. This concept of I'm not sure what the critical zone is. And I've Googled it and I'm still not sure, people were saying. And just this concept that it's describing something that we don't know enough about or don't know much about. And I thought that Bettina yesterday was remarkable in the way that she explained how the volcano connects the very deep portions of the Earth with the upper, atmosphere. But it has everything to do with the critical zone. And that's where its impact is upon us. But we don't know anything about the inner Earth as well. Like there's these things that I like it when they get called scientifically Earth blobs, but these LLSVPs, large, low shear velocity provinces, there are 2 continent-sized blobs underneath the Earth, and we don't know what they are, what they do, how long they've been there. We just know that they're probably important. So we're able to know more about the surface of Mars or the surface of the moon than we are about our own planet that we're on, and yet we're thinking of going to other planets to permanently set up settlement. So it all starts to revolve a bit in your head when you think about it a bit too much.
Bruno, please.
No, I understood the answer. I was just trying to push this discussion between, obviously the link between the volcano and critical zone is very strong, and actually Jérôme will talk more about that. But the link with Gaia is always disputable. And in the Anthropocene, the whole idea is that there is a feedback loop between what we do to the habitability of the planet in the life forms and what they do to us. I'm not sure if I follow Karen in seeing the same thing in the volcano. There is a unilaterality, so to speak, in the influence of the volcano onto the life in general and human in particular, which is not precisely what the Anthropocene is not about. The Anthropocene is about the fact that there is a reaction to our actions, so to speak. And the distance in size and energy with the volcano seemed, I would have said, to let the volcano out of the Anthropocene. But this is, I'm playing the devil advocate here.
In terms of relationship to Gaia, too, I think for me the interesting thing about the volcano is the fact that it's not just a geophysical body. It's it's very much alive, and we can't think about it because it's so much larger than us without resorting to metaphors, can we? It's born, it's young, it gets old, it dies, it has a neck, it has fingers, it has toes. It gets angry in many reports of eruptions. It's this concept of metaphor that came up too in some of the discussions about how do we not resort to metaphor. And I think when we're thinking of something that's so much larger than us, it's very difficult not to resort to those. But in relation to Gaia, the volcano is just sort of emblematic of this agent, this active agent and this living agent that's part of this dynamic Earth.
Thank you, Karin, for your profound lecture. Thank you, Karin, for your profound lecture. I have two layman's questions. We human beings, we experience volcano eruptions as an entropic experience, something negative. So my question is, do a volcano play a positive role for the critical zone, a positive role for the skin of the Earth? This is my first question. The second question is, do you really think that humanity can land on the Mars sometime in the future?
All right. For your first question, that's very it's very Shakespearean, right? Diseased nature oftentimes what breaks forth, these strange eruptions. That was from Henry IV. It's something that we've for hundreds of years seen it as an anomaly. But this recent eruption of Kilauea, for example, we've learned something we never knew, that when the lava goes into the water, both the temperature and the minerals that are added lead to phytoplankton blooms. There's a regeneration of life there. Why is it that volcanic soils are so fertile? It's the minerals from within the earth that are being added to the soil. So there's a destruction, but a creativity that's inherently linked in there. So it's also the motor, the engine of the planet as well, and what makes it livable and creating the atmosphere to begin with. So there is something. In terms of Mars colonization, in having this conversation with Melody Yashar, who was gracious to share her imagery, her renderings of her designs for the Mars Ice House and X House, she said to me, it's years and years off. We'll probably be on the moon first before being on Mars. But what I liked about what she had to say was that she was hoping that the work and the intelligence and creativity that went into those designs would actually be used here on Earth, where those houses, those 3D printed by robot houses, could actually be of service in areas where people do need housing in emergency situations in particular.
Coming back to the eruptions of volcanoes, that means we human beings should not only be afraid, we could even be grateful because they are helping us, volcanic eruptions.
They are us, right? They're part of the entire planet that we're all entwined with, and that's the whole concept I think that we're all chewing through in these 3 days, are all these interconnections, and how everything is more complexly entangled than we would have realized. So yes, without the volcano, no us.
At what period of time a serious scientific study of volcanoes started? Was it the 20th century only, or was it already started in the 19th century?
I'd push it back to Athanasius Kircher, my favorite character. He invented a vomiting mechanical lobster. It would vomit for verisimilitude. He invented a cat piano where you would bang on cats' tails with different pitched yells, and he had himself lowered with a rope inside Vesuvius to understand it better. And he did this beautiful rendition, which I know is in the book in several places when I saw that quick flip through, and is also in our video pieces of what the subterranean Earth looked like in his conception. And he viewed it as inverted cosmology, whereas the sun is to the solar system, sort of the inner Earth, the mantle, the core is to the planet, and did these fantastical drawings that are absolutely beautiful and totally scientifically incorrect.
Okay. So we have a question from the audience. It goes to Bruno and Karen. In Bruno's talk, he referred to the power and command of people and a warning we shouldn't turn away. But Karen points out that geoengineering poses many dangers precisely because we are not in command. So how do these ideas meet for the critical zone?
Wow, I think I will let Karen answer that one because she is much fresher in the troop of the people who are running this show. And that's a tough question.
It's a really tough question. Can you rephrase it or give me the nugget of it towards the geoengineering?
Sure. Okay. In Bruno's talk, he referred to the power and command of people and a warning we shouldn't turn away. But Karen points out that geoengineering poses many dangers precisely because we are not in command. So how do these ideas meet for the critical zone?
Yeah, I'm going to have to let Bruno figure out how those meet in the critical zone, but I'm going to deal just with the portion on I guess good design and planning and collection of data. There's a poem that I love by Stefan Mallarmé. The English translation is a throw of the dice does not abolish chance, where no matter how much data is collected, you're not going to be able to necessarily predict or control something. And that is my personal stance on geoengineering and collection of this sort of data. We are not the ones in control of these forces, no matter how much data we collect on. And I think what I need to, I guess, impress is that I think that the volcano offers us, and this is something that is very Humboldtian as well, it offers us a way to understand the planet writ large because it is extreme. It's a way of understanding the larger planet and our intersection with it. We don't control the volcano, just like we don't control the planet. No matter how much data we collect, we're not going to be able to predict an eruption perfectly, but we're also not going to be able to stop that. So it becomes a situation where you need to live with it.
Karen, it's wonderful to hear that refer to Mallarmé's poem, Un coup d'idée jamais aboulira le hasard.
That one, yes.
Thank you. And that means in mathematics, we believe in random structure, even of mathematics. Do you have a thing also that in the start of volcano, we have a random element we can never control?
What we can do is this, and this is what we have, or we run up against with our climate models as well. You cannot predict the future if it's not somehow patterned off of the past. So when there's an unprecedented event, and I think that's why we're having so much of an existential kind of grappling with coronavirus too. These low frequency, high magnitude events are things that we don't know how to plan for, and we don't know how to kind of process and deal with. So I think I'll leave that one with that, but I do love that poem.
Bruno, yes, please. Bruno?
Well, I think several times Karen said, what is the critical zone? So I think we should now hear about Jérôme, who has the papal authority, so to speak, on the question of critical zone, because he not exactly invented the term, but he developed it in Europe immensely. And maybe at some point in the 3 days, we need a point. What is the critical zone? And I think Jérôme would be perfect to do it.
Thank you, Bruno. Let's roll the film by Jérôme, Critical Zone as Buffer and Human Habitat.
So good evening. I am Jérôme Gaillardet. I'm a scientist at Institut de Physique du Globe de Paris in France, and I'm leading a geochemistry group in which we are using isotopes of different chemical elements to, let's say, see the invisible. In other words, to identify the transformations occurring at the Earth's surface, and in particular to trace the influence of human activities. I'm also coordinating the French network of critical zone observatories named OSCAR, trying to play a role at the European and international levels to build up a global network of observatories. This helps me trying to be a critical zone scientist in addition to be a specialized geochemist, and I will try to explain why in the following minutes. So what is the critical zone from the point of view of a scientist? The critical zone of the Earth is the thin layer, the veneer at the surface of the Earth, which is lying between, let's say, the unweathered rocks beneath our feet and the sky. We could call it the soil. But this would be a very poor description of this very complex and heterogeneous zone actually made of multiple components. Rivers, groundwater, glaciers, fractures in rock in which water percolates, the soil in its agronomic definition, the living organism above and below the ground, the landscape. All these compartments are connected. The quality of water, for example, depends on the rain, but also on the complex flow path that the water is following after it infiltrates. The idea is to look at the critical zone as a thing, like my colleague Bill Dietrich from Berkeley University often describes it, or an entity, like Sue Brantley at Penn State University is often calling it, meaning that it behaves as a system and not as a series of disconnected elements. What is complicated from a scientific point of view, once we have tried to define the critical zone, is that it's not only heterogeneous, but it is also changing over time scales, which are very variable. Some reactions, connections within the critical zone are fast, like the growth of a plant. Some of them are very slow, like the transformation of rocks into soil. That can take thousands of years. Climate, geology, vegetation, humans are the drivers of the system. Overall, the critical zone is a sort of conflict zone between, on one hand, the solar energy, because if it rains, this is because the sun activates the water cycle, make the plants grow, for example, and the energy of the internal earth on the other end that creates the relief, the mountains, and uplift the rocks at the surface as a result of plate tectonics, which is activated by mantle convection. So at a given place, the critical zone is a kind of reactor, both fueled by solar and tectonic energies. Chemically, the critical zone is a reaction zone between the atmospheric CO2, which is an acid and reacts with the water and the rock minerals to form something new, something transformed, porous, permeable, light compared to the initial material. The chemical composition of rivers, of soils, result from this giant fight between the atmosphere, the water, and the rocks that created our habitat. A battle in which living organisms play a big role and make the Earth's surface habitable over geological time. A lot of scientific questions remain unsolved in the critical zone. Thinking as a critical zone scientist means trying to understand how the system works as a whole, how the different timescales from that of the bacteria to that of the continental drift are connected. It's trying to elucidate the invisible connections between the water, the soil, the air, the living organisms, and how they act to regulate at all time scales the system. Thinking as a critical zone scientist also means trying to step out from a disciplinary approach and think more holistically. The critical zone initiative is then also a way of reconnecting disciplines that have been separated during the history of sciences, because sciences have become more and more specialized with time, developed their own corpus of knowledge, specific languages, and at the end are not able to communicate with each other. In many countries, the critical zone scientific approach suffers from the old separation between the geological sciences and the ecological sciences. But understanding the critical zone requires to get rid of these institutional divergences and come back to a more unified scientific approach. This issue is also true when it comes not only to the research institutions, but also to the stakeholders. In France, for example, surface waters are legally monitored by one state institution, groundwaters by a separate one. But of course, everything is connected, and the unique situation we face in the Anthropocene needs us to urgently think differently, scientifically and institutionally. To improve their knowledge of the critical zone, scientists are organizing themselves around focal sites called critical zone observatories, or critical zones, as Bruno Latour often likes to call them. They are representative places defined by local geological, ecological, climatic conditions where the different disciplines can work together and adopt a whole system approach around scientific questions and hypotheses. These observatories have one overarching question, most of the time it's an environmental question, on which they were designed. There, frequent and long-term observations are made that rely on sophisticated field instrumentation. The United States of America were the first country in the world to set up and fund the Critical Zone Observatory Network. Now, in many places, networks of scientists from different disciplines are building networks of instrumented field sites and try to share common questions, conceptual models, interoperable databases. At the European scale in 2018, the European Commission launched the construction of a pan-European infrastructure called ELTER to foster different types of national observatory from different disciplinary horizons to work together. Earth scientists, socioecologists, ecosystem scientists, soil scientists. This is a really unique experience, that opportunity that we European scientists are experiencing. These initiatives are important from the scientific point of view, as we hope to define our object to study the connections between living and non-living organisms and with humans at the scale of territories of instrumented field sites. The description of the critical zone as a whole will be possible from the accumulation of a place-based knowledge, elucidating the mechanisms at play, calculating the fluxes of energy and matter along gradients, sampling the diversity of climate, geological and societal settings. Together, we hope to define a common metrics, common databases on essential variables and site hierarchies across the continent. This effort that we scientists are doing is really important for a better public engagement in saving this common good that is the earth skin on which our daily life relies, monitoring it for understanding it and forecast it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jérôme. I would have a question. You mentioned the public engagement, the public audience. Do you have an example with an experience with the public audience, how you make them passionate about your scientific work?
Well, if you go in each of the critical zone observatories that scientists have been monitoring for decades or more, very often, the public is engaged. I mean, the local stakeholders are there. They are really interested by what is happening there. They're curious about what the scientists are doing. If you just take the example of the Steinbach Basin, you will very well exemplify this idea that citizens, organizations, they really care about what we're doing, and they, in a way, they recognize that monitoring is important. You know, monitoring the critical zone as monitoring a patient in an hospital, in a way.
Jérôme, can you call the critical zone a movement in science? And how many members do you think are part of this movement? And how many observatories we can are available in the globe?
Yeah, I don't have the answer so far. The definition of a critical zonist is not very clear to me. We have a lot of people, for sure, scientists that want to go for a more unified scientific approach. And as I said
when you go to school, when you go to university, you specialize very rapidly, okay? And when you are interested by water, generally you don't do chemistry because chemistry is too far from, you know, the motion mechanics of water motion in the soil or in the critical zone. And so we're facing a very simple issue that the different disciplines are not able to, you know, to talk to each other. And when you have a public, you know, or a citizen or a stakeholder that asks you a question, he doesn't care whether it's a geochemistry problem or an hydrology problem or, you know, a problem related to relief. He wants the answer. So we as scientists, we have the responsibility to do something to better, to have a more holistic approach. This is my perception of the critical zone. So there are many critical zone people in the world, and how many observatories? Again, the question is difficult. It depends what you call a critical zone observatory. So one option was followed in the US to develop a network of sites where all the disciplines are working together. This is, in Europe, we are having a slightly different approach, which is more based on building networks of sites where different processes are studied. But when you put all these sites into a single network, then people can start to interact to each other and to develop a common language. These are two slightly different approaches that, you know, we have in Europe and in the US, but China has developed for a very long time a critical zone observatory networks and other countries in the world with always a slightly different view on what it should be.
Jerome, I have the impression that I think several thousand scientists are working in the science of critical zones, and also several hundreds of observatories we have around the world. Could this be a correct estimate?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Bruno, you had a question.
Yes, in terms of history of science, the critical zone is a complex notion to address because simultaneously, as Jerome said, it's a way to make sure that disciplines collaborate together. So it's not a scientific concept. It has nothing unified about it. So, but it's the warning, so to speak. You cannot study water without studying biochemistry, and you cannot study chemistry without biochemistry, and so on. So it's a way to bring people together. This is why it's a good symbol or a good lead for an exhibition like ours, which is an extending numbers of disciplines collaborating. But, and I'd like to know more about that in Jérôme, there is also a very important drive to unify the notion of all of these connected elements in the critical zone, great attention to modeling. And I'd like to hear him tell us a little more about these mixtures of interest in unifying discipline, and that's a sort of science policy engagement, and another one at a deeper level, which is to modelize and unify, and that would become more like a scientific concept. This is important because, as you understand now, from all of the talk we heard yesterday and today, the fact of talking about critical zone allows to get out of the notion that when we study science, we study the whole of nature. So we concentrate attention on one little segment, so to speak, or this is why we use the expression skin of the earth, and that concentrate attention to a new object. So if there's still an uncertainty, is the critical zone a mot d'ordre, a way of bringing discipline together? Is it a scientific concept? And in this sense, it's more important. Or is it a way to requalify the notion of nature?
I think it's all together. I mean, it's a scientific move. It's a lot of scientists want to work together. Of course, it's motivated by the question that the society is asking us. of sure, but they also want to build models which are more complex in the sense that these models will take into account the local features. Okay, global climate models are global. Okay, there is usually not a lot of, there's no relief. You know, the Earth is kind of flat. When you want to predict the future of a given place on Earth, they're no longer sufficient. You need to go into details. And then the speed, the wind velocity, the shape of the slope, the fact that the slope is north-faced or south-faced has a lot of influence. And then the scientific approach of the critical zone is to refocus, let's say, the modeling approach to a more detailed, geographically defined zone. This is in a way. And the other point in your question, Bruno, was about this kind of dilemma we scientists, because we are becoming more and more specialized. We have instruments which are incredible, but because they are able to see things that we were not able to see like 50 years ago. So we need process, of course, but we also need to be able to talk to each other. So there is a kind of balance to be found between the necessary specialization of sciences at the local scale and this kind of, to take a step back, you know, and to have a global at the local, but more general view of the way our territories are working. And of course, man is part of the system. It's not out of the system. It's one of the agents of the system.
So we have so many super interesting questions from our Telegram channel. And I would like to start with the first one because Jérôme, you've been discussing a lot about, like you said, reconnecting science but also specialization of sciences, but also reconnecting them. So we have this wonderful question by Vasilis Kolias, who says, do critical zone observatories interact with the people who carry traditional knowledge and have lived in those same places where the critical zone observatories are located? If they are excluded, is it not like recreating the nature-culture divide, he asks. So he's really asking not only about different scientific knowledge, but also scientific knowledge and traditional knowledge.
Yeah, it's a good point. For sure, the local people are involved. If you are interested by an observatory which is looking at the effect of agricultural practices on, let's say, nitrate cycle and the concentration of nitrates in groundwaters, you have to involve the farmers locally. You have to talk to them. You have to eventually make experiments, including them. And for the local cultures, I think the question is about non-Western countries where the culture is not extractivism, but more into animists or other approaches, spiritual approaches. To be frank, I'm not aware of any critical zone observatory where this kind of issue is taken into account. But that would be a really nice way of creating new critical zone observatories.
So thank you very much for mentioning also the non-Western kind of knowledge, because actually Vasilis, who had asked this question, he had very specifically asked for traditional knowledge in France as the motherland of enlightenment. But in the entire Telegram group, the entire discussion today was very focused on the exclusiveness that we have today in our discourse that is very European-centric. So maybe this would be a good point now, maybe for you, Jérôme, because you already said a nice thing that this could be a point of inventing a new critical zone observatory. But maybe we can open up the discussion also more into that direction. Maybe, Bruno, you want to say something about that?
Well, I think the question you just asked should be that you relayed. It would be interesting to hear Karin about it. But I cannot not ask the question to Jérôme, which is, what does he feel to see a scientific concept brought out of all proportion into a museum with all sorts of mad people, artists, philosophers, activists of all sorts, and put into a popular term and being telegrammed about, and soon becoming a sort of common sense cliche where everyone says, yes, 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 we live on critical zone. And I cannot not ask this question.
It's a good question, Bruno. Yesterday, my daughter asked me what I was doing in this kind of exhibition opening. So exactly what you're mentioning. I'm really, surprised to be here, actually. 10 years ago, before I met you, Bruno, I would have never expected to be a part of a modern art, in a way, or media exhibition. But I'm very glad that the term critical zone is becoming so used and so popular, and is crossing the borders of scientific disciplines. I think the term critical, which for us scientists means a critical layer of the Earth as a self-regulating system. It's a physical definition of the critical zone. This term critical is also critical because, as Bruno often says, we have to care about it. So everybody on Earth, every human should be, should take care and should be aware that this zone, which is the zone on which we live, is critical, and so we have to pay attention to it. So yes, Bruno, I'm really, really surprised to be here, but I'm learning so much, and this is such a great experience that I'm living, that I'm really, really happy.
If I'm allowed to ask just one more little question to you, could you mention and develop a little bit the work you did with Alexandra Arend, because she talked yesterday, and in the show there is a large part of the standback which is linked, but you learn from her a few things about the way to describe your own field. And I think that at this point in the discussion, something very enlightening for the audience.
Yeah, it's exactly the same story. Alexandra is an architect. So at the beginning, I was wondering myself why an architect is interested by what I am doing. And in particular, I am leading a project, excellence project in France, which is called Critex, with which we built the river lab that we saw yesterday in the movie. And I realized then that it was kind of an architectural construction, this river lab, because it's a way of instrumenting nature. It's a way of collecting data that are offering us a new representation of nature. So with talking to Alexandra and to you, Bruno, as well, I became aware that there is not one representation of the critical zone. It depends on the sensitivity of the sensors that we are using, but there are many different representations. And what is interesting, I can tell you that it's working the other way around. Now we are just in the process of writing a new research proposal, and we included Alexandra in it. And we used the book that Alexandra, Frédéric Aitoiti, and Axel Grégoire wrote, because this illuminated us to show that what we're doing is really important from a philosophical point of view. And so it's interesting to see that Alexandra came to see us, and then now we are writing research proposal with her, trying to make the story successful. So I'm really glad about that. It's really opening our minds as scientists.
So talking about Alexandra and about observatories, we have another question from the audience. Could a critical zone observatory also function in a city? How would it possibly change its configuration?
Yeah, for sure. The city is a perfect critical zone, actually, and we have difficulties in instrumenting cities for many reasons that you can guess. I mean, there is some private property issues. The city is a very dense place, too many people, too many things happening, and that's very difficult to define a metrics of what we should measure, what we shouldn't measure, what is important, and how to model it. For example, if you want to look at the issue of how the water is percolating and circulating through a city, it's really difficult. We don't even know where the water, which is infiltrating in some rare places, is going. And you have these artificial networks which are totally built by humans. There have been a lot of work done by a series of people in Europe and in the world on what they call the terrestrial metabolism, which is looking at the way chemical elements, nitrates, phosphorus, is circulating in cities. And that's really fascinating to see that these cities are really interested in terms of system. If you have this system approach and you look at the way the elements and the matter is circulating through them, it's really a fascinating story. And it's very useful, to better manage our waste in particular, because as phosphorus, we're just waiting our phosphorus because we don't recycle our phosphorus. We extract phosphorus from the earth, but we just leave it going to the ocean without caring about it. And one day we will run out of phosphorus. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay. Then I would thank Karen and Jerome deeply for the inspiring lectures and for the privilege that you shared with us your knowledge in the research. And I have a question to Karen. Did I see your little sweet daughter also listening to our conversation?
She was. She's a smart cookie. She had some comments, and I said they were a little too pointed and snarky, and I sent her away.
Okay. Next time include her in the discussion. She's very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us your knowledge.
Yes, from us as well. Really, what a wonderful panel this has been. And I always love it when the scientific meets the poetic. So I really enjoyed both Karen's and Jerome's beautifully written talks. Thank you so much for it. And also, we saw through the Telegram chat how important it is to re-include also a plurality of knowledges in our discussion today. So really, thank you so much. And now we're going to take a 5 minutes technical break, because after that, we will be back with a virtual guided tour through the digital platform again with co-curator Martin Guinard.
Ja, und auch von mir ein großes Danke an die Sprecher. Es war wirklich unglaublich anregend, unglaublich inspirierend. Mir hat sehr gut die Wiederverknüpfung der Wissenschaften sehr gefallen und tatsächlich auch der ganzheitliche Ansatz, den man jetzt verfolgen sollte. Auch ein großer Dank an alle, die im Telegram gerade unglaublich aktiv waren. Wir sind kaum nachgekommen, die ganzen hier runtergereichten Fragen durchzugehen und anzubringen. Wir verabschieden uns jetzt in eine 5-minütige Pause und sind dann gleich wieder mit euch da zu einer Führung durch die virtuelle Plattform. Bleibt dran. So, willkommen zurück. Live zugeschaltet ist bei uns jetzt aus Paris nicht unser Korrespondent, sondern unser Co-Kurator Martin Guinard, der uns jetzt durch die Plattform führen wird, durch die virtuelle Ausstellung Critical Zones. Martin Guinard ist Co-Kurator der Ausstellung, wie eben erwähnt. Er ist aber auch zusammen mit Bruno Latour Kurator der berühmten Taipei Biennale. Und Martin war mit einer derjenigen, die die physische Ausstellung mit konzipierte und von der Situation mindestens genauso überrascht war wie wir. Und tatsächlich ist es eine Herausforderung, eine physische Ausstellung plötzlich digital denken zu müssen.
So, live from Paris, our co-correspondent and co-curator, Martin Guinard, who is also curator of the 2020 Taipei Biennale, together with Bruno Latour. Martin, it is so lovely to see you on our big screen. And obviously, you were in the middle of this crazy ride of making Critical Zones into a digital experience. So it makes a huge difference to think of an exhibition in a virtual space rather than a physical space. Maybe you can start this virtual guided tour with a curatorial perspective on the differences and what it meant to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm really happy to, of course, I'm happy to be here and at the same time sad not to be here. I just have to say that Bruno was interrupted by we could hear the cricket. We might hear all of the people applauding for the health keepers behind us because it's 8:02 and so that's going to start fairly soon. So that's just as a sort of side note. But yeah, no, that's sure that like, as for the online exhibition, we were pretty happy to be dealing with a critical zone, which is a spatial concept, which is about how are we supposed to be placed on Earth. And so it was pretty great for us to deal with a spatial concept within a physical space. And then, of course, the challenge that we had came here and came as a sort of paradox, which is like, how do you talk about the different way of placing your body within an online network, of course, but so I think it's an immense luck that we could explore that paradox a little bit, and so maybe what I can do. I know that there were already 2 tours, so hopefully the platform is not going to show us all the time the same work as the one which were shown yesterday. But the first thing you can see is that we just passed the night hour. Like maybe 10 minutes ago, it was with the light gray, and now the color of typography and the color of the background has changed. And as you scroll down here, you discover what is the critical zone about. Again, this thin biofilm which contains us, which contains all of the forms of life as we know them, and which was so beautifully described by Jérôme right now. And you can see that like here, one of the big challenges that we had, which was that how do you give this sensation? How do you transcribe some of the important elements of the critical zone within let's say, a graphic mode, within a design way, which would make sense? And so there, the designer had that very interesting idea of creating kind of like shallow depth with the parallax. So you can see that you have the impression that there is this kind of thin layer, which is not so distant, but still gives you like an impression of depth, again, with this idea that we're contained within this membrane of 1 kilometer above our head, 1 kilometer under our feet. So that's the first thing. And then there's another point, which is pretty important here, which is the navigation menu that you can see here. And that was a way here you can choose the path that you want, and you have various kind of keywords, which came about, pretty much we choose them because they came into our discussion on the fairly regular level as we're discussing the show. And so, for example, you could start here with the question of landscape, which I know that Joseph Koerner gave a very important lecture about it. And as you would scroll down, you could see different artworks which all kind of deal with these notions of landscape, but in connection to the critical zone. And each of these artworks also have other tagging systems, which means that they are going to reconnect to other artworks and the different texts in a very dynamic manner. And also, of course, we didn't want to create a simply, let's say, a kind of distinction between the various elements which are important within within the website, there's one element which is very important, which is the spectators, or the viewers, rather. The viewers themselves are going to influence the order in which the work's order is going to get into reconfiguration. The viewers, the spectators are they will leave a trace within the exhibition, because as they click on the work, some works will become, let's say, more prominent than others, etc. Always in this kind of generative format, which we thought was pretty well going with this idea of like reconfiguration, co-entanglement, and kind of like codependence, which are all key elements of the critical zones. So maybe we can start with this work from forensic architecture. Yesterday, we had the chance of having Eyal Weizman here as part of the discussion. And so as you go onto the page here, you can see that you're going to have a screen with different elements, and there forensic architecture is working with the notion of the cloud dispersion, pretty much how we have some sort of like cloud dispersions and intoxications of the air, which are themselves in various places around the world, like how these kind of instances are kind of creating what reminds us Sloterdijk when he's talking about atmoterrorism. And for us, of course, it was interesting to talk about clouds, because there's first of all like a sort of a very obvious link with the fact that we very often talk about the online cloud as a sort of metaphor. But here, what forensic architecture is doing is like in a way, they're bringing us down to earth by talking about these kind of moments of toxicity of the clouds in very different contexts. And here you can see, as you arrive onto the website, you can see you have a sort of menu of different molecules. And so the first molecules is about cement and cloud dispersions. And I will play the little clip, which is a sort of mini documentary that they do, which is exploring the connection between, let's say, explosions of how explosions disperse elements of cement. I hear that. Do you hear the sound? There's a problem with the sound here. As we stop the new share sound. Okay. Do you hear the sound?
Or dissipating.
Do you hear us? Do you hear? There's a sound. Is the sound working?
To the
That's right. Hello? Is it working?
In 2014, Israel began using aerial crop dusters to spray a toxic herbicide mix of glyphosate, oxyflorphane, and diuron along the eastern perimeter of occupied Gaza. It did so in the morning hours, when easterly winds carried the toxic clouds deep onto Gazan territory, destroying Palestinian crops and livelihoods. Together with local farmers and human rights groups, we collected samples of affected leaves. We used motion tracking to model the path of the planes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I hear that there was a small problem with the sound, but pretty much I will come back very briefly on the fact that what they did here is like a series of small documentaries which are taking one similar form, which are clouds, dispersions, and yet seeing how very different chemicals kind of affect the critical zone. And of course, the whole point is like they're working with kind of very controversial cases and seeing how, in one way, cement dispersions can, affect a certain zone, while how glyphosate, in let's say, which would be spread in Gaza, would be used by the Israeli forces as they're dispersed over plain in order to kind of eradicate some sort of some agricultural places and displace the workers who kind of live onto, or whose living can, depends upon the cultivation of those zones. So again, like for us, it was a very important thing to start the kind of online exhibition with those sort of contested zones, with these moments where part of the atmosphere would become a very colonized space. And of course, there's something very important to say about forensic architecture, is that there's the way that they work pretty much is like they are, as Eyal Weizmann was explaining yesterday, they are an agency working with architectural means, where like they work on human rights violation with and on behalf of the communities affected by political violence. So that's a very important point, which like they don't just come to speak about, they are very involved and they are commissioned those different pieces from, let's say, the ground, from the contested ground where these issues are arising. And recently, they've been turning to kind of like environmentalist and justice groups with the Center of Contemporary Nature, which is pretty much why we decided that it was so important that we would bring them into the space, so that they would, of the exhibition, both online and physically, so that we would explore the kind of very specific architecture that is which is presented to us with those clouds. So this is one of the examples which was important for us. Maybe I can take another case which for us was pretty important, which is this work by the artist Semenelesai Dekival, who's an Aborigines artist based in the south of Taiwan, from the Taiwan tribe. And he makes those very interesting drawings where you have these kind of shapes, pretty much those linear shapes, which are very confident lines, as if he also carves a lot of wood. So I guess he got this kind of craft about making the very, very smooth and detailed lines of bizarre creatures with those very, repetitive patterns. And those creatures don't really look friendly. They would look kind of scary. And the story behind these drawings is that pretty much about 4 years ago, Senembai went into the forest with some children from his village, and they were kind of attacked by a sort of bug. And so he started to imagine, they could not see it. They could imagine it, but not see it. And so he started to try to give it a shape. And as I came 4 years later into his studio in the south of Taiwan, that was the exact beginning of the pandemic. And so he wanted to show them to me by showing this moment when you would have, let's say, the environment which kind of strike back, like what happens when you enter into a forest and that the forest strike back because there was a sort of invasion to it and it feels the need to defend itself. And so, of course, like in the context of the corona, we thought that it would be interesting to put this kind of like intruders, which literally, the virus acted as a sort of paralyzer. It paralyzed our entire activity. And so we thought that it would be interesting to have it, both because the virus is the reason why we have this online exhibition, but also because the practice of these artists really reflects something which is interesting in Gaia, which is the role of bacteria, which has been discussed quite beautifully by Jérôme earlier in his talk. The fact that the bacteria, pretty much as Lynn Margulis was saying, they run the show. Like they interact with the minerals, they interact with the environment, they completely shape it. So for us, it was a fairly important aspect that we wanted to explore. But there is something else which, you know, in the show that we wanted to go with is like, we didn't want to just to, let's say, broadcast forms of knowledge. And yesterday, Peter Weibel talked a lot about the fact that an exhibition like that, which is online, allows to kind of send out various kind of messages in a much broader context. But we didn't want to be only sending a message. We also wanted to kind of collect information from this very exceptional situation. We wanted to collect people's description. How could they describe the situation in which we are? How, you know, what has the pandemic changed into their life? And so pretty much what we created with the Media Lab of Sciences Po and a collective called the Consortium is a website like this, which a website like this. Attends. Sorry. Is it working? Yes. Yes.
Martin, in case you're wondering whether the questionnaire is loading, it works beautifully. I just very quickly wanted to say that we are closing quite soon, so you have another 3 minutes, which works really well for the questionnaire. So do take us on to the adventure of the questionnaire.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Barbara. So the whole point with this questionnaire is like, it's going to ask you like a set of questions, which are very, let's say, starting from your personal experience, where we're going to ask people pretty much what did the pandemic change into their life, and most importantly, what are the activities that they would like to see stopped after the pandemic? What are the activities that they would like to see developed? And pretty much to engage not only into some sort of like wishful thinking where they would gather their kind of opinions, but really to try to explore what makes this proposition, you know, more coherent within their life, but also what kind of impact it would have onto others people's life. And so really like we want to encourage you to have a look at it in order to not only, you know, to kind of have these moments of self-description in order to kind of get an agenda of where we want to go after this kind of COVID crisis. So this is again, like, thank you to ZKM for its amazing team for setting up the entire project. We have to thank, of course, the Bettina Corringtonberg and the curatorial team who did it. We have to, the nice thing with a questionnaire like that is like you have a small generic at the end that you can play where you can see all of the people who got involved and allowed this thing to happen. Again, thank you.
And thank you, Martin, for this wonderful guided tour through the digital exhibition, which you just finished beautifully on time. So well done for that. And also, it's nice that you stopped with the questionnaire, because this is a nice opportunity to just point out that we're hosting workshops, the ZKM together with the Media Lab de la Sciences Po Paris and the collective Où Atterrir. So we've been working together on this concept for the past 3 weeks, also together with Mira Hiltz and Michael Rüberkopf and Alexandra Herrmann and Sohail Hajmibauer and everybody. So it was a very interesting collaboration. And those workshops, you can actually then go on the site of the questionnaire and sign up for the workshops after or with taking the questionnaire. Another thing that I wanted to point out, I wanted to credit the graphic designers who were part of the adventure, this crazy adventure of setting up the digital exhibition Critical Zones. The graphic designers from Operative Space, Robert Preusse and Stefanie Rau, they did an incredible job, and it was such an interesting collaboration, not only between the ZKM and all the artists and the curators involved, also the ZKM departments, the museum communication, the curators, and it was just such a nice venture to go on together with the IFKM and Operative Space. So really so many people, and thank you for pointing out the generic, dear Martin. Ika, we are now going to head out to another 5-minute technical break before after that coming back for a round of panel discussion. Martin, thank you so much again. Ika, your cue in German.
Ja, auch von mir ein großes Danke, Martin. Die virtuelle Plattform wird wachsen. Sie wird sich weiterentwickeln im Laufe des Jahres. Sie wird die physische Ausstellung permanent begleiten. Insofern bleibt dran. Wir haben da viel Arbeit investiert. Es ist tatsächlich für uns eine neue Möglichkeit, eine Ausstellung auf eine andere Art und Weise zugänglich zu machen. Und wir möchten natürlich auch von euch erfahren, wie gut das funktioniert. Insofern schreibt uns, das ZKM ist unter vielen Adressen zu erreichen. Wir freuen uns auf alle Beiträge tatsächlich. Genau, ein großer Dank, das wurde gerade eben schon gesagt, nochmal auch an die Grafiker aus Berlin, Stefanie Rau und Robert Preusse, die tatsächlich auch die sehr immersive Erscheinung, wenn man so sagen will, tatsächlich auch einfach möglich gemacht haben. Genau, bevor es jetzt zum zweiten Teil der Podiumsdiskussionen geht mit den Referenten Dispesh Chakrabarti, Emmanuel Kotscher und Vincent Desprez, machen wir eine kurze 5-minütige Pause für einen technischen Umbau und sind gleich wieder für euch da.
Welcome back, Critical Minds, to our last session of the Critical Zones panel discussion. We have 3 wonderful speakers on board with us, and together with them we will focus on the subtitle of our exhibition, Observatories for Earthly Politics. Earthly Politics, an issue we all should be very keen about it. So let's pay key attention towards our new earthly politics for the next 65 minutes. To guide our steps, we will be having our first speaker, Deepesh Chakrabarti. I'm very honored to have you with us tonight. Deepesh is historian and professor of history, South Asian languages and civilizations at the University of Chicago. With a courageous mind, Deepesh is scrutinizing moments of crisis in history and publishes most influential books such as The Crisis of Civilization or forthcoming The Climate of History in a Planetary Age. Tonight, Deepesh will be sharing his thoughts on the interrelations between the global and the planetary. He will show how the global is actually revealing the planetary from a perspective that goes beyond the confines of the European mindset, and will also shed a clear light onto our current pandemic position in crisis. Thank you so much. Welcome, Deepesh. How do you do? Will you say a little hello to us? To also have a sound check, get ready for the discussion?
Yes, of course. I mean, even though this is a pre-recorded piece that you're going to play, I wore the same clothes to produce the illusion that I was wearing in person. But obviously, the illusion is broken now. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very pleased to be in the company of Emmanuel and Tizian. And I look forward to what they have to say and what others have to say. The issue of both critical zone and planetarity and thinking about human beings in a larger context of life, of the planet, these have become very important. And I think we are all trying to find our way through these issues to some other vision of the world, which is not fully formed yet, at least in my mind. So I'm very much looking forward to being part of the experiment you're doing, the public discussion you're carrying out. And I'm very grateful to all of you, and in particular to Bruno Latour and to you all for the invitation to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Deepesh. Having an eye on living beings such as microbes and plants, our second speaker, Emanuele Coccia, enters into the discourse later on with a powerful argumentation showing us how stuck we are with our happy-go-lucky use of the metaphor of the house when we conceptualize ecology. Emanuele Coccia, wonderful that you are here.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Bruno, for inviting me. Thank to all the staff. Thank you, Peter. I'm very happy and honored to be here. I'm very happy and honored to speak with Deepesh and Vincian and to have a discussion with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Emanuele, let me shortly introduce you to the public audience, is philosopher and professor for the history of philosophy in Paris. He works extensively on the history of ecology and on the intersections of philosophy, art, and biology. From Emanuele, we will take it further from his lecture on Nature is Not Your Household, keep this in mind, to the phonosphere. The phonosphere will be introduced by Vincian Debré. Vincian, we are terribly happy that you are with us tonight. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm very happy to be there too. And I would like to thank you, Peter and Bruno and Deepesh and Emmanuel and you, Annette, for inviting me. And so happy about being here with you.
Thank you. Vincian is philosopher of science, psychologist, and currently working in Belgium at the University of Liège and the Vrije University in Brussels as specialist in ethology and animal behavior. She seeks to understand how scientists build their theories in working with animals. What relationships are established between the human scientists and the animals? Vincian is an ambassador of the terrestrial, I'd say, exploring the relations of living beings and territories. She reads the scientific literature to bring up new ontological lessons to us. So I'm waiting for Bruno now to give him a chance to introduce his dear guests as well.
I'm here and I'm absolutely delighted. As you all know, Dipesh is actually responsible for part of a show because he brought us into the planetary. And no one wanted to be in the planetary before he made it a center of a recent history. And Emanuele has worked with us with the HFJ student when we were working for 2 years to prepare this show. And he gave amazing lectures, which is a sort of critique of the notion of ecology. And of course, it's absolutely marvelous to see Vinciana. We have been working together for about 25 years. She will not be able to hear the cricket today because there is actually, it's very cold and I had to lock the door. But I'm sure she would have been able to comment on the soundscape produced by the cricket. It's marvelous to see the three of you.
Thank you, Bruno. Dear technical team, could you please roll up the video by Dipesh?
It's a great pleasure and an honor to be speaking on here and on this occasion, particularly to be in conversation with Bruno Latour. Bruno has been a wonderful interlocutor, friend, very generous friend over the last 10 years while I've been working on my own book on climate change and planetarity. And in some ways, the book has been a conversation with Bruno and some other friends, but he would be one of the most prominent friends, Bruno, Zalasevic, François Hartog to some degree. These are the friends I've been in conversation with, and I think Bruno is one of the most key persons in this conversation. And with him, I have a lot of areas of very profound agreement and a lot of areas where I've absolutely learned from him, and some friendly disagreements or modifications of his ideas. And what I'll focus on are those friendly disagreements. But before I come on to my friendly disagreements, let me just chalk out the very large area of agreement that exists between us. So one idea that Bruno and I have been talking about lately is the whole business of philosophy of history and how it emerged in the West. I mean, Marxism being one kind of philosophy, but you can have a liberal view like Francis Fukuyama did in 1989, right? Where is human history going? And of course, when you look at these histories, as Carl Lewitt said a long time ago, it's almost a secularization of a Judaic-Christian idea of salvation, human beings achieving some kind of salvation. And in this history, I mean, Bruno's point always has been that how did people misread their own times when human beings through modernity were actually moving towards Anthropocene without knowing it, but kind of lurching from one stage to another stage towards the Anthropocene. He was making the point that that there are almost 3 or 4 moments when the planet, the world, is kind of brought into being by Europeans. So the first moment would be when Europeans expand and discover the new world and take other people's land and create European empires and colonies. That's so coupled with the scientific revolution, so-called, that was happening in Europe. You can consider that the first stage of making of the world or the globe. I think Bruno uses the word mundus for that. The second one is, as he says, the civilizing project that Europeans think they have from the end of 18th century on, and in a Christian version earlier than that. That is their job to civilize the whole world. So that is another making the world project. And then, of course, there's the Industrial Revolution and the forging of connectivity. So from the Industrial Revolution to the Second World War, you actually have technologies with which to connect the world, the telegraph, steam shipping. So fossil fuel, the coming of coal age makes for another little connection. And then, of course, there's globalization and particularly the deregulation of world economies under Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, particularly in the Anglosphere, is deregulation, which is then joined in by China after Deng Xiaoping announces the 4 mobilization plan in the 1970s. Mao dies in 75, and I think he announces it in 77 or around that period. And we've been living in that world, the intense world of globalization. And I was trying to argue in conversation with Bruno that this intensification of globalization makes, for all of us, for humanists, for non-scientists, the Earth system visible. So the fact is, the very fact that Earth system scientists like Tim Lenton, Earl Ellis, Milosevic, all these people are explaining to us what Earth system is to citizens. So suddenly this planet becomes visible as a as a dynamic actor behaving like a system. And Bruno makes an interesting point that the planet comes last in this series, of world making. But then the planet is the most ancient of all the terms. So European world making is 500 years old, and suddenly you have this thing that is 4.5 billion years old. So the most ancient thing comes last. And his point, since we have never been modern, and even from earlier work, has been that this European project was flawed. It was based on the nature-culture distinction, or what he calls the constitution of the modern. And therefore, it was always self-deceptive on the part of Europeans to think that this world could be made and that everybody could share in this world. So it's a flawed philosophy of history, you might call it. Gave rise to this idea of growth, continuous growth, infinite growth. And therefore, the problem he raises is how did Europeans manage to deceive themselves? And where I come in with my mild and friendly disagreement is exactly here, because my question is coming from having grown up in a place like India, is how did the non-European anti-colonial leaders buy into this vision? So why did Césaire from Martinique, who was a negritude poet, as you know, write in his book on Discourse of Colonialism that the problem with colonial rule was that Europeans did not keep their promises. They said we would come and modernize you, but they didn't build enough hospitals, enough railways, enough industry. We should build them. Nehru says the same thing. Nasser says the same thing. Nyerere says the same thing. So my question is, why do all these anti-colonial, anti-imperial figures buy into this regime? And even when you think of somebody like Gandhi or Tagore from India, who did not necessarily buy into the idea of modernization, that is, the idea of infrastructure. Gandhi was anti-industry. Tagore has criticisms of industrial civilization. But they, as phenomena, depended on fossil fuel. Gandhi would not have been Gandhi without steam shipping and without the railways, which were all coal-run. Tagore made about 75 or 80 global trips by sea, one by air, when he went to Iran. All fossil fuel-based. So their sense of cosmopolitanism, their sense of being global. So what I'm saying is, why did they buy into this? Did they fall in love with the material allure of modernization? And my answer would be, looking at Gandhi and Tagore and even Césaire, is no. They fell in love with the values of the Enlightenment. They fell in love with the idea of equality. They fell in love with, Tagore actually says in an essay that we own 4 things, I think he says, to the Europeans. And if I can recapitulate them. One is, this is peace in public life. Because before the Europeans came, you were nobody if you didn't know how to wield the sword. So becoming an important person in society meant that you had the skills to kill somebody. And the pacification of Indian society, which the Europeans carried out, of which my ancestors and Tagore were all products. So the middle class fell in love with the fact that you did not have to know to kill people in order to be a human being of note. Then the access to modern science. And then he says the rule of law and the idea that you are equal in the eyes of law. These ideas didn't exist. And the criticism of untouchability, caste system was made possible by these ideas. Which is why Ambedkar, who is the best known leader of the ex-untouchable people in India, the lowest of the low, he said in one of his writings, he said, I would like to have Indian history begin in France in 1789. So he says, I want the French Revolution to be the first event, the inaugural event of modern Indian history. So there's and the problem is, what the Europeans also introduced at the same time, and not just these values. Europeans introduced the question of scale. Because just as they created this world, a large-scale entity, they also integrated large areas. So they created the thing called India. Gave rise to the desire for nation states. So the Chinese communists would want to own a big thing called China. And therefore, these values, which were inspiring, had to be scaled for very large areas. And after the Second World War, for a very large number of people. So the idea of equality, the idea of caring for the poor, all of these things would have to be executed in India and China after their revolution or independence for a growing number of people. So Indian population has grown more than 4 times in my lifetime, as is the Chinese population. And the only way you can care, at least Europeans also developed a science, quote unquote. It's really an art of governance called economics, which comes out of 18th century moral philosophy. And somebody like Adam Smith actually argues that economics is a way of caring for people. Which is why you can have somebody like Amartya Sen write a book called Development as Freedom, or the kind of capabilities approach that both he and Martha Nussbaum and others champion. So this idea that so on the one hand, economics was a way of developing a secular spirit of caring. See, before that, in India, for instance, caring was very religious, like in Christian caring. You cared for somebody because they were God's creature. But that you had to care for millions of people whom you could never know personally, gave rise in economics to the idea of welfare. Welfare. So it's a totally humanocentric. It was forgetful of ecology. But it championed one principle that humans and our ancestors, the hominins, needed, and which got written into European political philosophy, is that humans have to be protected from predators. And the more humans created a human-dominated world order, order of life, we basically got rid of most of the wildlife that could be our predators. The only predators we have now left are viruses and bacteria and microbes. So in a way, what happened was, in combining caring with scaling up. So when you read Hobbes, the basic principle is that protection of human life is a fundamental public good. And Hobbes assumes that it includes protection from not only from bad people, but also from wild animals. But the history of urbanization is basically the elimination of wild animals. So then you see the question of protection, it becomes the question of public health. And if you look at today's world, I mean, most of the emerging diseases, 75% in the last 20 years, in the world have been zoonotic diseases, diseases that come from animals. And this recent pandemic, the current pandemic, is a very interesting instance of what has happened to the scaling up, how global reveals the planetary. So on the one hand, the disease is global. Because we are global, we are mobile, we are large in numbers, that's a question of scale, and we are intensely mobile, so we spread the disease around. But it's also an event in the history of life, because this microbe, which probably has lived in the guts of bats for millions of years. Bats are much older than human beings. Bats have been around for 50 million years. And so it had a small local address. Now its address is global. Basically, it's colonized our body. And it's found a new way to become global. So we have actually scaled the microbe up into a global microbe, and therefore precipitated an event in the history of life and biological evolution. So in some ways, what has happened is that we have scaled ourselves up to such a degree that we have imperiled our own existence. So the whole principle that humans should be protected from our predators once meant that we have no other predators but microbes and viruses, by bacteria. And now they have become very effective predators because they're jumping species. And that's because the interface between wildlife and human life is increasing because of deforestation, logging, road building, human habitation, illegal trade in wildlife, all of those things. So let me just finish there. Let me say this, that the predicament is deeper than the predicament of high modernists, whom Bruno criticizes. We don't understand the predicament unless we take very seriously the question of mass poverty. And all those anti-colonial people I named spoke about poverty and development and modernization in good faith. Now people like Prime Minister Modi and others, they speak in bad faith. But the fact that China and India defend fossil fuel on grounds of removing poverty and sound like they're making a very powerful argument shows that poverty itself, it's a scaled up problem, it's a very important problem. And unless we take that into account very seriously, we would not know how to further the critique of planetarity that Bruno inaugurated, how to take it forward and into our time.
Deepesh, thank you so much for this touching talk. If you allow, I would ask was Jan, because to be our first commentator on your impulse you suggested to us, because you beautifully brought into our discussion the notion of friendly disagreement. And now I'm really curious how we can evolve with this friendly disagreement within this round of experts, and also to give it or pass it on to our online audience. So Jan, maybe you have a first response to Deepesh?
I wouldn't have a response to this friendly disagreement, but I think that something that is very interesting in the situation is that virus has shown with an intensity we didn't even believe it could do, the numerous forms of interdependencies we have. And this is interesting because there are some interdependency that we would prefer not have. And the virus proliferates so well with this kind. but also other kinds of interdependencies, even within humanity. I mean, the people who are working for us and we didn't even notice that they were so essential for our everyday survival. And I was thinking about the birds, but the birds we're going to talk later on about them, and about the interdependencies between a lot of animals and between a lot of peoples. And I think it is very interesting to see that globality may be also, when it is shown by a virus, take the form of interdependencies. And I remember Bernadette Vincent, she wrote a very, very beautiful full paper in, I don't remember where was it, probably in Terrestre, but I'm not sure about that. And she says that we are not in war with the virus. We need to be only diplomatic, and we have to compose with this virus, because to be on war won't help. And we cannot win that war, but we can be diplomatic with it or with him. It depends if it's it or him when we talk about virus.
Thank you. Emanuele, what would be your take on these interdependencies?
No, I would just perhaps add some remarks in the sense that this dimension of, I would say that perhaps this interdependency is not just something that that in a way affects the life of the present situation. It is what actually built what we call the planet. So in a way, we should perhaps extend what Deepesh said and see it in a historical framework, in the sense that the planet was not habitable as such at the beginning. And if we can inhabit this planet, if we can inhabit the Earth, it was just because of the millions of years of other living beings who changed centimeter for centimeter the surface and the structure of this planet in order to make it livable, not just for themselves, but also for all other living beings. So in this sense, because we are actually, we think interdependency as something which exists only on the simultaneous, on a synchronical level. Actually, it is an historical dimension, in the sense that we are in a way interdependent, for instance, from the very first living beings who started the work of Jesus, of changing the Earth in order to make it much more habitable than it was at the beginning. So, and also the ecological thinking should perhaps extend itself in this historical dimension. So the problem is what we are doing now for the next generations of other living beings. So that would be my point.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I would like to ask Deepesh the following question. I hope you know the model what Bruno has given us for orientation. This is his model with different attractors. No? One attractor is a globe, another attractor is a local, another attractor is a terrestrial. So my question is, would it make sense to situate your idea of the planetary in this model? And where would you situate it, Deepesh, please?
I would say that the four world-making enterprise that have come from Europe in Bruno's terms, and I'm actually referring to a draft paper that Bruno sent me. Of them, I'm like expanding Europe and actually finding the laws of seas, the laws of navigation, all of these things. It's a world-making event. And then you have the civilizing project, then you have the industrializing project, and then you have an intensification of extractive capitalism, which makes us realize that this planet is active, dynamic, it's a dynamic empty, and we begin to see the planet for what it is. And I'm touching on Emmanuel's point that at the end, we see something that is historical. Because Earth system science is a historical science. You can't talk about the modern atmosphere without mentioning that it's been around for about 400 million years or something. And we come very late. So you create a planet at the very end, which is both spatial as well as temporal, and it goes temporal back. And the question I'm trying to raise is how to connect this planet to Bruno's notion of the terrestrians. Because the idea of terrestrians, which I embrace intellectually, is a critique of the idea of humans as the solo actor or agents. But the question I was trying to raise in my talk is how do we build those bridges? And, I'm speaking in the context of there having been a huge big cyclone, both in and around the city of Calcutta, where I grew up, the last few days. And about more than 10 million people have been displaced. Houses have been destroyed. These are mud houses in the countryside. Calcutta has been devastated. 5,000 trees have fallen. The most immediate demand in the political realm in India is give us more money so that we can build brick houses to replace mud houses. So you see, faced with planetarity, because actually cyclones in the Bay of Bengal are becoming more powerful because of global warming. The temperature of the seas, the surface temperature is going up, which makes the cyclonic storms more powerful. But what is the demand? Political demand is for more money, that is for more growth, so that mud houses can be replaced by brick houses for millions of people. And my question is, how do we connect this? How do we address the question of mass poverty, which is a product of planet health? The fact that fossil fuels allowed the energy available, its use in medicine, public health, allowed us to grow in such numbers that you began to have not only poverty, but mass poverty, poverty on a mass scale. And welfare economics gave you at least the illusion that you could deal with the problem and care for these people. So the question I was raising is, in thinking about terrestrians, how do we address this question of care? See, Carrie Wolf and others have raised this question. Can we care for the anthrax virus? Can we care for the novel coronavirus? Because these are enemies. They affect the principle of protection. But the question is, can we talk about the terrestrians without engaging the question of caring, not just for non-human, which we should, but marrying that to the question of care for fellow human beings? So that when somebody says we need brick-built houses, what will be my answer in this moment of complete destitution and destruction of human life? Another example, many animals have died in this cyclone. The first human response is totally humanocentric. They will create diseases. And it goes back to the question of protection that I was saying, that health is a public good. So I'm really trying to think my way through, and I don't think there's a ready-made answer. So it's not a challenge, it's a real question. How do we connect the idea of the terrestrial to these urgent problems of this desire for protection that masses of destituted people have? I mean, not the rich people, because the rich were not as affected. And that is a question I'm pondering. I always think through, we have never been modern, to actually think about the question of why so many people have wanted to be modern. And the question is their wanting to be modern simply a misreading of their historical time? Is that a wrong historical philosophy? Or do we have to deal with it however wrong it may be? And that's where I am. So how to connect the planetarity and the terrestrians and the special needs of humans, and I mean destituted humans, the most disadvantaged humans. How to triangulate the three is the question I'm raising, so that we don't have to give up on our care of the fellow human while intellectually embracing the idea of the terrestrian, the idea of the terrestrian as some kind of networked collective agent.
Dipesh,
yeah.
Can I say that your ideas, by criticizing the global, we reveal the planetary, and the planetary is close to Bruno's idea of the terrestrial.
But what I'm saying is, this is the criticism that I also get. Okay, this is the planetary. What do humans do with it? What do we do with it? What is the next step? Because we're all thinking not only of critiquing the infrastructure of modernity, but we're also trying to imagine not just what the world would have to look like if we're not organized on these principles, but how do we make a transition to that other world? So I think planetarity reveals the problem of the terrestrian, that we are in it together. It does, but how to connect it to our sense of this moment of politics, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And that's what I think Bruno is trying to do in his book, Down to Earth. I think if I don't read him wrong, he's also trying to do that.
Thank you so much, Dipesh. Bruno, please.
Well, I have a lot of difficulty with the sound, so I've lost some of the Dipesh talk, but I understand the situation, which is I'm lost, not because of the sound, I'm lost because of the enormity of the question which are raised. But I think it's clear from the work of Dipesh that we are, and that's what we try to show in the exhibition and in the catalog, where, by the way, Dipesh, Emanuele, and Vinciane are writing, have written, is the multiplicity of what I call planetary tension or planetary gravitational field, so to speak. Because the people he mentioned who want to have a brick house, we all simultaneously are in all of those different dimensions, I think. We certainly, after 2 months of lock-in, many people in the industrialized West want to take a plane. I want to take a plane, go to a restaurant, etc., etc. And simultaneously knowing that we have to shift our horizon to the terrestrial, simultaneously reinventing things on the local. So I think there is something we are discussing with Dipesh actually right now, which is a multiplicity of planetary influences, which we try to show in the exhibition, because from one place to the other one, we feel a different gravitational push again. But the size of the question, which is what do we do with the people who deserve to be modernized, while simultaneously we have to move out of it. And the problem of economization and de-economization is so gigantic, especially because of an economic crisis that is coming to us. But I'm simply terrified, I have to say. And I think this is beyond me right now.
Good moment to have Emanuele's talk fit in right now. So please roll the film.
So good evening, and thanks a lot for inviting me. I will try to speak about ecology, starting from the situation we were within in the last months. And like in a fairy tale, a virus, a tiny creature, has invaded all the cities of the world. It's hard to even give it the attribute of living. A virus is one of the most ambiguous beings on the face of the earth.
It inhabits the threshold between chemical life, which distinguishes matter, and biological life, which characterize the living being. It's not possible to clearly determine to which spheres it belongs. Within its own body, the clear distinction between life and death is nullified. This aggregate of freely floating donating material has invaded the squares of our villages and metropolises. Just like in a fairy tale, cities have disappeared. To defend themselves against an invisible but powerful enemy, they have exiled themselves, declared themselves banished and outlaws, and now lie at our feet like in an archaeological museum or diorama. To defend the lives of the members, cities have committed suicide. SARS-CoV-2, this tiny fairy tale creature, or rather SF creature, has not just killed hundreds of thousands of lives, but it's also caused the suicide of political life as we have known and practiced it for centuries. It has forced humanity to start a strange experiment in global monasticism. We are all anchorites who have retreated into their private space. We are left with our homes. It doesn't matter whether they are small or large, apartments or real houses. Everything has become home, which is not necessarily good news. Our houses do not protect us. They can kill us. You can die from excess of home. Home has been our obsession for centuries. We live there, we spend a lot of time there, and above all, we see homes and households everywhere. We pretend that all non-human creatures have a relationship to space equivalent to what we call home or household. One of the results and evidences of this obsession with home is ecology. Ecology is not the science that seeks to study the mutual relationship of all living beings with each other and of these with their environment, but also and above all, the ideological projection of this domestic obsession on non-human beings. Already because of its name, ecology literally means science of the household. All ecology is dominated by this metaphor, by the home metaphor. Now, where does this obsession come from? There is nothing natural about it. Why should the relationship that living beings have with each other resemble our domestic sociality? Why don't we use, for example, the metaphor of the city, or the metaphor of a town square, or the metaphor of friendship? When we try to imagine how all living people relate to each other, we invariably imagine them as members of an immense household as big as the whole planet. Do we need Ibsen and Tolstoy to teach us again that houses are not particularly happy places? Why have we been so cruel to our non-human friends to the point of thinking of them as characters in a planetary tragedy in which everyone is confined for life in their own home? The answer to this question is a bit long. I will try to summarize it. The responsible guy is Linnaeus, the Swedish biologist to whom we owe the biological classification system of living beings. In 1749, one of his students, Isaac Bieber, published the first great treatise on ecology and entitled it, translated in contemporary terms, On Natural Household, on the Domestic Order of Nature, De Economia Naturae. Why has nature been interpreted as an enormous domestic order? At the time, most biologists did not believe in the transformation of or evolution of species. In such a context, the only way to understand whether there is a relationship between an Arizona buffalo and an Australian fly was to take the point of view of the one who had imagined, designed, and created both, God. Being responsible for the existence of both, he must have conceived and established a relationship between these two species, as well as between all living species. Now, in the Christian universe, God relates to the world not as a simple governor or political leader relates to his people, but rather as a father relates to his family and home. God has power over the world only because he created it. On the other hand, the world does not relate to God as a subject relates to the ruler, but rather as a son to his father. Whole life on earth, therefore, is one household and one family of the one Father God. For this reason, Bieberg and Linnaeus called this science economics of nature, so the science of household in nature. It was then Haeckel, a 19th century German biologist, who suggested to switch from economics to ecology to distinguish this discipline from capitalistic economics. The image of the household proved useful because it immediately expressed the evidence and the need for a reciprocal relationship between all living people. All are part of an enormous house, an immense family. However, it is also problematic. First of all, this image is the heart of all patriarchy. Ecology does not realize this, but it continues to be, in essence, a patriarchal mythology, regardless of all the efforts made by ecofeminists. In antiquity, as today, the house is a space in which a series of objects and individuals respect an order, a disposition that aims at the production of utility, and it is subject to the power of an individual, a male one. To say that life on planet is a great house means that it respects that order and that each element that composes it produces a form of utility by virtue of that order. From this point of view, ecology shares the same origin, the same vocabulary, and the same conceptual structure with capitalistic economy. Ecology will never save us from neoliberalism. To think in an ecological way means to believe that there is an order to defend, that there are limits in nature that are not exceeded, and that these limits are limits defined by patrimonial and patriarchal relationship with other species. There are other people's homes, the ecosystems, that we must respect, just as we are called to respect the homes of others, private property. It's like conceiving the world as an immense Schrebergarten, an endless extension of small gardens where every species is cultivating its own space, lost in an eternal quarantine that doesn't know an outside city, a space other than home. It is difficult to associate this form of life with an idea of happiness. We have experienced it in these days. And at the end of the day, to think that the earth is an enormous house also means literally believing that all living creatures, except for human beings, are under house arrest. We do not recognize the right of other living beings to leave their homes, to live outside, to have a political, a social, and non-domestic life. Animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, viruses stay always at homes and can only stay at home. Their natural state is a lifelong quarantine. After all, the reaction to the crisis caused by SARS-CoV-2 was a radicalization of ecological thinking. Now, even human beings must respect their own ecosystem, stay at home, be ecological, do not have politics, do not have social life. If people, thanks to cities, once arrogated to themselves the right to travel anywhere and live freely, now all living beings, no one excluded, must exist like monks. Ecology is actually that, the idea that all of us, human and non-human, are monks of Gaia. This unprecedented situation is perhaps an opportunity, a chance. SARS-CoV-2 allows us to free ourselves definitively from the nostalgia and idealism of home. The house is by definition a strange theater that allows us to cultivate the illusion that in order to live, we do not need any other form of life. It is an art to bring together women and men through stones and metal to become eternal. the house and its expansion, the city, is above all a form of human monoculture that rejects outside itself everything that does not resemble it, in what we still call forest. The name forest, from Latin foris, it is outside, which we insist on thinking of as the natural home of natural beings. This name, I said, is just the expression of this reclusion. Forest, a forest is the place where the excluded, the exiled from the cities, from the homes, from human homes, are gathered. The word forest should be translated literally in English with refugee camp. So every time we think of the forest as a natural place, as home for trees, animals, bacteria, viruses, we say that non-humans must live in exile in refugee camps. Please, let's stop confining all the living beings to their homes. Let them live. Let them move around like we like to do. Let's get rid of walls and houses. We no longer have a choice. It is time to free ourselves forever from the imprisonment of houses. It is time to break the planetary quarantine we call ecology. No one stays on this planet any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuele, for this really vivid talk of getting rid of our obsession of the house and freeing the beings. Now, this could also be a sense of caretaking, and I heard that the topic of caretaking is really a topic in our chat right now. So let's have the audience enter in. I guess it's a question for you, but maybe also for the whole panel. Barbara?
Yes, so actually we have several questions from the audience referring to the notion of non-anthropocentric care. So for example, Josh says that it would be wonderful if the point of care could be further elaborated, especially non-anthropocentric care. And Abhishek Chauhan says it would be nice to situate care in the current cosmopolitics that Bruno suggests. And Federica also observes that the care for humans and the care for non-humans are not mutually exclusive. So I think it could be interesting, Emanuele, to if you could quickly elaborate a little bit on care, as you already did in your talk, and maybe we could pass that on to Vinciane if everybody else agrees.
Yes, what is interesting perhaps is speaking about the house. I mean, the problem with the concept of care is perhaps that we imagine this the care as just a psychological attitude. There's something which has to do with sentiments, with affects, and so on. And we forget that, for instance, the very first project of care is a house. Actually, we should redefine house in a non-patriarchal, non-patrimonial way, saying that each house, each home is a sort of collection of things which we care of, but also that we think they can care for us. So of objects and of subjects. So in a way, we should perhaps think in a much more materialistic way care, and think that care is not just a psychological attitude. Is a structure, a material structure, an economical structure, and that each individual, in a way, design its own care when he or she is actually designing a house, a home. So, and this is in a way a not patriarchal way of defining home. So, in the fact that I'm here, I just put. I mean, there is my daughter, and there is a couple of things I care of, but also a couple of things and persons I think they can care about me. So. What I'm suggesting is we have to depsychologize care and to transform it into something which has also in terms of non-human beings, which has a very much more material
meaning.
I would like to support the idea of Emanuele, the idea of non-anthropocentric care, because there's a famous book by a French philosopher called Michel Foucault, Souci de soi. That means about the technology, taking care of yourself. And this was meant to be especially only that human beings take care of human beings. But now we learn this is not enough. Your idea is precisely this. When you take care only of yourself, you don't really take care of yourself. To take care of yourself means you must go beyond the limits of human beings. You must also take care of other living beings. This is an idea which is a very important idea. Right, Emanuele? We don't hear you.
Actually, I would say that care is actually it's an attitude that it has. I mean, it has nothing to do with yourself and or the other. It's a cosmological attitude. So care means that actually you need care. You need to care yourself and to care the others, because as I said, the earth, the world, but not just for human, for every living being, is not in itself habitable. You need to change stuff, to manipulate matter, but every living being is doing there. So in a way, you need to re-transform the world in order to make it possible to live, to make your own life possible, and then also to make the life of your close loves also possible and good. So from this point of view, I would say that the concept of care should be conceived or imagined beyond every form of psychological idea, but also beyond every opposition between the self and the others, society, individual, because care is just a cosmological attitude. So it's really the attempt of recreation of a world which is in a way much more livable, much more habitable. So for more than yourself, because of course a home is always open to other people and other species. So
Emanuele, I like the title of your lecture, Nature is not your household. I like this critique of the metaphor and model of the house, because traditionally ecology and economy comes from the Greek word oikos. Oikos means house. And people have been thinking when the administration of the house is the ecology, or the administration of the house can be economy. But now I learned from your lecture, this long tradition is very dangerous. This metaphor and model is very dangerous for our relation to our environment and to our nature. Correctly?
Yeah, exactly. What I wanted to show is the fact that actually ecology and economy are two twins brothers, or twin sisters. Actually, they are exactly the same. They share the same epistemological structure, and they have the same also way of thinking about life. Of things, of artifacts, of human artifacts for economy, and of non-human beings for ecology. And the problem is that this structure is a patriarchal one, it's a patrimonial one, and it is in a way founded on the refusal of recognition of the fact that other living beings has the right in a way, as the agency of doing something other than being at home, and the right to, in a way, go beyond the space we supposed to belong to them. And also, I mean, there is a very, very interesting story about the birth or the genesis of the concept of invasive species or autochthonous species. It's a long story, but I just want to say that these categories, this also judgment on the basis of which we used to distinguish species which should belong to a special space or territory, and other species who are migrant. This distinction comes from very, very crazy work of a British botanist of the 19th century, who just took the categories of
the British common law of the 19th century and apply them to plants, which means that each time that we say that species, for instance, an Alianthus or I don't know, is an invasive species, we are just asking plants to behave like a good British citizen of, or like a good citizen of the Commonwealth of the 19th century, which is a totally ridiculous attitude. So in a way, we are totally stuck, even within ecology, in a very strange form of counter-totemism. So we are asking non-human beings to behave like very good and very polite human beings and bourgeois living beings, not just human beings.
Emanuele, in this context, what do you think about the taxonomy of plants and animals by Buffon? Is this something better? Yeah?
I would be very short. No, I would say that we have to recategorize also taxonomy, because we think taxonomy as something totally, in a way, absolute. But since Darwin discovered that a species is just the production of a previous species, so that means that, for instance, we are human just in front of the primates, of the apes, in the same sense that my daughter is daughter just in front of me, not in an absolute way. So species are not absolute categories. They are just, in a way, symptoms of genealogical links. That means that that exist just in a relative way, I would say. So the taxonomy is like genealogy. So it's something which is extremely cultural, artificial, and also, in a way, relative.
Thank you.
Emanuele, thank you. Let's take the relative aspect and move on to the phonocene of Vinciane. I think this is now a good link to get this going. Could you please roll the film, The Statement of Vinciane?
Since the beginning of the quarantine, some of us, mostly urban citizens, are discovering that we were not alone, that the world was not made only of humans. Not a day goes by from me without receiving a recording of birdsong or testimonies of the joy of the bird's presence. One wonders, how is it that we hear them now? Was it the silence that now reigns that makes birds finally heard? Was it because we were much more attentive? Or was it because we have, for the first time since long, the time to listen? Or was it because most of us, locked in a house, to our balcony or garden? Some also evoke the fact that confinement would make us experience our lives.
Sorry, we had like you broke off, so there were like 5 or 6 seconds where we couldn't hear you.
Okay, because maybe the connection was not good enough.
Yes.
Do you? I can change of connection, because sometimes when I put the connection of my iPhone.
Interesting.
Yes, my iPhone.
Sorry, so we had a little technical difficulty here because we have so many incredible videos that we all have to manage and deal around with. So Vinciane, terribly sorry. We will jump back into your talk in just 1 second. Our regie, we've got them in our ear. They're doing, they're quickly editing and jumping to the right video. So we deeply apologize to everybody. And actually, I have to say that this is our first big mistake since yesterday, so I'm super sad that it happens in your talk, Vinciane. That's really sad to me. It wouldn't have been nice in anybody else's talk, but I mean, I think. So hang on, Bruno wants to say something. Can we have Bruno on? Philip, can you put Bruno on?
Well, it is just
yes,
to occupy the time.
Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, please, Bruno. Merci.
Because in the very interesting connection between the three authors, I'm trying to find the connection. And of course, the Vinciane talk is an answer to the non-home-based definition of ecosystem and interaction that Emanuele was talking. Now, is this enough to answer some of Deepesh's worry? I don't know, but I think it's an interesting and beautiful connection to have the three of them simultaneously on screen. And I hope now Vinciane will arrive on screen as well.
We're not quite ready yet, but Bruno, yes, Deepesh wanted to say something, yeah. Oh, Deepesh, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, while we're waiting, whenever you tell me to shut up, I'll shut up. Mid-sentence, no problem. While you wait, I think it's very fascinating what Emmanuel was saying, and I was actually thinking, Emmanuel, to what degree you might think that your thought is based on the experience of Europe. Because I was thinking of Australian Aboriginals who didn't have houses and could not have thought in terms of houses. And so I was thinking of human history, where what evolutionary biologists talk about is the need for caves as protection from predators. So that goes back to hominins. So a desire for protection I find very, very ancient. But I was thinking that this, Hannah Arendt's in The Human Condition is exactly raising this problem in a different way, situating economy in the household. But I was thinking that what is the degree to which we sometimes, using these metaphors, use metaphors that also come from particular histories of habitation. And surely, in Bruno's point, this has become everybody's history. So I'm not denying that. So this European history is now part of my history. But I was thinking of particularly Australian Aboriginal history and some of Viveros de Castro's work. That humans actually have lived with other non-humans without necessarily making their thoughts go to the metaphor of the house. So to what degree it's a particularly European problem that one is addressing, though it is everybody's problem. I grant you that.
No, of course, it's a European problem. The main problem is that ecology denies to be a European vision on the natural world. So I totally agree on you. What I'm criticizing is the fact that ecology itself, thinks itself as something which is scientific or totally universal, planetary, where it is just expanding a very, very historical, not even European, because it's a very typical ancient Greek model on the life of all living beings. So that's the problem. But I would stress that not even European, because in the south of Italy you have a lot of different way of living. So it's a very, very, very tiny model which has been considered as the natural form of life of every living being. So.
Wonderful. Thank you for this intermission as well. And now we go to Vinciane.
Discovering that we were not alone, that the world was not made only of humans. Not a day goes by for me without receiving a recording of bird song or testimonies of the joy of the bird presence. One wonders how it is that we hear them now. Was it the silence that now reigns that makes birds finally heard? Was it because we were much more attentive? Or was it because we have for the first time since long the time to listen? Or was it because most of us, locked in our house, were more often than ever stuck to our windows, or for some to our balcony or our garden? Some also evoke the fact that confinement would make us experience our lives and those of the birds in contrast. They are free to fly wherever they want. Considering the feeling that birds would now be freer than we are, I wouldn't go too fast to say it. Let us not forget that the quarantine begins mid-March, when the birds were very busy with territorial concerns. Territories are a serious form of attachments, territories being homes from which one cannot easily move away. A territory is a place to make, and this making keeps the birds busy, creating the place, singing, calling, dialoguing, challenging each other, creating links between neighbors, manifesting the present. Possessing a territory requires first and foremost to be possessed by it. So the silence, the fact we are less busy, the time we spend at our windows, or the feelings that birds are free while we are not, could easily explain why most of us suddenly realized that birds were living so close to us. And all these hypotheses are undoubtedly true, but they miss an important point: the birds themselves. First, don't forget, we were in the middle of March, which is the time when territorial birds are particularly busy in making their territories, mostly by singing to each other from early morning to sunset and even after that. In my neighborhood, for example, the blackbirds start the chorus, followed shortly after that by the tarless chickadees, and others will soon join. Secondly, how can we not imagine that the birds also have a perspective on what is happening? In the novel Little Birds, Japanese author Yoko Ogawa writes that birds are careful. What she means by careful is that birds immediately grasp when something is not the same as usual. Birds have memories, she continues. They compare their memories. Undoubtedly, the birds have a perspective on the pandemic. They actually probably have a lot of fun. According to some ornithologists, the birds that choose to live in urban areas sing now earlier in the morning, and some bird watchers have made on comparative graphs in Catalonia. They show clearly huge differences between normal time and long down time. Birds, still according to ornithologists, might get along better as they can hear each other far better. And we may also suppose that they sing differently. They seize the silence as a chance, and they sing more as they don't have to struggle with the noise of the environment. Maybe they sing with more enthusiasm. The very same silence made the birds sing and made us hear them. And perhaps we humans can hear birds better because we are all birds and humans, in fact, liberated. We humans from the shackles of habits that made us act as silly automata with what surrounds us. And then the bird, freed from the anthropocacophony we hitherto imposed on them. If the silence made the birds sing, we could even go as far as to say that the silence had been itself territorialized by the birds. And one could also think, listening to the people singing all together at the window or on the balcony like we heard that in Spain, in Italy, or in France, that these people were experimenting the tremendous power of the sung territories. We know how important it is for us, primates as we are, baboons would say Bruno Latour, to touch each other, to groom each other, to experience our bodies in close contact with other bodies. These people singing were inventing other ways to touch each other. Quarantine has deteriorated them. These people sharing together the tremendous magical power of song and music to affect bodies at a distance were reterrorizing themselves as collective. So the human primates in quarantine reinvented other ways, using the bird's ways of affecting others and being affected by others. This might be a good narrative for the phonocene. It's not impossible that this experience makes us feel a small part of what a bird's territory can be. Many of the theories that try to explain territory have focused the attention on the competition between birds, on conflicts, on the need to guard and defend boundaries. In this perspective, each delimitation between two territories is a border that should be guarded by threat or conflict. But if we are interested in the pleasure that birds have in singing, if we pay attention to the fact that boundaries of territories are meeting places, if we take into account the fact that birds always try to stick territories together. If we see that the skylarks or the song sparrows learn the songs of their neighbors and sing the same dialect as them, then other stories can be imagined. Far from being a possession to be jealously guarded, territory is a space whose crucial dimensions are the peripheries. For it is on the periphery that social life continues, even in times of mating and breeding, when parental and conjugal duties must be fulfilled. And that's what interested me, seeing how ornithologists have learned to pay attention to things that don't seem to fit in well, or they manage to challenge the idea that it's all about competition, and above all the birds have convinced them to take into account what is really important to them and all the good reason birds have for being deeply attached to, through, and by their territories.
Thank you so much, Jan, for your talk. And now I'm a bit hesitant to use my human language to respond to you, but I'd love to hear Bruno giving a response to Jan.
I cannot sing and my crickets are not being heard, unfortunately. But I was absolutely stunned by the connection between Emanuele's question and Vincian's answers. So it's quite extraordinary to see a redefinition of boundaries. But I'm also struck by Deepesh's question to Emanuele during the intercession when we are trying to fix because of course, the definition of home, which was criticized so beautifully by Emanuele, is not only anthropocentric, but of course, Europeocentric. And actually, Emanuele made reference to the Roman definition of a villa and the Greek definition, Aristotelian definition of a home. So I'd like Vinciane to tell me how she would deduce, so to speak, from the birds, learn from the birds, an alternative definition of home and boundaries, because that's what she does in her book, and of course what she does also beautifully in the catalog.
Yes, I think that it's an answer to Emanuele. You're right, Bruno. And I think that Emanuele is right saying that ecologist discourses may, in fact, have taken some metaphor too quickly and didn't think about this metaphor. But I don't find these metaphors in birds, in ornithologists. And this is very interesting because ornithologists they're not busy with anthropomorphism generally. I mean, primatologists may be, mammatologists may be very concerned with anthropomorphism, but it's not the point with ornithologists, which is very interesting because they are careful not to use our concept, not to use our ideas about birds, not because they don't want to be anthropomorphic, because they know exactly that it doesn't work. And because they are innately comparativist, because birds are not a species, they are multi-species. And I think it is very interesting that they study multi-species and take the use and the habit to compare, and not to compare with humans, which was the very good point. And I think that might be what saved the birds. Ornithology do not have tendencies to compare birds and humans. They compare birds among themselves, which is not the case if you take some literature. I mean, if you take the vulgarization literature, Michel Serres writing about territories, or I don't remember the name of this man, I would rather prefer. But when non-ornithologists are writing about territories, they are very, very anthropomorphic. They see territories as private property and the origin of private property. So it's, yes.
But if ornithologists are not anthropomorphic, I'm asking you something in the other direction. That is, what would you teach us, so to speak, the one worried about properties, the one worried about society's organization, from the overlapping, slightly complex, multi-species definition of territory? In other words, if birds are to teach us property rights? How would it look like once transported in law, so to speak? Sorry, the question is a bit silly, but I think it's linked to the Emanuele and debate.
I would say it depends which bird. That's the problem, that you cannot make any generalization with birds. It depends which bird. But some birds would help us to think about commons, for example, because territories may sometimes, in some ways, look like commons. It's a way of sharing a big territory and sharing in the double sense of the term, sharing in the sense of being together in that territories and maybe sometimes also defending against other group, and sharing in the same time as dividing the territories where each bird has its own place. This is one thing. I think that the most important thing for me that the birds taught us is the importance of peripheries, which are not boundaries, which look like boundaries, but they are, first of all, peripheries, which means they are site of relationship, fighting, of course, but also exhibiting and socializing and dialoguing and singing and so on. And I think that is the most important point. I would like to say another thing to Emanuele. I think that I wouldn't drop too fast the notion of territory of home, because we might need it at least to take into account the fact that a lot of animals have lost now a place to live. And I think that we need some metaphors, even if they're not as good as they should be and so on. But if we want to take into account the loss of territories, we have some more. I think that this touches us to think in that terms.
Yeah, I would say two things. First of all, I would perhaps say something about this question. Try to answer or give another answer to what Bruno said, because of course, if you're looking at birds, you do not have this problem because the space they inhabit is not solid at all. So it's in a way, no, in the sense that they inhabit air, which is a totally different physiology. So I would, first of all, for instance, then take over was what Thomas, the Italian-Brazilian artist, says in the sense that he proposes to replace the concept of Anthropocene with the concept of Eocene. So, and perhaps we should start thinking that we inhabit air and not land and not soil. So we have perhaps to change the orientation, and also to change geometry, because what is changing is the fact that when you are speaking about air, geometry knows itself as something which has just a semiotical consistency, whereby when we speak about geometry of land, we think that it's really the truth. So it's perhaps this is something we should change. But what I'm concerning your question, I would say that the loss of space, of territory, of course, should oblige us to think something like a home, but then we should just perhaps drop the word home and just speak about about care, because home, what we call home in a non-European perspective, is just the act of picking up some elements and try to make out of that something which is not just the word, but it's something we can stay and we can care and so on. So I would say, no, let's the word home and all these concepts actually aside, and let's speak directly of caring or of care space or something like that. Carescape, for instance, not home, carescape, for instance, I would say. It's much more interesting because then you can also avoid to fix yourself to a space, because the car space can change, but what rests is the care, is the fact that you are caring about something and this something is caring for you. So.
Vesian, before I pose you a question to Vesian, I would just remember that the romantic poet Novalis, he said about home, he says the following sentence: wherever we go, our aim is home. This is a romantic ideal. But I have a question to Vesian. I think your ideas could be an important contribution to the sciences of humanities, because it is another step, it seems to me, in the critique in the sense of Derrida, of logocentrism. Because Derrida, he criticized logocentrism by making the difference between writing and speech. And he said speech is a real element. And now, but Derrida, he confines his ideas to the human horizon. He was criticizing logocentrism only from an anthropomorphic point of view, saying, okay, people speak and people write. But now you extend this critique of logocentrism, that you legitimate the sounds of birds. This goes beyond the human horizon. So I'm correct to see that you are deeper in criticizing logocentrism as a too much anthropomorphic concept.
Yes, you're right. And I think that I lately read Ursula Le Guin, The Acacia Seeds, and she's imagining a society, an association of theolinguistic in the future. We don't know which future, and they all these theolinguists, theoro meanings wild, salvage, so animal linguistic. Imagining that animal makes poetry and pamphlet and literature and so on. And I think that it's a very good idea that Michel Serres taught us, that animals are readers and writers. They write on each other and they write on the things, and they can read, like hunters can read, animals can read and write. And I think that the logocentric prevent us to think about animals having other modes of reading and writing. And I think it would be a path that I would like to take.
Thank you so much. I have Kronos in my bag, and I think we should have a full stop right now. And the good news is that we entered a discussion here, we started it, and I thank you all so much for the passionate and vivid voices. But for now, I think we will continue these discussions, which we just briefly, so to say, started along the course of the exhibition. During the next months, we have a program with different speakers, and we will pick up on the discourse. So this was so exciting to have all the different viewpoints, and within this little amount of time we had, we brought up so many aspects, and it's now time to unfold them further. But for now, let's have a break here, and thank you all so much. I would pass on to Bruno. You have, no, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. And I will pass on to our next program, which Barbara will introduce to us. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So thank you so much to this wonderful panel and to all the panelists. It was such a nice discussion, and I just wanted to end with a quote from the public, from the audience on Telegram that said, "More of Vincient's dog, please." And we have now moved from the critical zone of yesterday to the doggeritical zone, and I say this with a clin d'oeil to the interpreters, because this is going to be difficult to translate. So thank you very much to the panelists and to the audience. And we're now going to take a short break, because we are going to go into an open bar Zoom session, which is going to be entirely in German. We're going to meet local initiatives from Karlsruhe here who are dedicated to becoming terrestrial. And after that, we're going to have the wonderful screening of the theater play Moving Earths in English. Actually, no, it's going to be in French, and it's going to have subtitles in English and German. So even if you don't speak German and you can't assist the open bar afterwards, come back for the Moving Earths movie. However, we unfortunately have 30 minutes delay, so we really apologize for this but we're happy that you're still with us.
Ja, und ich mache es ganz kurz. Wie ihr seht, wir haben eine Verspätung von etwa 30 Minuten, deswegen machen wir jetzt ganz flott. Wir gehen nur 5 Minuten kurz in die Pause und sehen uns dann gleich im Zoom wieder in der Open Bar zum Gespräch mit Initiativen aus der Umgebung Karlsruhes und Karlsruhe. Bis gleich. So, wir sind wieder da. Die Regie meldet, im Zoom-Raum ist Anarchie ausgebrochen. Auch damit können wir umgehen. Ihr seid im Moment noch alle gemutet. Barbara wird jetzt hier gleich die Regie übernehmen. Der Chat ist aktiv. Insofern haut rein, was das Zeug hält. Wir werden versuchen, es aufzunehmen. Das mit dem Kamerabild wisst ihr jetzt auch schon. Wir zeichnen auf, also seid euch dessen bewusst, dass es nicht nur eine Live-Übertragung ist, sondern wir das auch nochmal speichern. Alles Weitere wird sich ergeben. Barbara, bitte. Ach ja, wir haben eine dezente Verspätung, aber wir werden trotzdem jetzt diese 45 Minuten genießen.
Ja, also an dieser Stelle auch nochmal von mir ganz herzlich willkommen in diesem großartigen Zoom, wo wir uns mit Initiativen und lokalen Vereinen, Organisationen in Karlsruhe beschäftigen. Ich will erst mal sagen, ich finde es bombastisch, dass trotz der Verspätung und trotz des seit 6 Stunden andauernden Programms noch so viele in diesen Zoom-Link reingekommen sind. Vielen, vielen Dank, herzlich willkommen. Ist auch super schön, alle eure Gesichter zu sehen. Und ja, wir haben ein paar sehr besondere Gäste hier bei uns heute Abend. Und zwar wollen wir eben diese Open Bar nutzen, um die institutionellen und akademischen Diskurse eben auch um Diskurse zu erweitern von lokalen Initiativen und Bürgerinnen und Bürgern, die sich seit Jahren hier in Karlsruhe engagieren und sich eigentlich eben darum bemühen, sozusagen terrestrisch zu werden, wie es Latour sagen würde. Und wir sind eben auch so begeistert davon, dass daraus neue Verbindungen entstehen können. Also seit Oktober 2019, letzten Jahres, hatten wir das Vergnügen, mit großartigen Menschen in Kontakt zu kommen und in Austausch zu treten und haben regelmäßige Netzwerktreffen veranstaltet, die seit 3-4 Wochen sogar digital geworden sind. Und jetzt möchte ich gerade mal testen, ob wir kurz unsere Gäste hier vorstellen können. Und zwar vielleicht Susanne, magst du ganz kurz deinen Ton anmachen und kurz Hallo sagen? Als Test? Du musst dich noch laut schalten. Aber ich kann das, falls du das nicht machen darfst, kann ich das auch für dich machen, glaube ich. Moment. Oder? Moment. Ja, Moment. Ja.
Hallo, ja. Ich grüße alle. Toll, dass ihr so viele zusammengekommen seid. Ihr seht immer noch frisch und munter aus. Super.
Super, vielen Dank, Susanne.
Das war unsere Maske Paula.
Ja, super. Okay, und wir haben auch den Andreas vom OKLab dabei. Andreas, magst du auch kurz testen?
Ja klar, vorher hat schon jemand gesagt, mein Ton geht. Ich hoffe, der geht immer noch. Es sieht so aus. Er macht echt einen super Job. Ich fand es sehr spannend, das, was ich bisher mitgekriegt habe. Und es wird bestimmt gleich noch viel spannender.
Ja, jetzt seid ihr ja am Start. Wo ist denn der Martin? Martin ist auch vom OKLab und auch heute Abend dabei.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Ich hoffe, ihr könnt mich hören. Auch von mir viele Grüße und schön, dass so viele da sind.
Super. Und ich sehe, wir haben noch die Karlsruher Coaching Community. Euch würde ich auch mal hier entstummen. Hallo.
Hallo. Nur nicht zu lange, sonst reden wir zu lange.
Wir kriegen eh noch einen Videogruß von euch, aber schön, dass ihr dabei seid. Und ich sehe noch die Marlene. Marlene, darf ich dich auch hier kurz begrüßen? Und ich mache mal ich mach dich mal entstummt. Ja, hallo. Oh. Ich höre dich leider nicht, aber vielleicht musst du dein Mikro anmachen oder so. Ich mache dich mal nochmal laut. Probier es mal nochmal.
Hallo, guten Abend.
Ja, du musst einfach näher an dein Mikrofon. Sehr schön.
Alles klar.
Super, also ich hoffe, ich habe alle gesehen. Der Jürgen Reuter und die Renate sind auch da. Kann vielleicht einer von euch beiden... Jürgen, ich mach dich mal laut.
Hallo, ich würde es eigentlich gerne der Renate übergeben. Ich glaube, die kann sogar noch ein bisschen mehr sagen.
Ja, von euch kriegen wir auch gleich einen Videogruß. Das heißt, schön, ich wollte das jetzt gerade nur testen. Sehr schön. Okay, also wir sind hier umgeben von großartigen Initiativen hier aus Karlsruhe und wir nennen sie liebevoll das Netzwerk der Terrestrischen oder eben auch das Netzwerk der Initiativen und wir haben eben vor, aus diesem gemeinsamen Austausch im Rahmen der Ausstellung Critical Zones jetzt ab der Eröffnung gemeinsam ein breit gefächertes Aktivierungsprogramm zusammen auf die Beine zu stellen, bestehend aus kostenlosen Workshops, Diskussionen, Exkursionen und Gesprächen und das soll sogar auch digital stattfinden. Also wir sind jetzt gerade so dabei, das das alles aufzubauen und sind extrem dankbar um die ganzen Stimmen, die dabei sind. So, und um erstmal einen ersten Blick zu bekommen, haben wir 3 Videobotschaften, die wir euch als erstes mal schicken und zeigen wollen. Peter, du kannst mal die 3 Videobotschaften reinspielen, damit wir schon mal so einen ersten Einblick bekommen, wer diese Initiativen noch sind.
Hi, wir sind Greenpeace Karlsruhe, eine von 100 ehrenamtlichen Ortsgruppen in Deutschland. Greenpeace ist eine internationale Umweltorganisation, die mit gewaltfreien Aktionen für den Schutz der Lebensgrundlagen kämpft. Wir arbeiten überparteilich und völlig unabhängig von Politik, Parteien und Industrie. In den Ortsgruppen tragen wir die globalen Themen und Aktionen von Greenpeace auf die lokale Ebene und führen eigenständige Aktionen durch. Die Karlsruher Gruppe beschäftigt sich unter anderem mit den Themen Klimaschutz, Energiewende, Schutz der Meere, Konsum und Tierhaltung. Dazu machen wir Infostände, organisieren Filmvorführungen und Vorträge, gestalten Schulstunden, engagieren uns bei Demos und vieles mehr. Wir sind eine bunt gemischte Gruppe, die sich zweimal im Monat zur Planung und Organisation trifft. Zusätzlich treffen wir uns zum privaten Austausch und für Freizeitaktivitäten. Für Jugendliche zwischen 14 und 19 Jahren gibt es eine eigenständige Jugendgruppe. Schau einfach bei uns vorbei und mach mit.
Hallo, wir sind die Parents for Future Karlsruhe, eine Regionalgruppe der Parents for Future Germany. Wir sind ein Zusammenschluss von Menschen und stehen in Solidarität zur Fridays for Future Bewegung. Mit unserem friedlichen Protest und Engagement setzen wir uns für einen ambitionierten Klimaschutz ein, in Karlsruhe, Deutschland und weltweit. Was uns ganz wichtig ist, die Parents heißen alle Erwachsenen willkommen, nicht nur die Eltern. Die Sache steht im Vordergrund, nicht der Status. Wir appellieren an euch, werdet aktiv, helft mit, das kleine verbleibende Zeitfenster zu nutzen, um die ganz große Klimakatastrophe zu verhindern. Unsere Website www.parentsforfuture-ka.de.
Wir sind Karlsruhe Coaching Community.
Wir mögen Menschen, aber wir könnten nie einen Ganzen essen.
Wir bieten Coaching und Facilitation für alle an, frei und ohne Vorkenntnisse. Wir experimentieren mit Methoden, die den Austausch zwischen Menschen ermöglichen, auf Augenhöhe und ohne dass dabei Meinungen im Vordergrund stehen.
In der kritischen Zone schaffen wir gedankliche Schutzblasen, in denen man seine Ideen ausprobieren kann, ohne Aber. Und entwickeln gemeinsam positive Zukunftsvisionen. Wir unterstützen eine offene und tolerante Gesellschaft anstatt ideologische Meinungskämpfe. Wir freuen uns auf Vernetzung mit euch.
Was soll's da? Anna, ich liebe deine Katze.
Super. Ja, vielen, vielen Dank für diese schönen Videobotschaften. Wir wollen das jetzt im Folgenden so halten, dass wenn jemand von euch eine Frage stellen möchte, auch aus dem ganzen Publikum, dann meldet euch, falls ihr euer Videobild anhabt. Oder macht irgendwie, es gibt diese Reaktionen, wo man klatschen kann oder wo man einen Daumen hoch machen kann, eine digitale Hand einblenden kann. Ika würde das abfangen und euch dann quasi lautstellen, falls jemand eine Frage hat. Und hiermit würde ich dann auch gerne dem OK-Lab die ersten 5 Minuten geben, wo ihr euch kurz vorstellen könnt und uns erzählen könnt, so ein bisschen tiefer noch, was ihr für eine Initiative seid, wofür ihr euch einsetzt und was für Projekte ihr jetzt gerade verfolgt.
Ja, also schön, dass wir hier sein können. Ich bin Andreas vom OK-Lab. Martin ist auch da. Ihr seht hier ein Bild von unserer Aktion vom letzten Jahr. Wir sind seit 2014 aktiv in Karlsruhe und seit 2017 haben wir auch mit dem ZKM zu tun, Open Codes, Seasons of Media Arts und jetzt Critical Zones. Und unser Hauptthema ist gute Taten mit offenen Daten. Also wir versuchen Daten aus der Verwaltung zu nehmen und was Vernünftiges daraus zu machen. Da sind wir gemeinsam mit einer großen Familie von OK Labs in ganz Deutschland, 29 sind es, glaube ich, die sich mit digitalem Ehrenamt, Beteiligungsverfahren und Methoden, Politik, Mobilität, Trinkwasser oder anderen Gesundheitsfragen, Umweltsensoren und dem Klima befassen. Klima ist natürlich der Anknüpfungspunkt zum Critical Zones. Und die Karlsruher, der Gemeinderat hat dieses Jahr ein Klimaschutzkonzept verabschiedet. Da sind ganz viele Maßnahmen drin und da steht unter anderem drin, generell möglich und weiter zu prüfen wäre die Verwendung eines EDV-gestützten Lösung für das Umsetzungscontrolling. Das ist irgendwie cool, aber man merkt auch, die wissen noch nicht so recht, wie das gehen soll. Und da treten wir natürlich auf den Plan, weil das OK Lab und die Code4 Community hat einfach sehr viel Erfahrung mit digitalen Projekten, offenen Daten und so weiter. Und wir versuchen also hier mit der Stadt zusammen und mit dem Klimabündnis und anderen Gruppen zusammen dieses ganze Konzept zu begleiten mit der Infrastruktur, die schon da ist. Also Transparenzportal, KA-Feedback, digital@KA, unseren ganzen Vorkenntnissen. Es gibt Klimawatch zum Beispiel, wo schon einige Städte drin sind. Und wir müssen unbedingt auch die ganzen Bürger und das Gewerbe mit ins Boot bringen und eine aktive Begleitung dieses Klimaschutzkonzepts über die ganze Zeit erreichen, weil sonst wird es nichts. Und wir haben jetzt gerade angefangen, so einen kleinen Prototyp zu entwickeln. Da sieht man ganz viele Boxen und PCs und Tabellen und so weiter, die da alle mal dazugehören. Und es gibt also im Rahmen von Critical Zones mindestens 3 Pfeile, an denen man versuchen kann zu drehen. Das eine wäre links oben, mal zu überprüfen, ist das überhaupt richtig gerechnet, was die Stadt da gemacht hat? Wie viel CO2 spart man durch Austausch von LEDs? Oder dass man wirklich sagt, rechts oben das zu begleiten. Wir wollen wissen, was passiert und wir wollen auch Anregungen geben. Oder ganz unten, man kann natürlich wirklich auch was machen, weil eines der Punkte, wie man Energie sparen kann, ist, dass zum Beispiel die Bürger Solarzellen auf ihre Dächer machen. Und dann muss man natürlich auch wissen, welche Bürger machen das denn wirklich, weil die Stadt berät nur an der Stelle. Und damit man das alles machen kann, werden wir eine Reihe von Workshops anbieten im Zusammenhang mit Critical Zones. Und da kann man sich zusammensetzen und Ideen wälzen und man kann aber vielleicht auch ein bisschen programmieren. Und man muss nicht wirklich Text schreiben, Programmiersprache lernen, C++, JavaScript, Python oder irgendwas, sondern man kann auch auf einfache Art und Weise coden, ohne zu programmieren, zum Beispiel mit so grafischen Tools, wo man Daten aus dem Transparenzportal, also den städtischen offenen Daten, auslesen kann und verknüpfen und eine interessante Visualisierung machen kann. Also das wäre ein Teil unserer Aktivitäten und damit geht es weiter zu Martin. Martin?
Martin ist weg.
Ah. Hallo.
Ja, jetzt.
So, jetzt bin ich auch im Audio. Vielen Dank. Genau. Ja, es geht um offene Daten und da gibt es eine ganze Menge Geodaten auch, die offen sind. Da gibt es zum einen das OpenStreetMap-Projekt, das man zum einen natürlich, wo man beitragen kann, wo man aber auch die Daten nutzen darf, weil die nämlich offen und frei sind. Und es gibt ganz interessante Satellitendaten heutzutage, die uns sehr viel über die Umwelt verraten. Wir sehen hier also Karlsruhe in unterschiedlichen Satellitenbildern, sagen wir mal. Also es ist alles eine Szene, aber unterschiedliche Kanäle und Interpretationen, wo man also so urbane Gebiete und Gebiete, Wälder und so weiter ganz gut voneinander unterscheiden kann. Wenn man jetzt regelmäßig diese Satellitenbilder hat, hat man auch so Zeitreihen, die sehen wir hier. Das ist jetzt hier so ein Vegetationsindex, also alles, was grün ist, ist jetzt starke Vegetation, ist alles, da sind also Pflanzen aktiv mit Photosynthese. Und man sieht das jetzt im Zeitverlauf und man sieht auch, dass es da über das Jahr hinweg große Unterschiede gibt in den einzelnen Regionen, die natürlich zum Beispiel auch gerade in den Agrargebieten auf den Schlägen dann sichtbar sind, also der Wechsel von den Kulturarten und so weiter. Was man sehen kann, wenn man den Vegetationsindex jetzt mal über die längere Zeit betrachtet, dann sieht man da so Strukturen sich abbilden. Und das sind im Wesentlichen so Bodenstrukturen zum Beispiel, die dahinter stecken, die diese Unterschiede hervorrufen. Und das sind doch so ganz wesentliche Parameter auch für unsere Umwelt. Ja, mit diesen Daten können wir also Dinge tun und insofern hoffen wir auf einige Workshops noch dazu.
Okay, ja, vielen, vielen Dank, lieber Martin und lieber Andreas. Derweil wurde der Chat mal wieder gekapert, wir kennen das mittlerweile. Ich glaube, wir sperren den jetzt noch mal kurz, aber wir lassen uns davon überhaupt nicht aufhalten. Ich finde es super spannend, dass ihr jetzt auch im Rahmen von Critical Zones Workshops mit uns zusammen macht. Es war ja schon richtig interessant, dass wir während Open Code so viel zusammen machen konnten mit euch. Und es ist so spannend, dass, also ihr wart bei Open Codes dabei, ihr wart bei Digital Imaginaries dabei, ihr seid jetzt bei Critical Zones dabei. Und das ist so das, was wir am ZKM auch so riesig zu schätzen wissen, wenn daraus, also aus so einem Kontakt, der irgendwie über die Museumswände hinausgeht, so ein stadtgebundener Kontakt wird, wo es eben nicht mehr nur um die Deutungshoheit irgendwie von der Institution geht, sondern wir lernen so viel von euch dazu und sind dafür auch so dankbar sind euch dafür auch so dankbar. Also in dem Sinne, ich freue mich auf alles, was im Rahmen von Critical Zones, was wir da so alles gemeinsam machen werden. Ich finde
es auch super cool, mit euch zusammen das zu machen.
Ich hatte eine erhobene Hand gesehen und einmal Klatschen von der Karlsruher Coaching Community. Vielen Dank. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr euch jetzt gleich melden wollt. Ich will mal ganz kurz die erhobene Hand noch mal finden, aber vielleicht ist der auch wieder weg. Das war der Jay. Ich glaube, der ist wieder weg. Alles klar. Gut, wenn es keine Fragen gibt, alles gut, würde ich mal zur Susanne überleiten. Susanne vom Naturschutzzentrum Rappenwörth wird uns auch in einem kurzen Impuls einen Einblick geben in die Arbeit vom NAZK. Genau, und vergesst nicht, dich laut zu schalten, liebe Susanne. Ansonsten, ja, perfekt, sehr gut.
Sehr gut. Ja, genau, hast mich schon vorgestellt. Heiße Susanne Pimentel, bin Biologin und arbeite im Naturschutzzentrum Karlsruhe Rappenwörth, das ich jetzt eben heute Abend kurz vorstellen möchte. Das Naturschutzzentrum gibt es seit 1996 und wir befinden uns, so ich kann jetzt allerdings nicht den Bildschirm teilen. Doch, da unten, ich bin ja eben umgeschickt. Da unten. So. Jawohl. Da bin ich natürlich. Das Naturschutzzentrum. Ja, uns gibt es seit 1996 und wir befinden uns in einem denkmalgeschützten Bauhausgebäude. So, hier, genau, da kann man es jetzt sehen. Meine Maus spinnt irgendwie so ein bisschen. Und wir liegen im wunderschönen Auenwald der Rappenwörther Rheininsel. Vielleicht kennt es jemand. Hier auf den Bildern kann man da auch so ein bisschen Eindruck bekommen von dieser tollen Landschaft. Ja.
Susanne, wir sehen deine Folien noch nicht. Also gib mal deinen Bildschirm nochmal.
Du siehst nicht. Ich habe jetzt eigentlich keine Folien, sondern unsere
Die
Homepage.
Webseite, ne? Ja.
Ja, genau. Seht ihr sie nicht?
Nee. Probier mal nochmal.
Okay, Moment.
Also bei Bildschirm teilen.
So, Moment.
Derweil hat Amelia Austerfein eine erhobene Hand. Amelia, wenn du mir privat im Chat schreibst, was deine Frage ist, dann spiele ich die gerne wieder rein. Genau.
So,
ich weiß nicht.
So, bis jetzt?
Immer noch nicht.
Das gibt's doch nicht.
Dazu muss ich den anderen hier im Zoom-Meeting sagen, dass wir das so oft geübt haben und dass es bei Susanne immer geklappt hat.
Ja, Bildschirm freigeben. So. Auf die Webseite gehen. teilen. Na, jetzt haben wir es dann noch
Ja.
schaffen.
Jawohl, sehr gut.
Genau.
Sehr
so,
gut.
Jetzt habe ich was erzählt, ihr habt noch gar nichts gesehen. Gell? Das ist ja ganz schlecht. Also hier nochmal unser Gebäude, eben im Bauhausstil. Hatten wir letztes Jahr auch viele Angebote dazu zum 100-jährigen Jubiläum vom Bauhaus. Und eben, wir befinden uns da in dieser schönen Auenlandschaft der Rappenwörter Rheininsel. Ja, wir haben natürlich auch eine Ausstellung. Also wir sind ja ein Besucherzentrum und haben also eine Dauerausstellung zum Thema Oberrheinauen. Wir haben viele interaktive Elemente, berichten über die Entstehungsgeschichte vom Oberrhein und dann eben über die Bedeutung, die ökologische Wertigkeit und auch gerade die Gefährdung der Oberrheinauen. Und wir haben auch einen Kindererlebnisraum. Da haben wir das Thema, auch hier das Thema Wasser präsent, also Thema Wasserkreislauf, kann man mit dem blauen Ball, dem Wassertropfen Pitch, den ganzen Wasserkreislauf durchspielen. Außerdem auch noch einige Sonderausstellungen dann übers Jahr verteilt. So, ich gehe gerade noch mal zurück auf die Startseite, weil man hier, wenn man mit diesem Durchlauf, so, jetzt schiebe ich das mal woanders hin. Genau, dann kann ich das nämlich hier besser zeigen. Ja, also unser Schwerpunkt ist vor allem die Umweltbildung und Öffentlichkeitsarbeit. Wir möchten einfach Kinder und Erwachsene begeistern und sensibilisieren für die Zusammenhänge, die spannenden Besonderheiten und die Verletzlichkeit der Natur. Unser Hauptaugenmerk ist dabei auf der Landschaft, also auf dem Lebensraum der Flussauen und deren Gewässer, Wälder und Wiesen. Die Auen, das weiß ja auch gar nicht jeder, das sind ja die Überschwemmungsflächen, die natürlichen von einem Fließgewässer. Das ist wirklich ein hochbedrohter Lebensraum. Am Oberrhein zwischen Basel und Karlsruhe sind nur noch ungefähr 13% der ursprünglichen Auenfläche vorhanden und die ist auch so überformt. Das heißt, da sind eigentlich nur ein ganz kleiner Teil ist da noch als natürlich anzusehen. Und das ist wirklich ein ziemlich alarmierender Zustand, denn die auentypischen Tier- und Pflanzenarten, die sind entweder ausgestorben oder vom Aussterben bedroht. Das ist natürlich schon mal also richtig dramatisch. Und außerdem haben ja die Flussauen auch noch ganz wichtige Ökosystemleistungen, von denen alle profitieren, wie zum Beispiel die Grundwasserneubildung und Reinigung, Hochwasserschutz und Rückhalt von Nährstoffen und Treibhausgasen und Schadstoffen und noch vieles mehr. Ja, und darum ist es uns auch so wichtig, die Menschen für diesen Lebensraum zu begeistern. Wir haben viele, das kann man hier unten eben sehen, ich zappe das mal so ein bisschen durch, wir haben viele geführte Naturerlebnisangebote für Gruppen und Familien und dann auch ein umfangreiches umweltpädagogisches Programm für Schulklassen, aber nicht nur für Schulklassen, sondern auch für Kindergärten und für Studierende und auch für Gruppen von geflüchteten Menschen haben wir also da ein breites Angebot. Und wir führen auch Fortbildungen durch und Seminare. Auch da gibt es einiges. Ja, und dann haben wir auch noch Lehrpfade und Erlebnispfade, Geocache-Angebote. Da können Menschen einfach ohne unsere Unterstützung unterwegs sein und das genießen. Das ist jetzt gerade im Moment sehr, sehr gut, weil wir ja gar keine Angebote durchführen konnten, ne? Corona-bedingt. Ja, was uns auch noch besonders am Herzen liegt, das ist unsere Arbeit als Ramsar-Nordportal. Wir sind nämlich das Nordportal des deutsch-französischen Ramsar-Gebiets, Oberrhein-Rhin-Superieur. Und deswegen sind wir da sehr gut zweisprachig aufgestellt, sowohl bei unserer Ausstellung wie auch bei speziell konzipierten deutsch-französischen Umweltbildungsangeboten. Und auch unsere Erlebnispfade und Geocache-Angebote sind teilweise auf jeden Fall deutsch-französisch. Wir haben auch ein französisches Partner-Naturschutzzentrum in Münchhausen und sind auch vernetzt über ein spezielles Netzwerk mit allen Umweltbildungsanbietern am gesamten Oberrhein. Ja, denn die Natur kennt ja bekanntlich keine Grenzen. Überall sind die Probleme die gleichen. Und deswegen ist das sehr wichtig, zusammenzuarbeiten. Und zu diesem Thema Natur und Umwelt kennt keine Grenzen haben wir uns für nächstes Jahr auch nochmal einen besonderen Schwerpunkt gesetzt, nämlich das Thema virtuelles Wasser mit einer Sonderausstellung, die wir eigentlich dieses Jahr zeigen wollten, aber jetzt eben das nächste Jahr geschoben haben. Wir möchten also unbedingt darüber informieren und dafür sensibilisieren, dass hinter jedem Produkt unseres täglichen Lebens ja nicht nur ein CO2-Fußabdruck steht, sondern auch ein Wasserfußabdruck. Das heißt, da wird die Menge an Wasser angegeben, die bei dem gesamten Produktionsverlauf und Transport entstanden ist, also verbraucht wurde. Das ist nämlich eine ganze Menge teilweise. Und es ist sehr wichtig, dass man darüber Bescheid weiß, denn jeder kann selber über sein Kaufverhalten, über seine Achtsamkeit bei dem, was er konsumiert, sehr viel Einfluss nehmen auf den Verbrauch von dieser knappen Ressource Wasser. Die noch dazu findet der Verbrauch in teilweise wirklich weit entfernten Regionen unserer Erde statt und gar nicht bei uns. Und das ist eigentlich besonders deprimierend. Ne? Deswegen muss man da auch wirklich Sorge tragen. Ja, über das integrierte Rheinprogramm informieren wir auch noch. Hochwasserschutzprogramm, auch das natürlich ein ganz wichtiges Thema und vieles mehr kann man ja gar nicht alles erwähnen. Aber so einen kleinen Ritt durch unser Zentrum habe ich jetzt hier mal gemacht.
Super. Ja, vielen, vielen Dank, liebe Susanne. Ich fand gerade auch total spannend, dass bei vielen Projekten, die du angesprochen hast, auch ganz klare Überschneidungen hin zur Ausstellung Critical Zones sich aufgetan haben. Ne? Also zum einen diese geopolitische Frage, die du angesprochen hast, mit Grenzen, die natürlich die Natur nicht kennt. Und auch die Frage, welche Rolle Grenzen im neuen Klimaregime spielen, wie Bruno Latour eben diese Frage stellt. Also auch da sind wir super, super dankbar, dass wir irgendwie mit euch zusammenarbeiten können und schauen können, wie wir diese Themen gemeinsam halt aus unterschiedlichen Perspektiven beleuchten können. Also vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr dabei seid und danke auch für den kurzen Ritt.
Ganz wichtig, dass wir dabei sind.
Super. Ich würde jetzt noch mit der Zeit einfach noch eine letzte Initiative vorstellen wollen. Ich weiß, es sind eigentlich auch noch mehr dabei. Also ich habe gerade auch die Jasmin gesehen von Greenpeace und eben die Renate und der Jürgen von Artists for Future. Ich glaube, wir kommen aber leider nicht dazu, allen die Stimme zu geben. Ich würde gerne eigentlich jetzt die Marlene, das Klimakollektiv, vorstellen lassen und danach quasi mit den letzten Videobotschaften, die wir noch von euch bekommen haben, uns einen Ausklang bereiten, wenn das in Ordnung ist. Liebe Marlene, ich glaube, du bist sogar schon laut. Das heißt, wenn du magst, kannst du uns kurz vorstellen, wer ihr seid und was ihr macht. Und ich glaube, du musst relativ nah an dein Mikrofon gehen.
Ja. Könnt ihr mich denn alle hören?
Ja.
Ja, sehr gut. Okay, also ich bin Marlene. Ich engagiere mich jetzt seit 1,5 Jahren im Klimakollektiv Karlsruhe. Und wir sind eine Gruppe, die sich vor allem für Klimagerechtigkeit einsetzt. Also wir veranstalten hier in Karlsruhe vor Ort direkte Aktionen, die mit dem Thema Klimagerechtigkeit zusammenhängen und möchten dadurch die Öffentlichkeit erreichen, indem wir das Thema Klimagerechtigkeit, was ja zunächst erstmal sehr abstrakt klingt, versuchen herunterzubrechen und mit lokalen Zusammenhängen zu verbinden. Also wir haben beispielsweise, gerade heute hat vielleicht der ein oder andere gesehen, haben wir eine Fahrraddemonstration durch die Innenstadt veranstaltet, da ja unsere Regierung momentan über eine Abwrackprämie nachdenkt und wir gerade ja in Baden-Württemberg als Autobundesland davon, sehr betroffen wären, haben wir sozusagen für sinnvolle klimapolitische Maßnahmen demonstriert. Oder wir haben auch mal eine Flugblattaktion in der Innenstadt veranstaltet. Da ging es um den Ausbau des Flughafens in Frankfurt. Und so fallen uns immer wieder spannende Themen ein, die auch eben mit dem Standort Karlsruhe zusammenhängen, für die wir uns einsetzen. Genau.
Super. Ja, vielen Dank, liebe Marlene, auch für diesen Einblick in eure Arbeit und in euer Engagement. Ich finde es ja auch gerade sehr spannend, dass man während Corona nicht mehr so leicht auf die Straße gehen kann wie davor. Und es ist super spannend, welche Alternativen man sich da findet und erfindet. Also ich verfolge das auf jeden Fall mit großem Interesse. Und vielen, vielen Dank, dass du uns einen Einblick gegeben hast. Ja, ich würde jetzt sagen, dass wir noch die letzten Videogrüße uns anschauen und dann würden wir unsere Runde auch abmoderieren. Lieber Moritz oben in der Regie, magst du uns denn den letzten Videoblog des Tages tatsächlich einspielen?
Das ist ein Theaterstück.
Ach, stimmt. Das ist, ja.
Hallo, herzlich willkommen zur Eröffnungsveranstaltung von Critical Zones am ZKM. Mein Name ist Saskia und ich bin Regionalkoordinatorin der Scientists for Future in Deutschland. Als Scientists for Future Initiative unterstützen wir Kinder und Jugendliche, indem wir ihnen persönlich Rede und Antwort zu Klimafragen und Fragen der Nachhaltigkeit stehen. Und wir unterstützen sie, indem wir einen gesamtgesellschaftlichen Aushandlungsprozess unter Einbindung von Wissenschaftlern und Kindern fordern, den wir als Scientists for Future moderieren können. Am 5. und 6. Juni diesen Jahres findet unser erster Online-Kongress, der SOS, statt. Näheres erfahrt ihr dazu bald auf unserer Homepage scientistforfuture.org. Viel Spaß noch!
Liebe Teilnehmerinnen der Critical Zones Veranstaltung. Mein Name ist Volker Stelzer von den Scientists for Future. Schon lange beobachte ich das Engagement des Teams von Critical Zones. Ich finde es eine super Veranstaltung, finde es toll, was sie auf die Beine gestellt haben. Und umso mehr freue ich mich, dass wir es jetzt auch unter Corona-Bedingungen schaffen, diese Veranstaltung laufen zu lassen. Ich wünsche ihr viel Erfolg für eine klimagerechte Welt.
Ein herzliches Hallo der Initiative Artists for Future Karlsruhe
mit Renate Schweizer
und Jürgen Reuter.
Wir sind Teil des Initiativennetzwerks Critical Zones
und laden Sie alle herzlich ein zu unserer mobilen künstlerischen Aktion
Breathe the City und Visualisierung der Hysterese von Kipppunkten.
Wir wünschen der Ausstellung Critical Zones und allen beteiligten Netzwerkinitiativen,
dass wir in den wellenbewegten Zeiten etwas bewirken können.
Ja, tschüss.
Ja.
Hallo, schön, dass du eingeschaltet hast. Wir sind Eva und Eva von Konsum Global Karlsruhe. Wir sind eine ehrenamtlich engagierte Gruppe, die Stadtrundgänge in Karlsruhe durchführt. Leider ist es ja aktuell nicht möglich und deswegen gibt es das Ganze jetzt digital. Ja, wie bei einer realen Stadtführung auch, führen wir dich durch Karlsruhe und du kannst dabei ganz viele schöne, nachhaltige Orte hier kennenlernen. Bei jeder Station gibt es eine kurze Einführung und auch ein kleines Spiel, bei dem du online gerne mitmachen kannst. Klick dich einfach durch die Clips und lerne Karlsruhe von einer neuen Seite kennen. Viel Spaß!
Oh, vielen, vielen Dank. Also wir sind hier ganz bewegt und beflügelt von diesen wunderschönen Videogrüßen, die ihr uns geschickt habt. Und ja, also das war jetzt erstmal so ein erster Einblick in dieses wunderschöne Netzwerk der Initiativen, welches gerade so angefangen hat zu wachsen. Und wir werden jetzt in nächster Zeit eben digitales und irgendwann dann auch wieder physisches Programm anbieten. Das heißt, zum einen könnt ihr jetzt alle einfach auf die Webseiten der Initiativen klicken und euch da über ihre Programme informieren. Ihr findet auch einen Überblick der ganzen involvierten Initiativen auf der digitalen Ausstellungsplattform und den Kalender dann eben auch auf der ZKM-Plattform Webseite. Genau, und hiermit würde ich jetzt, glaube ich, auch mal der Ika wieder das Wort überreichen für eine Überleitung zum nächsten Programmpunkt und eine Abmoderation. Vielen Dank, dass ihr alle dabei wart.
Vielen Dank, Barbara. Ja, vielen Dank, dass ihr dabei wart. Vielen Dank, dass ihr bis dahin ausgehalten habt, durchgehalten habt. Wir hatten jetzt wirklich ein sehr, sehr spannendes Programm und ich glaube auch die Tatsache, dass wir überzogen haben, es hat sich gelohnt, weil doch einfach sehr viele interessante Inhalte kamen. Und auch wenn dieser Teil jetzt mit den Initiativen der Stadt Karlsruhe und Karlsruher Region vielleicht ein bisschen kurz ausgefallen ist, die Initiativen begleiten uns permanent. Das heißt, sie sind immer dabei und ihr könnt euch weiterhin über ihr Tun informieren. Ich wollte jetzt eigentlich noch mal einen Ausblick auf das morgige Programm geben, aber ich glaube, aufgrund der Verzögerung erspare ich mir das. Ihr könnt ja alle auf die Webseite schauen. Das Programm ist das gleiche geblieben. Es gab bisher keine Änderung. Wir freuen uns sehr auf Donna Haraway morgen. Ich glaube, es wird wirklich ein wahnsinnig spannender Slot, den wir da erleben werden, ein wahnsinnig spannendes Gespräch und möchte jetzt eigentlich direkt auf den nächsten Punkt überleiten. Moving Earth, ein Theaterstück von Bruno Latour, das sehr eingängig einen Bogen zieht von den Konzepten Galileo Galileis zu James Lovelock. Ja, er zeigt globale Wenden auf, die unser Dasein bestimmen. Also bleibt dabei, lasst euch inspirieren und ich kann euch nur sagen, ein wundervolles Theaterstück, ein wundervoller Vortrag von Bruno Latour. Lehnt euch zurück, genießt es. Wir wünschen euch noch einen schönen Abend. Bis morgen.